Hello everyone, and welcome back to Rogue Trader. It's been a little bit. My computer tried to commit Sudoku. Uh,
Sudoku?
Thankfully, it has a new stick of RAM in it, so it should be functional for us for the session. Uh, Now, last time, mistakes were made, but with the best of intentions. Jeanne, uh, was invited to witness Molly's biotransference. Jeanne thought, hmm, I'm supposed to help in some way. What if the way I'm meant to help is right now? So she channeled the God Emperor's divine power into the biotransference furnace, and therefore Molly didn't die when she was supposed to. Because during biotransference, you are supposed to just die, and then have your mechanical form built with your consciousness injected. By resurrecting her at the moment of death, uh, Molly didn't get to have that nice little bliss out piece of death moment while her body was changed. Her consciousness was still active. Her soul was still connected to the body. Now, this could this is arguably a good thing. With sufficient psychic power and uh, guidance pro- provided by the God Emperor and Jeanne, you have now demonstrated you can create an insouled Necron. That's the good news. The bad news is, well, you're not meant to be able to do that, and it's really quite bad for the person to undergo that. Molly is cuckoo bananas.
And that's why this stream is sponsored by System Shock 1 and 2. If you know, you know.
Yeah. So, uh, some other things did happen last session, but ultimately they didn't really amount to much because of that. Just some Noxians dying for you know ultimately no good reason,
XP.
and of course the well when you when you finally slew the Blackheart Prince and claimed the heart of the Eldar fleet. Ah, something attacked you. A horde of little skittering somethings that,
Time spiders.
yeah, that don't really make logical sense. Thankfully, you were able to teleport away before they overwhelmed you. But, well, you don't know where those come from. You don't know what they wanted, other than apparently pieces of Jeanne.
They were so hungry for my ass. Goddamn.
It is very
Yeah,
sad, but not as good as the big wobbly things.
They were just trying to stop me from doing this, clearly. They even had little bursts of holy power, or at least golden light.
Yeah.
They were just
And,
trying to drag me off to see the Emperor.
Speaking of, Jeanne, you heard a voice when one of them had bitten you. It, sounded very much, indeed exactly like the Emperor's voice from your dreams. But it did not have nice things to say, did it?
Oh my god, I just realized Merzendi, go to my character sheet. So go to talents, scroll down to the bottom. Look at my insanity points and corruption points next to each other. That's a good omen.
Best omen. Yeah. That's all that happened last time. Now we'll be picking up shortly in the aftermath of Molly's biotransference. And in addition to our usual cast of explorers, we are being joined by another. Yeah. Situation has gotten a little grim. What with, you know, Molly being a bit insane, there being an impending Tyrannid question mark assault fleet, and, well, the Necron fleet. So it's high time you uh, bring some of your other senior, some of the more junior members of the command staff in to into play. This case, well, Hedra, would you like to introduce your character?
Hello there, hacker. No, that's not Showdown. Don't worry. Sorry, I couldn't resist the urge. I'm going to introduce my character, which is a lieutenant in the House of Lupus. Gaston Dubois. Nothing doesn't exist anywhere on the map, but there it is.
Let me drag him in to. There you are. That's the token.
As people can see, just a regular as human in the Lupine Guard, working for the House Lupus. Somewhat skilled pilot, and general, chauffeur.
Yes, somewhat skilled pilot. Yes, of course. I'm pretty sure he's the best helmsman on this side of the galaxy.
No. He didn't make flight marshal, so he's not the best.
The only reason he didn't make flight marshal was because he's wasn't of the correct part of royalty.
Not hardly matters. It's what's on the inside that counts.
Not in the Imperium.
Well, it is on John's ship. It is.
We weren't talking about John's ship now, were we?
Well, he is a proud serving officer of House Lupus. It's as simple as that. He is here to bring honor, glory, and fortune to the House of Lupus.
So meeting time between all the characters.
For those watching, this means the Hedra's playing a Void Master.
Yes.
Oh, was that needed to be stated?
Generally stating your class when you begin a game, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I am a Void Master with specialty in handling vehicles and spaceships, both ground and air and void.
About to see.
Yeah, that too. I can do that too.
Not as well, though, but yeah,
Never know when we'll
it's...
go on a
No,
water
it
planet.
becomes I am a hotshot pilot, so that would be in a basic skill.
Yeah, so it would be half as good as your capabilities with, like, the Pride. That's still, you know, better than most people are able to pilot a boat, but, like...
And if I recall, water vehicle counts for ground vehicles
Does it? Huh.
because there's ground vehicles, skimmer, and walkers.
Yeah, there is no dedicated water vehicle skill. At least not that anyone can
Yeah.
actually get. And you say that, but there's also no water vehicles to pilot anywhere in the book anyway. So like,
Everyone in
That, that's
40.
there
I
being
think that falls.
no relevant equipment doesn't stop them from giving skills.
I
Hasn't stopped them from
I
giving
think
skills before.
I think that falls on the personal then.
No one in 40k knows what an ocean is.
and if they did, you would just use a skimmer. Because why would you put your stuff on the water? It's probably super toxic.
Don't want to alert the abandoned tendrils of the hive mind krakens. Pretty sure that's what's on Fenris.
That's
Pretty
on a
sure
lot
they
of
can.
planets.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can confirm both on Fenris and Katachan. They're just ancient, disconnected parts of the Devourer.
Yeah,
I don't know if
there's
it's
also
ever. I don't know if it's ever been hard confirmed, but it has been. It's one of those things that's been hinted at a lot.
well,
I could
you would
have
use
swore
a
at least
skimmer.
the Kraken was.
Well, if it doesn't send shockwaves and vibrations into the water, a skimmer or hover vehicle would be good when out fishing for carados. I mean sharks.
Okay, so what I was thinking of is there's a giant leathery piece of flesh over 50 feet in length known as the Kraken eggs. Whether or not it came from a Kraken is uncertain, but however, members of the Magos biologists have examined the egg and say it's Tyranid in origin.
I mean,
So,
let's be fair here. Magi biologists are not very reliable at anything.
Other than getting ripped.
the only tech priests that do push-ups.
I get my games from the Omnisire. Appraise him. Which each barbell, which each disc I slap on top of the holy barbell.
Anyway, so, Jean, are you going to call a meeting with everyone to let them know about Molly?
No.
Okay. What is the plan with that then? Because are you just going to try to confine her to quarters?
That really depends on what Molly wants to do, because I'm not sure I could stop her even if I wanted to at this point.
Can't she literally like walk through
Yes.
walls or teleport?
Yes, she is a face spider.
Clacka, 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 clacka.
Yeah. I just
Now, listen, Merzendi, there's a 9-foot spider wandering around the ship now. It's fine. It kind of looks like Molly, so why would anyone freak out?
Jeanne is probably asking
Uh,
Molly to, like, try and push her body back to looking more like herself.
I do look like myself.
Well, I mean, yes, but, you know, like you used to with the spider lower half and the flesh.
Just turns around and looks at her spider lower half.
Like you said, you were walking on
Yes?
2 legs.
Did say you were
Uh,
walking on 2 legs last time.
She said she could.
yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, if
It's been a while. It's been a while, and I was also rattled at the end of that, so I don't remember.
I mean, yeah, if Molly's back to looking like a drider, then it's fine. There's only one mechanical drider on the ship.
she looks like a Scorpec destroyer.
No one knows what that is, so that's fine.
It's not the same as it was.
Okay, then John will ask her to try and go back to looking more like it was.
I do not think so.
Right. Well, in that case, I suppose I should, let security know that you've changed appearance so they don't hassle you.
If you think it necessary, I am going to go address my boys and then my contingent.
Right, yes, so dinner at the usual time?
Molly will cock her head and then. It appears as if biotransference did not destroy my mechanical gastrointestines, although it appears that any intake is simply atomized.
Can you still taste food, do you think?
I do not know.
Well, then we'll find out together this evening. I'll have the chef prepare your favorite.
I've never thought about what Molly's favorite food would be. It was for the longest time it was probably just nutrient paste number 99. But then she went to a French world. What kind of French cooking would a robot spider like?
Nutrient past. No more.
Neutral pate. It's a neutral pate.
Yes, Nuchon
Yeah,
pate.
it's literally just foie gras in a tube.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And then you get
Fuck
a nice fucking vinaigrette made of like a WD-40 and a bit of fucking like the amino acids.
Jean's
Perfect.
5-star chef literally in tears every time he has to cook for Molly.
I don't know what's a famous foie gras dish. I don't eat.
Well,
I never knew that I liked foie gras until I was enjoying a banh mi sandwich one day, and one of my friends pointed out that I actually did like liver because I seemed to be enjoying foie gras, and I didn't know foie gras was in banh mi sandwiches until like 2 years ago.
yeah, it's just liver.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's
but Hedra, every single time I've had liver, I've hated it. I've
oh
had
yeah,
it
but it's
boiled,
goose liver. Yes.
yeah, I've had it boiled, I've had it fermented, I've had it fried. It's just I just thought that liver was just so pungent. It was just not one of those things I tried, and I was kind of sad about it because my friends all seem to really enjoy it whenever we go out to eat. But it turns out I
Yeah,
do. I just like the French version.
yeah,
Anyway,
which is
in character, please.
Yeah. So, I believe last time we did address you going back to your boys and them being confused but supportive.
No, that's when I was leaving.
Okay.
I told them that I was going to shed off the last vestiges of uh, flesh. Because I had meant to do this, I had wanted to do this alone. But then John was like, no, I'm going to stay there and support you. And then send you through incredibly agonizing pain and make you insane.
Look, it's like Pascal said last session, pain is clarifying.
Well, now I have
Yeah.
66 insanity and 6 corruption.
That's only 6
66.
more insanity
I
than
don't
Juno
think it was
had.
clarifying at all.
No, it was absolutely clarifying. Her mind is now clear. She is the perfect organism.
I even rolled to see how much insanity I would have lost. I would have lost 30 insanity.
That's why you don't do that.
I would have gone down to like in my 20s insanity. I guess I'll pick up the paperweight now. It's just going to be a thing that sits on my desk.
It is still a highly advanced container for a soul.
Yeah, we just use that to soul jar Frank, so he can't bother us anymore.
ha.
But yeah, we don't
That's
have to.
certainly a thing you could try.
I can hear the, like, finger steeple, like,
We don't have to go into like deep role play with Molly showing herself off to her boys.
Yeah. You did prime them fairly well for this. So, I guess question for you: how much with them? How much has the delusions of grandeur actually changed Molly's behavior? Because they were her subs, right? So
Yeah, I mean, they're like prime jewels to her now.
yeah. So I think they are probably going to be the ones who take this the best, other than John, who is somehow just yay, everything's fine.
listen,
It's totally
God
fine and
intervened. Molly got what she wanted, like what every Mechanicus in the universe wants, which is to shed the flesh but keep their soul. It's unmitigated W. I don't know what everyone's complaining about. He's just a little megalomaniacal now. It's fine.
I think it's not the fact that you did. I think it's the timing.
Yeah, I mean,
Quick shot. You're like, you needed some more. I had to work that in. So I had to make sure everything was working properly. And then once everything was properly in, you had to just work it in. And then after some good times, after
maybe
thinking she
that would
was
have been
ready
the
for
better
it.
idea, but who was to know? Look, I asked Mers what would happen, and she said try it, so I tried it. Leave me alone.
Yeah, it's. I then asked you, like, multiple times, are you sure?
You asked me once, and I said no, but but I guess it'll be interesting. And that was that.
Yeah. And that is probably the fairest answer to GM's "Are you sure?" anyone has ever given.
Yeah.
And if Savin think it's a great idea, you know that it's like,
Look,
questionable.
listen. If it
He didn't think
wasn't
it was
for
a
the
great
fact,
idea.
shut up. If it wasn't for the fact that Stray specifically said afterwards that this particular direction makes Molly less fun to play, I would still think this is the best idea ever. However, that one mitigating factor is a bit of a bitch, so I feel bad.
Okay.
I don't want to play Day Author all the time.
And so I need somebody who isn't John to convince Sean that this is a bad thing. Otherwise, I'm going to have to just, like, pinch my nose in Nuremberg defensive gaming and be like, okay, well, my character would
No,
do this,
don't.
but I'm going to just act against character to fix another player's problem that I caused, which I don't
No.
want to do. But
Me and Savin have already talked about it. We're just going to ride this out.
Okay. What's the name of the brother to Data?
The who?
Lore.
yes, you
Oh,
have
the
Data
brother to
and
Data
Lost.
lore. Yeah. Sorry,
So
that
you
was
went
just
from
a
Data.
that was just a violent segue.
Okay, no, because you said I don't want to play Data all the time. So but you went from Data to Lore.
No, Dagoth all the time.
Oh,
My
Dagoth.
my character has my mania is now delusions of grandeur.
Look, all I'm saying is that the flaw may say delusions of grandeur, but Molly seems pretty grand to me, so I think it's just her understanding how cool she is.
It's
Just
true. If
need
you look at the new art, she has like pulsing, glowing blue and gold lines on her. It is pretty cool.
just have to make sure that random members of the ship don't like suddenly become like living metal constructs. Just have to keep an eye out, you know?
I can make everyone on the ship better.
I know. That's what's worrisome.
Also, unironically, after this, Savin, you should absolutely take Molly to your space station. I can get that station scrubbed for you so good.
Hell yeah. See? Unmitigated dubski. Anyway, we're done bullying me about my terrible decisions.
Never.
I mean, is there anyone else that's made a terrible decision recently?
I don't know,
No.
Heather
Like
showed
for the
up.
game or in real life?
But yeah,
Not in game.
so, yeah, Molly is reacquainting with the boys, and yep, that is that's just going to go well. What is happening with everyone else?
Cuddling with Kalchev or fine-tuning my guns and armor. Probably both.
All right, Oz.
Probably the same thing with the, but with the twins. And then also,
Yep, makes sense. Gaston, what are you doing in your free time?
Currently, I am checking over ship telemetry and
So
just
still working
just
in your time off.
well, not so. It's offhand checking telemetry while making sure that my boots are properly polished to a high meter sheen. My armor is properly cleaned. My weapons are functional and at the ready.
Yeah, that sounds like you're still just working.
Oh no, I'm polishing my boots. That's like my day off. It's like
Is it
nice and
is
quiet.
it work if you
And
enjoy what you're doing?
Sometimes.
yeah, but this time I'm not I'm not sitting at a control or piloting things. I'm actually having a nice data slate connected and showing me information while I do something else physically in a nice comfy chair.
Ah, yeah, that's the real difference. A nice comfy chair
Yes.
instead of nice comfy piloting throne. All right. Uh, then Jean,
Yes.
what are you doing?
Well, as said, I suppose I'm going to go gather up the vanguard, or at least the officers therein, and make sure they're aware that Molly's upgraded herself again and is now larger and bluer. And please don't hassle her unnecessarily.
Do not discharge your weapon.
All right. Uh, I imagine that would I imagine Gaston is part of the Vanguard,
Yeah.
or at least.
He probably just
Well,
got noticed for having exceptional aptitude for vehicles and got cross training with the helm crew. That's where he's been this entire campaign. Like, he's been here the whole time. He's just been off on a secondary education course.
On John's ship, it actually is a meritocracy.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Most of the Navy is once you're already an officer. It's that getting to be an officer bit that's really the issue. So yeah, Gaston, you would have unfortunately your polishing time has been drawn to an early conclusion as a meeting of all Vanguard officers has been called by the Lord Captain.
Oui, oui. Just get fully dressed up, properly secure everything, and march straight for a meeting.
Off to the briefing room. One day we will get a table in here.
It's bloody hard to find things for tables that are large enough
The
without
God
just
Emperor gave
turning
me
into
2 good feet to stand, and I shall use them so.
without turning into horribly pixelated messes.
Yes, once everyone's assembled. And, this will probably include Kitty and Van Zaus as well. They are the other important thing knowers on the ship.
What about Pascal?
Would it include Ceiko?
Yes. Actually, is Ceiko
Yeah.
technically a member of the Vanguard, or is he just vibing?
I would assume so.
I also would
I
sort of
don't
assume?
think he's attached to the Vanguard. I think he's
Just part of the household.
I'm attached to Jeanne.
yeah, he's part of the senior command staff, so he's a he's sort of above them in a way.
Okay. Okay, so yes.
All right, where's that thing? There's a chart for this.
There is a chart for this. But yeah, I'd be here.
I guess Xiph as well.
Kalchev?
No. This is absolutely none of her business.
So you basically are calling a meeting to tell everyone about Molly. Just
Yes. I was hoping Molly would just comply and, condense back into Molly shape, but I guess not.
What did her new and profound form?
You are a
Her perfect
shapeshifter. You
form?
can look like whatever you want and be perfect. You could be a biped again, even. Go back to being a short stack.
Hey,
She was short at all?
As a human, yes, Molly was small. His pocket
Molly
sized.
was 5 foot even,
That is pretty small. That's SMOL small.
Yes.
and then
She
she
was-
became big once.
She used to get boob hatted by Jeanne, and now Jeanne gets boob hatted by Molly.
And carried around to go kill Malakath.
Yes, exactly. Came
Oh,
full
I
circle.
guess the official command staff thing doesn't have where the what's it called? What's the chief murderer aboard? What they're called? Arch-Militant. There's no place on the Arch-Militant thing.
I mean, there is. It's just that's already filled in with like cats.
First officer, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
Yeah, Katz and I are just in a weird position here, but
Oh,
Yeah.
Katz is first officer.
yeah, that's what I mean. But we're both the Arch-Militant.
Yeah.
they are both arch-militants by class. Just they fill very different
Yeah.
roles on the ship.
Yeah.
I guess you would be the closest to Master of Ordnance because you're the
Yes,
person
that
that
is-
does all the shooting.
That is actually
That is what I
Ceiko's
am,
title,
yeah.
yes. Is our Master of Ordnance. Sometimes the Ordnance is a sniper rifle. Anyhow, once everyone is gathered, Jeanne will clear throat. Thank you for attending, everyone. Just a quick update I thought you all should know before the day is out. Molly has upgraded herself. She's suddenly quite a bit larger and blue now. So I just want everyone to be aware that our chief engineer is changed shape and colors, but don't hassle her unnecessarily.
What do you mean changed?
I mean, she upgraded herself and looks different now.
She said she was already perfect. Like, well, that was a few months ago before she started acting weird. But like she looks different, or she just got a paint job?
She's about 9 foot tall now, and again, blue.
That's a substantial size difference.
Yeah, nobody call her fat, please.
I don't know why you would upgrade yourself into a fat body.
Depends on what you like, I guess. But that's not the
Jeanne
point.
just crosses arms over her chest, pouts a little.
Like it'd be weird if like she turned into one of those Dogrin. Or is it Ogrin?
Ogren, yes. And she's about on size with one now.
Captain, you're not fat.
Thank you, Ozzy.
You just have big wobbly things.
God damn it, Xiph.
Understood, Bon Capitan.
Right. Well, that being said, we're currently on a trajectory to go to the planet of meeting with the Necrons. Hopefully they can shed some light on whatever is going wrong in this system, because things are getting wrong. Everyone just keep an eye out on sensors. Be ready for action. There's not just Necron ships here, but potentially Tyranids as well. On a moment's notice, we may need to stand to action stations.
Just keeps getting worse.
Yes. Yes, that is the nature of this system. I think it will continue getting worse until we fix whatever's wrong here.
Katz raises a hand.
Kitty?
Jeanne, 9-foot tall metal blue lights. I do not believe I am the only one who is thinking that we may have issues with PID between Molly and the Necrons.
PID?
Positive identification. Being able to visually tell
Yeah.
them apart.
Yeah, this is.
Well,
Does Molly still
hopefully
have a
she'll
human-looking face?
Yes, she doesn't have a skull face or anything. Hopefully she'll be wearing her red robes when we're out and about, but currently, last time I saw her, she was strutting around as, I was going to say as the God Emperor made her, but that's sort of the antithesis of the point. But yes, I'll make sure she's wearing some clothes at least. That's decidedly un-Necron.
Yeah, I was wearing a Time Splinter cloak. It's fine.
Oh yes, she
Wait,
has
maybe
her big cloak on. I don't know, that's Necron in origin, but it's the only Necron we've seen wearing a... We haven't seen any Necrons wearing big cloaks.
Is there anything else of concern around her? Because this is starting to sound like a lot more than just a slight cosmetic change. Like, what exactly happened?
Unfortunately, Jean's not sure either.
Jeanne just sort of shrugs. This is part of her process for preparing to deal with the soul killer phenomenon. She believed she needed to be stronger to resist its influence. This is the path she chose.
She did that to beat Soul Killer.
Yes.
So, from recalling some of the things she muttered about, she really liked the Necrons. Like, based on, and if Katz is right, positive identification, does that mean she basically is a Necron now?
No. She still very much has her soul, I can tell you that for certain.
Well, don't Necrons not have souls, and not having a soul would help us get the Soul Killer, right? Because that way she can interact with it without, it doing a feedback on us. Like, maybe that was her plan? Did something go wrong?
Meh? I don't know exactly the specifics of what she was trying to do. I don't know. As if you know me, I can barely turn my own cogitator on without help.
Or read. What?
Just calling Sean out like that in public. Big pout face.
Listen, if
It
Xip's doing that, that means Xiph
it-
feels a lot more comfortable around everybody.
Yes, there's a... Gaston's hand is by his goddamn gun, and it just clicked off the latch. When you said that.
He will defend the honor of the French.
Yeah.
Wait,
The worst thing is Gaston probably knows is this actually correct. As a member of the Vanguard, you would have seen, at least at some point, John, very surreptitiously, like, whenever she has to read something, she has to pull out these big, huge Urkel glasses and press her face right up to the thing.
Or you ask someone else to read. Or you ask someone else to read for you.
Yes,
That,
that's
that
not
doesn't
the
matter to him.
point.
Yeah, I
He has
know.
to win the honor of France.
Oh yeah, like I expect this behavior. Just
That
he knows it's technically
that
true what the Xenos is saying.
Is he pointing a gun at
whether or
me?
not the Xenos say it is true or not is the fact that it's the goddamn Xenos that's saying an insulting thing, even if it is true. And that
Xiph
is
is just
besmirching.
is Gaston pointing the gun at Xiph?
I know, like his hand is went to the goddamn gun and clicked off the clasp that holds it.
Xiph looks at Gaston, still in his full armor because Xiph barely takes it off. And Xiph just will place his pulse pistol on the table and just leave it there. Says, "That's kind of rude." I was just being friendly. This is our first time being met. You're the one who steers the ship, right? Or was that Vic? Or no, that Victor points the ship.
Victor navigates the ship. Lieutenant Dubois here is our resident helmsman. He does the steering. And
This is our first encounter, so that means we have to do this thing again where I have to endear myself to someone. Oh, it took so long with Molly.
All right, Xiph. Now, what I need you to do in front of this Frenchman is take a baguette and then smear some ketchup over it.
Ziff doesn't know what a baguette is or what ketchup is.
Look, the bottle says French's on it, so clearly it belongs on the French food.
Yes.
But you do have to know that Jeanne does trust me, and I'm a member of the crew and one of the, like, I was invited to this meeting. Don't you think that gives me a little slack?
This is why I just unlatched.
I mean,
one time is no time.
You put the gun
2
on the
times.
table. Have it out and ready in case I do it again. Not to be very too confident in public. I do think I could take you.
Oh my god.
Gentlemen, Van Zassel speak up. This is neither of a time nor a place.
Indeed. And if it's by word of the captain, I will stand down and
Yes.
accept her ruling.
We have a dueling arena if you two need to get some testosterone out, but yes, it's okay to tease me a little bit. It's fine. Jeanne says, still pouting a little.
Very well, mon capitan. Reclaps.
If grabs his pistol and puts it back. Oh, I guess the magnetic holster, whatever fucking Tau Harbor has.
Just mag clamp it to your thigh.
Yep. I apologize regardless, though. Had a bit of fun.
Jeanne will walk over, pat Xip's head. It's okay. That said, what were we talking about again? I've completely lost track.
We were talking about Molly's, the thing Molly did to change her body.
Yes.
You not knowing exactly what happened.
I don't know exactly what she did, but yes, she certainly seems to be in good spirits, and I can confirm she has her soul still, so...
Thing we're trying to stop is called Soul Killer. Like, how do we also even know that we can get up to the thing without, like, sure, we have that immunity thing, but, like, who's to say that lasts up close?
A good question, and frankly one we don't have an answer to. We're flying on faith here. The ship has been protected
Nothing new
so
for
far.
us, to be honest.
Faith is The faith is your strongest attribute as a race.
I was gonna say it's not the captain's strongest attribute.
Such unrelenting bullying.
It's one of them.
I don't know. I think
It's
think
up there. It's very much up there.
I think it matches her best attribute. I think Cats would agree.
It is certainly among one of your strongest, John. But only among them.
Yeah, you have great hair.
And tactical acumen and the ability to convince people of things without purely resorting to because the God Emperor says so.
And you can rock outfits that are probably 3 sizes too small for you. Remembering that, like, schoolgirl thing
Jeanne-
from, like, session 3.
Jeanne huffs. All of her clothing are bespoke and tailored perfectly.
Oh, Savin specifically said when we were dealing with that, like, crazy Mechanicus guy who thought we were in college, that she put on a school uniform that was a few sizes too small.
And ever since Jeanne's underwear got eaten by warp gremlins, she's been walking around in a, like, skin-tight bodysuit.
I remember things.
The only underwear you have is the one Molly bought for you. Because she actually managed to succeed buying one pair.
One pair of cow print, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Jeanne will blush a little. Yes, I love all of you too. But still, to the point, we have no guarantees here. We are beyond the fringes of human understanding. All we can do now is trust in the God Emperor and in each other. We will get through this as long as we hold to that.
Oh, that reminds me. I apparently heard the voice of my own god.
Nice! High five.
Yeah, didn't even know we had that.
Me neither.
You aren't supposed to. There is no record of Tau religion.
Oh yeah, no, there isn't, but apparently there is something greater. Because that's what I was apparently supposed to, something almost went wrong on that Eldarsh, getting that thing. But then suddenly, nope, just, it was gone, and I heard the voice.
It would make sense, considering the Tau's entire species is aligned with a singular theology that would spawn some sort of gestalt.
That was the conclusion me and Kalchev came to.
And frankly, who knows? It could have just been a manifestation of the God Emperor since you're on our ship.
I'm pretty sure the God Emperor isn't a conglomerate of female voices, given how the title, a female version of the word Emperor is Empress. I heard my mother, my sister, and a bunch of other women. Mostly my mother and sister, though. Does make me kind of sad. Given both their statuses.
Then, yes, perhaps it is some sort of Tau warp presence finally beginning to manifest. It's interesting, to say the least. What did it say?
Tilt said, it is not your time, or it was someone on the line, it is not your time, or you not dying today, child of the greater good. Something among those lines. I don't know, it was a pretty chaotic scene in there.
Yes. I was happily surprised when you weren't counted amongst the dead after that warp explosion.
Yeah, like I was completely unscathed. Like, nothing. Not a scratch on me, other than that one shot I already took, but that was like a little while before.
Uh-huh.
It's already
If you
a bit
hear this
weird.
voice again, keep me posted.
Oh yeah, probably should keep a second journal for that. If I'm or maybe I could try communing with it, or however you guys do that. Does that mean like I have to go to a church or have to slather myself in that oil Pascal uses on my armor?
No, and I don't think the Tau have churches, do you?
They don't have a religion other than just a doctrine, the greater good and all that.
Oh, I mean, you don't have a place where you go and meditate on the greater good? Communally?
If we do, it wasn't where I lived.
Hmm.
Hell, there
Uh,
was
so I
barely.
will speak here as GM. They sort of do
LMAO.
in that it's like each cast has their own places. For the Firecast, it is just the barracks. You meditate as part of your bonded unit.
Well, the thing that I'm like taking into account is the place was the the place was also imperial flavored.
Yeah.
So
It's like the greater good, but
but,
shittier.
like it's having like very religious and already xenophobic the imperium is. I don't know how things would go if there was like I could just imagine a street where Imperium Church on one side, on the other side is the fucking Tau Church, and they're just like staring at each other down every Sunday or something. Like, I like going to your thing too, huh? This sounds weird.
Hmm.
Like, I think
Oh,
in
you
order
mean
for
that?
gotta focus on trying to learn how to live before openly showing your beliefs, even though it's very much not just on the human sleeves, it is on their whole entire form, often quite literally.
In this case, I can tell you that straight up would be Tau, like uh, educational and educational and community support facilities directly across the street from Imperial churches. Yes. Well, partly fuck you, Imperials, and also partly, you know, the just actual contrast of the Imperium demanding your tithe uh, for your for the right to worship, whereas for Tau, come meditate, learn. We'll feed you. We'll give you clothes and help.
Xiph often just practice shooting guns. Probably, probably because his sister had a reputation, so they probably didn't want a chance with Xiph.
Anyway, back in character.
Ab
Yep.
teleported. Him. But yes, I wouldn't tell other Tau if that's the case.
Oh no, I wasn't. The only reason why I'm being open is one, you're the captain, so I feel like I have to say something important like that, and two, I don't have to worry about any other Tau, hearing about this given where we are.
Mm.
But yeah, it's important for you to know. You
I
told me I
appreciate
have to.
that.
Yeah.
And I do feel it's important for you to know as well, in that case, that while a being of the warp may present itself as benign and helpful, that can be just a way to get its foot in the door as a malicious entity.
Like Frank.
Yes, exactly. And myriad
Yeah,
other
you're already.
things. The warp
Well,
is full of creatures that want nothing more than to see us writhe and suffer. So be
well,
careful, Xiph.
I can tell you though that at least on the start, it saved me.
Yes.
She was a female voice, or should I not assume what gender they are, or is gender norms not even like applicable?
Warp entities usually present one way or the other, at least. Yes,
Anyway,
my advice would just be to show some caution and not take any offers if they are made.
I don't expect to really have that happen again unless I somehow almost die once more. Probably, and I probably won't try and pursue it more or I should say, if we pull this off.
When, not if.
Faith is once again one of your strongest things. I guess I've just become more of a pessimist lately. And yet, you're the captain. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Yeah, you have not been over 80% wrong yet.
Gee, thanks.
Listen, we all make mistakes. It's just a matter of how big the mistakes are, or the intention.
What was it, the line from Rogue Trader? I don't make mistakes, just profit opportunities.
Yes.
John does seem like somebody who would fail upwards.
That's usually how it works.
I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning opportunities.
Hmm.
They're
I
not
like
mistakes.
that line.
They're just momentary setbacks.
Every mistake is just a learning opportunity. It's alright to make them as long as we do better next time. So, unless anyone else has points of business to discuss, our next learning opportunity will be on the planet.
One thing, Lord Captain.
Sure.
How is Molly's mental state after her upgrade?
That does seem
She is of
important.
the Mechanicus, but
There was some maniacal laughter, I will admit, but like I said, she
Not,
seems to
don't
be
you
in good spirits beyond that.
don't you mean mechanical?
I mean, technically both. It can be both.
Aren't
Maniacal
maniacal laughs
mechanical.
like evil?
Eh. Mayor
Like
does them all the time. Mom does them sometimes.
Inquisitors do it a lot.
Yeah, just Inquisitors in
It
general,
more
really.
like it more means you feel like you have the upper hand.
Yeah,
Gilpin does it whenever he gets out of his drop pod. He's just
true.
so happy to be involved.
You really haven't lived until you've heard a Space Marine dreadnought maniacally laugh. Although, in Xip's case, that would probably be a very short life thereafter.
and a lot of the time, you can't be sure if it's them laughing or if they have suffered catastrophic internal damage, and their mechanisms are grinding against each other faultily.
Sometimes
Usually
it's
be able to
both.
tell. I'd usually be able to tell if there's internal damage if someone's coughing up blood, but I don't think that's possible for Molly anymore. Not that I think she'd let me treat her.
Yeah, she doesn't have blood anymore, I don't think.
It also hasn't been possible for you to work on her for, like,
Since
I
like
don't know,
You
session 1.
12
haven't been
sessions.
in. You've
Yeah.
never been injured, so
Well, the thing is, I crossed the not the Rubicon,
Crux
Lexicon.
Mechanicus.
the Crux Mechanicus a long time ago, so I can only be fixed with repair, tech use.
But it's a. Does she, God, this is gonna sound. Does she have any? She has no fluids either, like nothing organic.
I don't know. I haven't poked her in the bladder.
That's science. But if that's true, man, those her husbands are going to.
Her husbands are certainly having some sort of experience right now.
If her room wasn't soundproofed, I wonder if we'd hear screaming.
No.
Didn't say the screams had to be of the painful or terror variety.
No. Molly's a big softie.
I mean, right now, like based on the wording, she does not have any soft attributes, as if like knocks on the skin. At least we're talking about flesh and skin. If she's like pure metal, like unless it's one of those metals that
I didn't go up and grope her. I don't know what her titties feel like, but
you two grope each other all the time.
shush, shut. Not the
I
right
think
time
it's
for that.
technically a hug most of the time.
The way those hands move doesn't look like it.
Anyway, the point is, Molly seems fine to me. I don't know the full extent of what's changed with her yet. We'll, I'm sure, find out over the next few days. If you see anything strange, observe any unusual behavior, do feel free to let me know, but otherwise, like I said, just try not to hassle her unless you, God forbid, catch her doing something untoward.
One of the Vanguard Majors will speak up. So generally as was before, Mum.
Yes. Just treat her same old, same old.
As the Mechanicus start kidnapping regulars for servitorization or horrible experiments, just leave them to Mechanicus things.
I think categorically speaking, she's not going to be doing a lot of Mechanicus things.
I don't see any reason why her job description would change. She's still an explorator.
Necronicus, as if like just raises his head, like is pointing like he just had a eureka moment.
No, we're not. No. Absolutely not.
But I think it's clever.
It is clever. But the Red Rose will get really annoyed.
I'm still gonna bring it up to Molly, see if she likes it.
Fair.
If I can get a laugh out of her, like, man, that would make my month.
Okay, you know what? Yeah. Go for it.
If nods, gives a thumbs up.
She was certainly in a mirthful mood.
Next I see her.
Right. So, meeting adjourned. Donuts and coffee on the way out.
Xiph will just go over to it and just take a bunch of napkins and then leave. Nothing else.
And these are cloth napkins.
And
Colonel, we have important ship's business to discuss in my quarters. If you'll come with me.
Jawohl.
Oh, hey, I saw the comm of that important business.
Well, man, Kapitan. Okay,
Sean's gonna.
take the single donut.
Sean will take a couple of donuts and a cuppa and then walk upstairs.
Well, I should alter that. Copied over regeneration from the book, but I don't actually lose regeneration when slain.
You sort of do, and the reanimation protocols takes over.
Yeah.
So, while that big meeting was happening, Molly, I believe you wanted to address the your contingent of Skitari.
Correct. We don't. You don't have to like move over and like copy over 39 Scutarii.
Yeah, as you may have noticed, I didn't copy over like the 30 other Vanguard officers that
Yeah.
exist. So
It's okay, Merzendi. I can in fact spin the apple in my head, and we can just do it like this.
ease.
My loyal hands, my faithful servants. It brings me no small amount of pleasure to officially announce to you that I have crossed perfectly into the immortality of the machine. I am now ever living, undying, and without a scrap of flesh. I do not want you to think that I would abandon you, my faithful servants, for he on Mars has his golden companions, so shall you too be mine. Beginning today, I will begin the process of stripping you of the weakness of your flesh and granting you immortality at my side as my eternal companions.
There is cheering, well, mechanical cheering.
Yep. First, I will do what I can to ensure that time itself is not stopped around you. I will not put you in stasis, but ablated from you so that the time necessary for me to give unto you the same pure synthesis of the machine will be allotted. And Molly will raise her hand and then Merzendi, I wish to use a high power ability, not to stop the flow of time around my Skitarii and the boys, but to slow it. To make it so where time is ablative.
Okay. I think that's a thing you can do.
Alright, difficulty please.
Uh, now there's the question.
I'll take a minus 40 or 60, it's fine. I do not
I
mind.
That feels like you're trying to do the opposite of the Event Horizon ability. Where that's one where you accelerate people. So now you're trying
Yes.
to slow them down a lot.
Minus 60 to make it longer lasting. Because it's already a minus 50 to do
It's,
Event Horizon.
yeah, it's gonna be more. It's gonna be more than a minus 50.
Well,
Like
minus
minus
60 is a cap.
60. Uh, that's the net cap. I can give you more than a minus 60 because that'll then eat into your bonuses.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Um, yeah, I think how long do you want this to last? Like, how often do you think like? Do you want to never have to re-up it, or do you want to re-up it like every month, the year? What?
I'll do it once yearly. I'm hoping to get enough because I need to get replacement parts for them to get because Skitarii haven't passed the Crux Mechanicus. So she is going to have them pass the Crux Mechanicus just with uh artifacts of her own design, and then eventually undergo biotransference.
All right. I think it's going to be a -80 for a year total.
Uh, okay. It still that it cancels out any of my bonuses. I'm not sure what that means.
So, like, you've got so you've got
You know
like
what?
Harbinger of Eternity that gives you like a +20 to all tests.
Got it. You know what? Merzendi, I want to do this permanently, and I am going to use Harbinger of Eternity. I just pass.
All right, your Skitari will no longer age or decay ever. Write that down, please, because that's something I will likely forget.
Uh, where's the journal? There it is.
Yeah. Time will pass for them, but it will not affect them in the way it does mortals.
My Skitarii are ageless and cannot decay.
Yep.
Okay.
Geez. Yes. As
Okay,
chat
okay.
says, they can still die. Like they can be killed, but nothing
Yeah,
natural is ever going to take them out.
Take a cue from one of
and
my
and
guilty
if they
pleasure.
and if they do
Guilty.
die, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna bring them back.
You do
But
have the ability to do that with time stuff. That will affect their psyches.
Correct. But Molly, Molly just think it's fine. Everything's gonna be fine, especially when she replaces large parts of their brains.
they are immortal unless killed.
Absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Alright, and then the second thing I want to do is I want to go to each of them and then undergo. I don't want to make this many tests, but just tell me what the test will be to do small object rewind to make all of their implants and stuff like that as good as the day they got them, minus all of the wear and tear and fatigue of battle.
Ooh. Don't think that will be doable with small scale rewinds just because
Oh,
of like the time limit on that being a year.
what about Mercy of Time?
Yep, that would absolutely do it. Obviously, all of their implants will fit into the cube.
Okay,
Cube.
so plus 10.
Uh,
Sorry, no, not plus 10, plus 0.
yep, -20 and then +20, so cancel out.
Yep.
Yep. All of your skittles are now as good as the day they were made.
Yep. And then she's gonna put her hand on the head of the servo skull of the guy that died to demons and say, I have not forgotten you, my good and faithful servant. Through even though dead, and while you have stepped into immortality, I will grant you even beyond that, so that you may be the eyes, ears, and the early warning for your brothers and sisters.
Are you doing anything power-wise with them?
I can't really do anything right now. It's just what she's telling him, because I need to get Well, Merzendi, I'm going to shove him full so much of human Necron technology you don't even know.
Oh boy.
Listen. This is a great idea. I now have my own immortal companions. Take that, God Emperor.
He will. He'll take all of them. He'll take them directly from you. Because he's a jerk like that.
Why do you make me? Why do you shove his soul back in me if he didn't want this to happen? Honestly, this is his fault.
Yeah.
Maybe he did it just so he could torture you.
Seems like a bad plan.
That is in character.
Damn, I was muted
Right.
when I made my joke. I was gonna say because the Emperor likes NTR. You need to have a soul
Yeah.
for that.
He's gonna put you in the chair and take all your femboys from you.
Yep.
Molly will congratulate her boys and her Skitarii. Congratulations, you're now immortal. The boys can't experience twink death.
I don't think they could anyway, because Mechanicus, but now they don't need horrible Botox shit for it.
And yeah, Molly gives her solemn vow that she'll strip the flesh of every single one of them, and they will become her eternal companions. And that's all I want to do.
Yeah. How delightful. uh,
What is a megalomaniac overlord without her Persian immortals?
true.
And you know, because
Huge
they're
and
all
true.
Mechanicus pilled, they're gonna be like, "Yay! Get rid of my flesh, mommy."
Yeah, as I said, that. I think you were AFK at the time, but there was cheering when Molly gave all
Of
that
course.
announcement.
This is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause.
Yeah, Molly's going to do to them what she did to herself. She's going to take them over the Crux Mechanicus, and then she's going to biotransfer them. You know, that way they keep a lot of the because when the Necrons went through biotransference, they were all fleshy, but because Molly underwent biotransference and she was already mostly a robot, a lot of my implants still work, like the gastronic implants, which means that I can actually eat food. I'm not sure if I can taste the food, but I can eat food. It
Yeah,
turns out if you're already mostly robot and then you jump into being all robot, it's a little bit easier. It would have been much easier if not for the God Emperor making me feel every moment of it.
Look, suffering builds character.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he told it. What's his name? Angron.
I mean, what he told Angron was, "Lol, too much effort. Go do your job, bitch."
Number one dad.
He was probably Polish.
No, he's
Ooh.
Turkish.
Like the God
Canonically,
Emperor or Angron? Because the God Emperor is from Anatolia. That's where he was born.
Suffering
canonically,
builds character. Suffering builds character.
Oh yeah, no,
Suffering builds
I know that
character.
meme. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know that meme.
Yeah.
canonically,
That's
canonically, the Emperor comes from Batman, a city in Turkey.
Hold on, I need to look up where in Turkey that is.
why. Probably in a
'Cause
cave.
no, there is an actual
Unfortunate,
city in Turkey called
unfortunately,
Batman.
that's too far to the southeast. That isn't in Anatolia. He's
Damn, that would have been so funny.
Like the Emperor would have been born in like the Karabukh region.
Racist fanboys gasping. The God Emperor is actually brown. Shock horror.
Well, yeah, he dated Chaos Chan.
All right. I suppose with Molly's nice cheery speech for her followers done, what's next, folks?
Whatever
know.
Captain Points tells me to, Helmet.
Yeah, we're going to the planet of meetings, which is like a day away, so full speed ahead towards
Yeah.
the nearest celestial body.
Yeah. Does anyone have any other RP things they wanted to do? I think Xiph,
I'm
you
getting.
mentioned something for if you saw Molly.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
about to get up and get a rattler.
Ah,
Merz, you want one?
yes, please.
All right. Remember to duck.
I mean, when he get back, so we could do the cute interaction.
I was
Hopefully
gonna
it's
say,
cute.
did the Filthy Xenos want an actual duel, or was he content with just backing up?
Does Gaston want to back off? How would a
Gaston
duel
has
work? Is it like the
Gaston
fucking
has no
back?
problem.
Go first.
Okay, Gaston has no problem fighting, but he is following orders of the captain. He said that
We could just
you're
shake
passable
hands.
and get to fucking Xenos germs of my proper lupine.
He's wearing armor. There will be no bearskin contact.
Also, for what it's worth, Gaston, the Filthy Xenos is the ship's chief medical officer, appointed as such by Jeanne.
I make sure you don't die. I run the blood drives. I've saved the head astropath several times.
I'm back.
And then intravenously fed her Xenocom.
And I also saved cats and pulled out a lot of shrapnel.
What's
Oh,
up?
if we're doing dueling pistols, I don't get to use my kitted out my pulse pistol.
Please don't
God, no, then
actually
you
kill
might
each
actually
other.
kill each other.
Just gonna use flintlocks.
They are polliners, Merzendi, but I wasn't able to get the glass, so they're canned.
Do it like
That's
Hamilton, 10 paces.
He just fucking what's the word again? Just fucking quick draw a fucking bolt like Cavalier, just shoot you with it.
I mean, if we want to do just a quick thing to see, this would be their first interaction. I mean, how Oz and Xip's friendship began was a sniping contest. Still tied. Oz beat the crap out of him at the firing range, but then Xiph sniped a bunch of snakes. Wild.
Oh no, that's heavy weapon. It has to be a basic. Okay. I quick draw a grenade launcher and fire a crack. Sump.
Okay, if you're using that, I
Are you
believe
guys
that
at least using dummy rounds?
I don't know what those are, but where's my rail rifle? We're bringing a grenade launcher.
The crack is single target, 3d10, 6 pen. No, sorry, it's 3. Let me check the
It should be
correct
2d10 plus
details.
4. Or plus
4.
six, one of the
Yes, there it is.
You guys are going to first
Explosive.
blood. You're going to first limb amputated.
Jeez. Do you guys want to actually duel over Xip's joke?
We do have a
You
resolution
can.
arena on the ship. It is a thing we
Yeah.
have.
At least duel to first blood.
We have a literal, like, ton of, like, ancient Terran dueling swords. And plenty of dueling pistols.
Xiph can't even scratch his own armor with a knife. Fucking swords is gonna be useless to him.
Yeah, and then also Xiph. I don't think Xiph knows how to use any of the regular dueling pistols.
If I had 150
Well,
XP to
sucks
spare,
to
I could have
suck,
got
loser.
exotic.
Well, Xiph, put the pointy end in the other guy.
Pistol training, universal, have with every type of gun.
I don't think Xiph
Gun
has.
pistols.
Every non-exotic, and unfortunately Xiph's a Xeno. So instead of pistol and whatever, he got Tau weapon training, which gives him training with all Tau guns.
Yeah, he actually doesn't
Yep.
know how to use any Imperial weapons, which is quite
Well,
funny.
I technically did use an M1 Grand when we were in that nightmare.
That was nightmare logic.
Yeah, but no, like if we actually used Xip's weapons on the table.
Well,
Hey,
you
you don't have
guys
to
should
print 'em.
talk and discuss terms. Also, Merz, you should move us to the ship map so we can see where everyone is.
The only thing Xiph would ask for is like, okay, if you win, we'll do whatever thing you want to do.
Oh.
But if I win, you have to call me by my name.
Oh, good God!
Big showdown.
I am the ship.
Yeah.
Like for this map, we can just make me small. Make it easier.
Oh, I am not here.
Bag yourself down.
You would normally be on the command bridge, but you can put yourself wherever you want for now.
Well, if we're actually doing the duel, we're not gonna talk it out.
No, here's
Yes.
the thing. Like the captain said, like, you're okay. You were allowed to do that. I'm like, yes.
So we don't. All right, then. We don't need to go to the resolution chamber.
Pussies.
Okay, so now I feel insulted and threatened.
I feel threatened under the great state of Texas. Bang 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 bang.
Stand my ground rules.
Standard ground rules would be if you had the actual property. It's not your property. It's castle dock. You're in the building.
I guess the next thing I'm gonna buy is gonna be exotic weapons training, just so I could fucking use Imperial weapons.
You don't need exotic for that. You need like the like regular weapons training. You bypassed it way back in your career. But anyway, now we have determined you aren't going to fight a duel that would either be humiliatingly one-sided or just to the horrible death. Xiph, I believe you had something you wanted to do with Molly.
Where is Molly on the map for effect?
She's in luxury passenger quarters.
I guess like walking down the hallway, Xiph will walk up. Is Molly in her 9-foot tall still spider form? Just bigger? Or is she walking on 2 legs?
She's in arachnid form.
Xiph takes his helmet off and says, "Whoa, John wasn't kidding. You're really blue, and you have not hair, but hair." And is she naked? Yes.
Yeah, it's just she's got living metal covering up her bits, basically indistinguishable from a body. Look at her art. Look at her art. You can see what she looks like.
I'm afraid.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
but
every time I look at the art, I look very disrespectfully. So I,
She's just
No, it wasn't.
cloaked in living metal. She hasn't shifted herself to have those parts right now.
like your hair are like wires or circuits. You still have that gold thing down the bottom lip too.
Still, I never had such a thing. Is there something you wanted?
So you're essentially like a Necron now, right?
No. The Necrons are what happens when the Necron tier were dragged in chains to the fires of biotransference. I
But you
am a unique being all on my own.
with Necron technology, right?
Hmm.
I mean, I
In some mention of the word, yes and no.
so you won't be doing Mechanicus stuff anymore, but Necronicus stuff.
I will continue to aid my dear friend in her venture. I will grasp all technologies that are lost. But if you are asking whether or not I consider myself still bound to the calcified fools of Mars,
You
then
already weren't.
no.
Yeah, you kind of made that clear before. You got the blow up both literally and figuratively.
Then why the question?
Just trying to make a cute joke, like Mechanicus stuff, and then replace the first part with Necronicus, because you're doing all Necron tech stuff.
I am not. Merzendi,
Yeah.
I want to use my reaction to cast Absolute Mastery Undo Movement and then move Xiph away from me.
Okay, I guess Xip's not also going to give you the gift that he also had.
You can do that, yeah.
I
I
roll against it.
no.
What if I
You are
ask?
still her ally, so it's just she can do that to you.
I am going to rewind him before he came down the hall. I'm just going to go into my room.
Yeah.
You do know that means the next time Xiph sees you, he's going to try and do the same conversation again, right?
I
No,
didn't.
it only undid your movement. It's as if you walked up to Molly, you had that conversation. She gave you a look, and then you were suddenly at the end of the corridor walking up to Molly, and she's walked into her room.
Xiph will shout, "Did you do that on me?"
The door's already closed.
Xiph just pouty face, like fucking like he's now happy. And he like takes out the case he
I'm
was
so
carrying. He's
sorry.
like,
That was just too good to pass up. It's so fucking
he's like,
funny.
and I was gonna give her the Necron rifle I got from Ashtec. She can do.
I'm pretty sure. Isn't that better for you though?
I would need exotic weapons trading and also
Don't
like
were
just
you talking
mathematic.
about? Weren't you talking about how you don't know what to spend any of your XP on? Just do that.
No, like crunching numbers and all the other stuff. My Fireblade pulse rifle is leagues better, like in terms of just
Yeah.
general viability. Like it's
As
not just
the
best quality; it has every attachment and a grenade launcher.
Speaking of which,
with
Miss
all
Andy,
the
did anything happen to
upgrades.
my weapons when I was biotransferred? Were they upgraded at all?
Oh god. Hmm.
Do you want to think about that after session?
I f-
Unless we get into combat.
yeah, I should probably do that now just in case.
We're not gonna
Gauze,
fight Toe
It's
Licker.
gauze accelerated plasma weapons.
all right.
It just works like the Iron Man nanotech suit in Infinity War. It just summons the weapons like that.
They
the,
are
the
inside of me.
yeah, the thing is, would it would be replacing them with a Necron equivalent.
Oh, okay. I don't know the Necron equivalent of a plasma cannon.
I I don't think
I-
there is a direct equivalent.
Is there a Gauss cannon?
Obliteration Gauss rail cannon.
Yes, there are Gauss cannons.
It's the
Like they're
armory
the stuff
Necron.
destroyers usually run around with.
Oh no, it's Enmitic. I wouldn't be able to use it. You have
Ah,
to, yeah, you have to be one of those kind of guys.
all right.
Maybe a relic Gauss blaster?
What's going to happen is
Oh wait, no, that's
scrub out the magazine size and reloads. They now have infinite ammunition for all of your weapons. Now have infinite ammunition
okay.
and can never jam.
Okay. Um,
And gain the Gauss quality, so Righteous Fury will trigger on a 9 or 10.
so reload undefined on all of them and
Yep.
clip.
Dash,
There's
dash.
no yeah. So is that what the Gauss quality does? It's just 9 or 10.
Yes, Righteous Fury triggers on 9 or 10.
Got it.
Oh, and you automatically confirm Righteous Fury.
I've also got the Aeon stave.
Yeah, the Aeon Stave continues as it was. It's
Yeah. It's I didn't take that in with me to biotransference. If you remember, I summoned it to my hands afterwards.
yeah. And even if you had taken it in, it's already Necron tech. It wouldn't have been modified.
So Gauss quality on everything. Gauss just means automatically confirms and then crits on a 9 or 10, right?
Yep. Do you know how to label stuff as critting on 9 or 10?
I do not.
Okay.
Where is it? Is it a special quality?
It's a thing you have to type into the damage stuff. Let me check if I've got this on my Necron stat blocks. I do not. Wait one.
Okay.
Here we are. Okay, so it would be like so where it's like 1 or 2d10, but like CS greater than 9 in there.
After the so like 1d10 plus 7 CS greater than 9.
No, just immediately after the d10s.
Okay. And then so it would be 1d10 CS greater than 9 plus 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just for safety's sake put the d10s and the CS in brackets.
Okay.
And I'm going to quickly check that works. Well, it does not break it, but
Did it work? Are we okay?
yours didn't roll a dice.
Huh? What?
Oh, you put it in square brackets. I was saying regular brackets.
Wait, regular brackets.
Yeah, like parentheses.
Uh, uh? Like that? Why?
Yes. It doesn't really make a difference either way, but that just I I find that easier to pass mentally myself. Okay, so Gaston, what are you attempting to accomplish with your scanning?
Nice first test, by the way.
Hedra?
You are muted.
Okay, they're not the best but not the best roll, sure. But at least got out of the way.
Would you like to spend a fate point to reroll that?
I don't think it's worth
Well, it's not a fail, but it can be better, right?
It could be a lot better.
it. There are, in fact, like 98 ways in which it could be better. Although, admittedly, there
Okay,
is
then I
one
will.
way it could be worse.
That's true. So I will try. So I will spend to reroll.
Yep.
Right?
Yes. So mark your current fate points down by 1, but don't touch your fate threshold.
Okay. So let's try scrutiny again with the same funky values.
Yep.
There
Oh
you go.
boy.
Oh, look at that.
So what are you trying to scan? What are you trying to get at?
Well, Savin said about if you want to take a peek by my guess about scanning the what unknown mass shadow is growing slow but inevitable.
All right.
And so I might see they believe it's tyranny. It's best case. You think it's way worse, so I'm trying to see what the fuck it is. So there's I guess a 10 on 111 degrees of successes.
Yeah. I'm going to DM you on Discord with what your scan result is.
A dichotomy of dice.
Blessed silence.
Yeah, so how's the weather in all your parts?
My brother's getting married Saturday.
Oh, congrats,
Oh,
Dan.
nice.
Yeah.
Let's see. It is 32°C outside Hedra.
Oh, nice and warm.
What's that in American?
90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually
Okay.
cooler today than it's been.
That's
It's
quite
been about
warm.
100.
Gaston, do you have Forbidden Law Xenos?
Let me check. Yes, I do.
All right.
But Alba, is he happy about getting married, or is it like shotgun wedding you're talking about?
Well, they
The
technically
baby has
have.
already happened.
Yep, my brother, before he could drink, age 20 years old, knocked up a woman 10 years older than him. They technically are
Based.
already married, but the official wedding ceremony is happening Saturday. It's been like
Ah,
a year. The baby's 10 months, so a bit over a year now.
so in other words, Marine.
No, he just went to Tennessee randomly one day without telling anybody.
Was it to hook up with this girl?
Nope. He just said, "Nah, I want to live somewhere else," and just went.
Fair enough,
I
I
mean,
He
suppose.
moved to a cheaper state and met someone.
Tennessee
Yep.
is incredibly green. I still love that. Sometimes I'll go and look at Bob's new property. It's very pretty.
He has. It looks like he's lost a bunch of weight, but that would just be because he's been moving around a lot. They just bought a house too.
All right, where is your scan result, Hedra?
Oh,
Oh boy.
well,
I take it's bad.
this. Well, the data isn't lying. The gravitational distortion is that of a Ternit. 27 travel.
Right.
Problem is the size of it.
How big?
It's not a big, it's multiple. So this is a hive. What's the name of those
Hi, Fleet.
hive arms?
Space
Yeah.
Hulk?
Splinter Fleet.
This is a
Aren't they?
splinter fleet.
Oh, okay. I thought they were called tendrils.
This is one somewhere in the estimates between 10 to 20 kilometers in size. Several smaller, around maybe 4 to 5 of them. That's about 5 kilometers. A substantial number between, around 25 or so smaller or more at 1 to 2 kilometers.
How big was the biggest one you said?
Uh, between 10 to 20, it's the gravitational distortion. This is hard to pin out, but between that, 10 to 20.
How much explosives do we have?
We have plenty of munition for our cannons, but we can't take on that number of vessels. We'll be overwhelmed.
Everything gets more and more fucked.
Honestly, this is a better outcome than one single massive planetoid-sized Tyranid.
I will
Like
say this, that we are not picking up at this range. You cannot detect any smaller, say, fighter craft size ones.
Of course, and they probably wouldn't be deployed anyway. Someone... No, I suppose I ought to do it. I'm going down to the library to look at something. I'll be back in a minute. Good work, Aston. Jeanne will clap your shoulder.
Merci, mon capitaine.
Merz, I would like to consult the books.
What would you like to look up?
What is the largest human-made ship in record?
Oh, that would be the Phalanx.
Okay. About how big is that? Like 20 kilometers-ish? Bigger? Smaller?
That's the Phalanx is bigger. But also that's like a purely unique vessel.
Yeah. Also more of a space station than a ship, per se.
Yeah. It straddles the line because it's a mobile station and it's warp capable in its own right. So it's
Is it
the
bigger,
live-
fancier, starbase Ramil's?
it is Rogel Dawn's headquarters, and
Was
now the eternal home of the Imperial Fist chapter.
was it built by Rogodorn or was it from
No.
the Dark Age of technology?
It was discovered, repaired, and brought back into function by Dawn.
Ah,
But
okay.
It was
Listen, I wouldn't put it past
although
Rogodorn to
actually-
just
hold
build
on.
a flying space station.
In another account, it was in fact built by Rogel Dawn.
Of course.
It does seem like something Rogodorn would do. He's just like, I want a fortress, and I want to fortify, but I want it to move.
Yeah,
I am
it is
fortifying
the
this
Dornest
location.
thing in existence.
What what Jean's research would get is it was brought into operation by Rogel Dawn. It is unknown if he constructed it wholesale or if it was built upon a prior structure.
Right.
The let's see. Goddamn, I'm trying to get a decent size on the next biggest thing.
Hey, the Imperator Somnium was the
Isn't
size
that-
of a Terran orbital plate, which is like a floating continent.
They don't actually give sizes for the orbital plates, do they?
Outstanding.
Yeah, they house untold millions, but like you can house untold millions in like a 20-kilometer circle if you build them densely enough. Yeah. Say the largest imperial vessel known be below the Phalanx. They are the three flagships of the Emperor: the Bucephalus, the Imperator Somnium, and well, there's a third one that apparently exists, but fuck if the article talking about them names it.
Oh boy.
The Imperator Somnium and the Bucephalus are both incredibly large. They were larger even than the great Gloriana battleships. Indeed, it is written, the Bucephalus was so vast, it generated its own gravitational gradient.
Hmm. Do my archives say what happened to Zebucephalus? I know what happened to the Imperious Somnium, but I don't know if John would necessarily.
They were lost in the wars.
Hmm. But the Emperor certainly had access to ships of that size at some point in the past.
Yes.
Okay.
If Gaston's estimate of 10 to 20 kilometers is right, that lines up with the Gloriana super battleships, the flagships of the Primarchs.
Yep. Yep.
And
Yep.
gravitational distortion can make numbers more complicated. It may be a little larger or a little smaller. And certainly if it's a little larger, then that may fit with your crackpot theory. It may be something to the scale of the Imperator Somnium or the Bucephalus.
I return.
Alright. Cool story, bro. John's gonna read that, nod, grimace, return to bridge.
Do you think you need to make a willpower roll to avoid panicking?
I mean, Jean's been expecting it something like this for a while now, so I think this just puts her in the grim determination of, okay, well, this timeline's fucked. I will if you want to, but I think Jean's had enough time to cope with this being the probability.
I think I'll ask for one. I'm not going to inflict insanity on you.
Okay.
I know you're. If I talked about that, you'd just turn a fate point on. So no bloody point.
Right. Any modifiers?
Let's have a +10.
Okay. Nice, even
This is
keel.
both scary and you are, you have been preparing for this. Preparing mentally, I mean.
Okay, little panic.
Yeah. So, what this means, I'm going to leave up to you to roleplay, but, yeah, you are... When you return from the library, Jean's a bit freaked out by her theorizing. That may be detectable by others, but yeah, it's up to you to how much.
So I take we're not in a good situation.
I mean, that was evident days ago.
I mean, even more so. Or, like, worse than we could imagine.
I had a worst case scenario in mind. I believe Gaston's readings make that a much higher probability. That's all. It is evident to the bridge crew the captain is sweating a little bit, but she is certainly putting on the face of keeping calm. That
Well,
said,
what is the plan then?
if we can put some more speed in our engines, that would be great.
Do you need a roll for that?
Uh,
Fortunately, that is engineering's job.
yeah.
Although we do have a different explorator than Molly down there now.
I'm
Oh,
also
there
good at
was
tech use.
always a different one than Molly
Yep.
for your chief engineer.
I've never been your chief engineer, but I have helped out.
Yeah. But in this case, we have Croizer's bro on the ship at the moment.
Ooh, let me see. Yelton Regulus Nova 8, yeah. That is a tech use test, I do believe.
Yes, let me see what modifiers there are, if any. Oh, they took away the big thing that shows you all the ship actions on the top. That's a bit of a shame.
Oh, if you click the extended actions button, it shows them. You then just have to hover over to
Where is that button?
flank speed. It's like immediately underneath crew population. It's like extended actions with a
Yes, of
circle
course.
next to it. Yeah. So flank speed is a
Plus 0 tech use.
Yep. If he fails this, however, the engine. Well, if he fails this too hard, however, the engines will get bugged.
Well, surely he won't dick it up for us, right? I think Jeanne, in her panic state, is certainly willing to accept the risk. At the hope that, yeah, see, it's fine.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, interstellar travel time does have a minimum of 1 day.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah. You are going to get there, like, a little sooner. It's shaving off a couple of hours. That's all.
Every little bit helps. Mer's question, I don't remember the answer to this. Is Katz aware of Jean's, dark voyage reason for coming out here? Cannot remember if I've told her.
I think she knows.
Okay. And yeah, during the...
I need to be right back and use the restroom before you do that.
Fair enough.
Occasionally, that dream has recurred. These stars are slightly different, but always they point to this sector, even if not to the exact same place in it.
Yeah. So, Jeanne is going to take Kitty aside a bit after she finishes her cup of tea. Off to her ready room. So, I have a pretty good idea what one of those ships is. Remember when I mentioned the vision I had that led me out here?
Yeah. The idea of seeking salvation.
Yes. Except, as we've explored this sector, I've become more and more convinced that salvation is not a concept, not an idea, not a thing or a place. It's a person. Someone connected directly, I believe, by blood, to the Emperor. And the reason the stars are always different when that dream recurs is because they have a ship. They move around. I think that ship is out there in the gravity well, the mass shadow.
You think it's coming to us?
Yes. And my concern is that it has been corrupted by the Great Devourer or something worse.
If it is tied to the God Emperor, it could not be, surely.
I don't know. Something's wrong in space and time here. Things are fading in and out that shouldn't be, haven't been, could still be. We've seen things on that planet that we just left from the future, from different pasts that contradict each other. This system is a melting pot of timelines. This could be a version of salvation from one in which the Emperor lost the great heresy, or all of humanity was devoured by the Tyranids.
I find that hard to believe, Jeanne.
I do too, but the data Gaston just gave us, the largest ship in that fleet matches the Emperor's personal ships from the Great Heresy. And while we were on those Eldar ships, I heard his voice talking about salvation again, that it was coming here to us, that all hope was lost. I think that's an echo from one of these dark doom timelines.
Hmm. It is a concerning thought, at the least, but you must not dwell on it. If it is, as you say, a doomed echo, then it is not the salvation you are here to find.
Oh, I know that. That's not what worries me, what concerns me. My fear is that this is our one chance to learn what it is, who it is, perhaps even where in our timeline we can find him or her. But the risk of it, Louise, there's so many of them and so strong. If they catch us, there may not be any way to get out of that. I don't think even the Necrons, their ships here, could stand up to it. But is it worth the risk?
That's your decision, Jeanne. You're Lord Captain, but my advice... Yes, my advice is to try it. We can't win if we don't try. If we just leave now, we'll most likely there will be another opportunity, but it will be just as risky. And we'll be facing this same choice again. Here, now. Just take it when it is first available, before it gets any worse.
Right. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Good. If we're lucky, the Necrons might be able to distract some of its escorts while we get a look at this thing. That itself poses another problem. I'm sure that Cryptech will be just as interested in salvation as I am. The power it could offer him. No, I'm sure with what resources he has here, he'll be overwhelmed. He has no chance of capturing their flagship. Well, there's just 3 light cruisers, a light cruiser and a couple of raiders. Right, we can do this.
Perhaps if they gather a whole fleet, they might, but we have no idea how far the Necron Armada is distributed.
If there even is one, it could all just be so much rubble in the sky.
Yeah, very true.
Alright, then when that thing shows itself, we'll give it the old try and see what it truly is. And then we run like hell for that sun. Because if this thing exists here, I want this timeline to end as soon as we can. It should not exist. It must not exist.
So, what then is the plan for that?
My hope is that when we deal with the Soul Killer, however that works, this whole star system will collapse in on itself. It's been ravaged too badly by time, and without the alien god propping it up, it'll just... Jeanne pushes her hands together like she's crunching a soda can. If not, then we'll have to find some way to get rid of it. This... what's here can't be allowed to exist. Not just those Tyranids, but everything we've seen on the City of Equals. If the Tau got their hands on it, or hell, any Imperial faction, it would destabilize everything.
Oh, if it goes squish, we will be caught in the middle of that.
Jeanne just smiles at that. That's where you're wrong, at least I hope. That girl I buried the other day, Meg. She gave us an out, at least I think, but that will be up to Molly to make real. But I think it'll work. I hope it will work.
Well, I don't see a better choice. So,
We make it
let's
happen.
dance on the edge of death once again.
Jeanne will smile, nerves calmed for now. Give Kitty a wink. Give her a hug. Then straighten the old uniform and go back on the bridge.
All right. So, it's still a few hours out, and you had a long day, all of you. Should probably there's with the acceleration, there probably isn't time for a full sleep, but you should probably all try to grab at least what rest you can before you reach.
I can't sleep anymore.
Yeah, but you don't need to. The others are in danger of getting fatigue if they, stay up too long.
Look, I figured when I took Kitty up to my bed, I was also going to go to sleep after. It's been a whole day.
Sorry, I did not know that because I had something for you when you went to sleep.
Oh, well.
Has
Listen.
Xiph moved into Xip's room yet?
Merzendi, this
Yeah.
is just a good of 5 hours of Dagoth Wave on repeat.
Oh, sweet Naravar.
But this will in fact go for all of the human characters when they eventually sleep.
Wait, and transhuman?
No.
Alright.
When they sleep.
Could I get willpower tests from the humans when you sleep? Xiph, you can attempt this at a -20.
Of course.
Sorry, you're not human, so that makes it.
Can I ask Mommy Greater Good to help?
No.
So that's
Does failing need to be just avoid insanity?
willpower.
Hey, let's go!
Oh, hey.
Nice.
Slid
I was
right
gonna
under
ask-
the wire.
Xiph was about to have a nightmare, but then his face pressed right against Kalchev's boobs. Like, Kalchev
Goth.
rolls on top of him.
Russian goth mommy milkers saved the day once again.
So soft.
Okay,
Petra, you were trying to ask something?
Yes, I was gonna ask what sort of willpower thing that would be, because I have several things that affects my willpower rolls.
In this case, it's just going to be unmodified.
Okay, I resist mind control or interrogation. So none of that.
Yeah, this is not mind control or anything. This is
Well, no
just,
fear.
this is essentially a test to remember a dream.
Okay. And no modifiers.
Alright.
Does Xiph still have the dream, or we're gonna go with the meme I just said?
If it's for just
Zip's
for
going to have the dream.
Oh, good.
For remembering the dream, I will pop a fate point to see if I can do better.
Yeah, I
Right.
was
Uh,
thinking the
but
same here.
nope. It's Jeanne
I will as
is
well then.
buried in kitty titties. Don't need none of this shit in my life.
Yeah. Who else?
Wow.
That's even worse. Oh,
No,
I
no.
will
You see,
spend
Oz
fate.
remembers a dream, but it's a completely different dream.
Mhm.
He just dreams about getting pegged by John.
Alright.
God.
Oh no.
No. No,
So,
nothing.
give me a few to talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to type some things up. Uh,
Let me talk about the stuff. They're all asleep.
I mean, true. You can talk out of character though, so we aren't just sitting in silence.
So,
I bet it
Claire
was a cool dream
Obscure,
too.
Expedition 33. Fucking get it.
No, thank you.
It
I
is.
appreciate the recommend though. I know everyone likes it, but I just maybe I'll eventually get it. But
If that's the case, I
Too
would get it on
French.
sale. Okay, it is so fucking French. I am not allowed to progress in
oh
the
no no
story
no no!
without Merz, because Merz is like backseating for me. Or it's a
I am
it's a
playing.
it's a it's a partnership. I have to constantly ask her, what does this mean? What does this mean? Because they do speak in French along with the English.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the Steam Summer Sale so I can get Dark Souls 2. And then that will be the last of the Souls games on PC that I haven't 100%ed.
Technically, there are 2 Dark Souls copies you can get. Are you just gonna get
I
Scholar of the
already
First Sin?
uh I'm just going to buy the Scholar of the First Sin version.
It's the
Because
intended.
that was the only one that I 100% did Prepare to Die edition
Yeah.
for Dark Souls 1, and then I downloaded Dark Souls Remastered. I'm just fucking about, but I don't think I'm gonna 100% that. I already did everything. Um but when Dark Souls 2 came out, I rented it from Blockbuster and got bored after a week because it was just dudes in armor and it just wasn't that fun to me. So I just put it down for some other thing I was doing at the time. And I was also moving around and working. I think at the time I was a groundskeeper. So it
Yeah.
was a lot of going out. And so I just got so bored of just everywhere I went. It was just guys in armor. It wasn't as fun for me as Dark Souls 1. But I'm thinking now that I'm older, I might appreciate it more. And I've never
Is
done
it
the DLC.
is a very humanoid based version of the Souls games. DLCs are really good.
I
I
got.
do
I,
recommend though, if you when you do play it, there is a change I highly recommend doing is there's a setting in the INI files you have to do because for some reason the movement in Dark Souls 2 is completely different. They have snap points instead of 360-degree movement.
okay.
So it
I don't remember. It's been that long.
it's a bit fucky, the movement in Dark Souls 2.
So I'm going to go back and then 100% that when the Steam Summer Sale comes out. But I know that everyone's been really enjoying the Frenchiest game ever made. I know Josh Strife
Yeah.
Hayes really likes it.
It. Well, like I can't speak about the gameplay because I haven't been the one playing it, but like the writing is very good, and not just the story, but like the character writing. It's
The music is really good. I know that for a fact because I've listened
Oh
to it.
yeah.
yeah.
And that was just some guy he found online. So, yeah.
Smart.
Like I remember watching an interview with I watched an interview with the guy the other day. And he was saying, "Yeah, so what he'll do is sometimes he'll send me stuff. He's like, I did this. It doesn't sound very good, and he'll be like, and it would be, and it's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard in my life." So yeah, listen, I am very much glad that like whenever indies really pull off a good like a dark horse and an ensemble dark horse, I really like stuff like that. So yeah, I hope they get Game of the Year. Everyone's been really enjoying it.
If there was any further proof that the game devs in Ubisoft are being oppressed and held back, that game is proof because most of
Oh
them
yeah, I
are
forgot.
ex-Ubisoft
Yeah,
devs.
it's just like 3 guys that were like, "We hate it here."
Yeah. Like, I can't say enough. Like, I didn't. It takes a lot for me, like, to get a little teary-eyed. Like, I mean, it's gonna be really hard to beat Shadowbringers and Walker for me in FF14. I was sobbing like a fucking child. But
There's a
the
reason why I'm not playing the DLCs for that. Not the further expansions. Yeah, Yoshi P gave me like the one of the best meals of my life, and then asked if I wanted dessert, and I was like, "No, man, I'm good.
Very
I'm
fair.
full. I'm full."
yeah, no. Specific. God, like, I have no problem admitting I was crying like a fucking bitch at some of the moments there. And then it gets harder when like this one soundtrack plays. Then again, I'm just emotionally susceptible to piano music in general.
Yeah,
So,
Endwalker and Shadowbringers were very good. Endwalker
yep.
was probably the best like ending for any MMO I have ever played in my life, and not just MMOs, but it was also a really, really good story, just for a
10 years.
regular RPG. So
Yeah. I do not blame anybody if they just stop there. That is an excellent stop point.
that's why I stopped. I stopped at the I did it. For people that are haven't played it yet, I won't spoil, but I did the thing that I had been trying working towards since the first game, and I was just like, wow, this is one of the best stories I've ever told, and I'm going to keep it there because I don't want this feeling to be ruined.
Like, for as much as I did enjoy Dawn Trail, I do think it's inferior to Shadowbringers. But no, I could totally see somebody just dropping the game after that, and I would fully be like, no, but yeah, that's okay. Like,
Listen, if they ever do the thing that WoW did, where they reboot the whole series and start with like classic, I'll come back to play the story again, but I don't want any more of the story after that.
problem with that idea is that the FF14 you play, I play, that we all play, is actually the reboot already.
Oh, I know, but the first one was terrible and no one talks about it.
Hey,
Although
Well,
Alba.
history
Hedra
perspective.
was actually not only in the original one, but she has her name on like the list of heroes that fought.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
And she has the neck tattoo on the back.
yeah. I was talking with
Which,
Hedra about this. She was in the original game and then fought like the end times, and the end times happened, and then the reboot came. You can find her character's name on the wall.
I'll go look for it.
Hey, Alba.
Were you
Or
someone? Were you
Allah?
one? What?
Is it Ala or Albaba? But I don't know.
I don't
It's
know
like
why
a
that.
girl.
I told Savin to fucking change that, but no. It's just say Allah.
Okay. Hey, Ala.
Yeah.
Whispers falling silently.
Shut. No, stop. No, not doing that now. We could gush about the story. The story later.
That was good. I also did all the mounts before I quit, so I have basically all of the boss mounts. My favorites are still the doggos.
Your Great Kamui Wolf is cool.
I like the doggos and I like the cats.
I do
I
like.
have fat cat. I have fatter cat. I need
Yeah.
fattest cat.
Yeah, but isn't Fattest Cat a purchase thing? I haven't purchased anything from the store other than
Yeah,
I purchased a Fantasia once.
fatter cat is the fly mount you buy. Yes.
Mars and I still need to get hitched in FF14 so we can get the wedding bird. That is a two-person mount, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Man, this is a really long dream.
I'm typing slightly different. Oh. I'm typing
making it.
different
You're
things for
making it.
different people.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were just typing it to me because I'm the only one who succeeded.
Yeah, but you're not the only one who gets something.
Yeah. You
Merzendi,
also
what
probably
would
have
have
to dumb
happened if
mine down.
what would have happened if they rolled a 69?
Nice.
I,
I
I,
still
I can't
say
tell
that
you.
should be an automatic success.
Well, listen, if I had rolled a 69, this thing has been called Jeanne's promised husband for a reason, let me tell you.
I thought John was gay.
Shush.
She is.
You're gay.
Look, just because the captain sleeps with a woman and has a lesbian pride flag pin on her lapel doesn't mean she's gay. How dare you?
Does that mean like
She's
when?
bi.
Does that mean when Katz wants to be like kinky, she doesn't put on a maid uniform, she puts on a butler uniform? She knows that.
I mean, cats would
Oh,
look excellent in a butler outfit, let's be honest.
bon monsieur, how can I help you today? Like a spot of tea?
No, it's French, remember?
Oh,
Like-
Katz is German.
Oh,
She's from before the house moved to Fantasy France, or Space France, rather.
Some of my accent stuff isn't really good. One time I tried to do a Valley Girl accent in a different campaign, and it came out as just
Why?
Southern Belle. So,
Because it
Oh,
was
I
to
would.
tease one of the other players. It is just an alternate universe version of one of their characters.
so
And
I decided to
therefore,
make. I tried to
yeah.
make them a bimbo, but
I am so excited to play a bimbo in Scow's next game.
I can't believe you're betraying me
I
at the final hour.
didn't do anything. I was just saying it makes
What?
me think about it.
What final hour?
Also, yeah, it's like a year until that fucking campaign starts.
my camp game I was in Tuesday game.
Tuesday.
Friends and my other lover. I probably for the unfortunate rest of the party, I probably made all the combat encounters more difficult with the stunt I pulled.
I mean, to be
Hooray.
fair, after hearing your Eldritch Knight story, you probably make it more difficult just by your presence adjusting CR up.
I mean, they did say that I am concerningly creative because I'm better at 5e stuff, and the only class I don't have troubles with is monk, which is why I'll try and play monk as much as possible. I was playing Way of 4 Element. I'm playing
Alright,
Way of
there
4
are your
Elements monk.
dreams, everyone.
Yay!
Got Air of the Unbroken Fist, and I decided to pop every single one of my key points into the ability. I did 8d8 damage.
Yay!
And it was automatic crit because they were paralyzed.
Except it wasn't a crit because that power doesn't crit.
You dream of getting filled full of eggs, Sean.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Absolutely fucking impregnated in every hole by Tyranids.
Alright. Give you all a minute or two to read those and hopefully understand them.
Jeanne is
I
probably
don't
going
expect
to...
you to understand most of these. Well, actually, I expect you to understand most of these. I don't expect the one that actually matters to be understood, unfortunately.
Jeanne probably, sits straight up in a cold sweat, breathing hard.
Xiph does, and no, he's glad that he mentioned the writing in a journal for God stuff, because he's going to think that's that, and he's going to write down his dream in vivid detail, like while it's still fresh. Probably accidentally wakes up Calchev doing this.
Oh no, Kalchev is well. I need to make tests for your important NPCs.
Yeah. Oh boy. Do Jeanne and Kitty both wake up in a cold sweat?
All right.
Fucking Jesus.
Kitty wakes up screaming.
That's gonna play hell on your ears.
Okay, Jeanne's not much better off.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
And I'll test for the twins too.
well, gee. Yay! Kitty could re-roll that. It's pretty bad.
She could, but she's not going to.
Okay, you're mean.
Yes. Let's go with one set of people at a time. So, Xiph and Kalchev. Yeah.
Zev like sits straight up, like literally just like fucking rolls out of bed, like slams his head on a nightstand or something, and gets to his desk, lights candles, is like, why can't there just be a fucking lamp? And we'll just start frantically writing
Oh,
in his
Xiph,
new leather-bound journal.
you don't need to light candles. Room is nicely illuminated by Kalchev's etheric glow.
Does she usually do that?
Boing.
No, she only does that when she's channeling power.
Ziff is
Is
going.
laying in bed, sweat pouring off of her, and glowing with harsh light.
Ziff's like, God, no, 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 we're
You know,
not doing this again.
actually, Zeph. No, no, she's not bleeding or anything. She's just. Uh, Zeph, could you make me a perception test?
Flat perception, no modifiers.
Awareness or scrutiny. You could use either of those instead, I think.
No modifiers.
No modifiers.
I'm gonna buy in.
Alright, a success is all you need. I'm going to message you. There you are.
Okay, that's fucking ominous.
Mm.
Oh, Ziff, we'll go to Kalchev, and it's like, oh fuck, don't start bleeding from the
She
pores, or something. Like
she
gently tries to shake
reaches
her.
up and grabs your hand. Zeph, something. I
I
saw
kn-
something.
so did I. So did I. I know. But you gotta calm down. You're channeling your powers, and not in a, I don't think, a good way.
Yet she will attempt to focus and harmlessly discharge.
Ziff is like cradling her.
Successfully.
13,
The
lucky
glow,
number.
the glow fades, and the room around you warms. Though you But in the last light of Kalachev's glow, you will see the walls of the room are covered in frost.
Glad that fuck. Xiph will reach over to Kalchev's nightstand and will give her do we call it an amulet? The thing I gave her?
Necklace.
Gives her the necklace so she can like hold it and gently puts a blanket around her while Xiph goes to his desk and starts frantically writing down everything he remembers, along with a few annotations about how it may correlate to what he saw in Kalchev.
Alright.
And he does he he's not going to be specific of why like he stopped comforting. Xiph is going to assume that Kalchev knows what Xiph is doing. Probably knows him well enough at this point.
Yeah.
He
Uh,
did say he saw something too.
uh, After a couple of minutes, she will come over, grab like either another chair or if there isn't one like a footrest or something to sit on, just so she can lean against Xiph while he writes.
It's okay, I'm here. Alright? What's gonna happen while I'm here with you?
Now, moving on from Xiph, Gaston, do you have any particular reaction to your dream?
Wake up, blink, look around. Check the time it is.
You've been asleep for probably 5.5 hours. You aren't due to arrive at the planet, and you aren't needed on duty for another 4.
Well, I get up and prepare anyway. Going to have a report this to the captain.
All right. Could you
Going to
type
prep.
in the Roll20 chat? What you don't have to do full details, just roughly what your report would be.
What? What I would.
Like what your report is, like that you're sending to Jeanne.
We're going to deliver it to the captain personally.
Okay, if you're delivering it personally, then never mind. You can get yourself ready to go and do that. And meanwhile, we'll hop on over to Oz and the twins. Oz, I think you wake up screaming, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Zeph. Elizabeth is I sweating horribly, looking freaked out. Honestly, she looks scared of you. Lenore is just she's going to try to calm you down.
It's a dream.
Just a dream. Just a dream.
God, that was horrible. Oof, that's horrid omen.
Worst we've had since Liz's voice trails off. She's still looking at you, no longer with the affection and that she had even last night. She's looking at you like you're a monster. Like you're dangerous, like she shouldn't be this close to you.
Oh no. Oh God. The, the guilt in his face.
What did Dream Me do?
I think
It's not even about what his dream, what he did in her dreams. She might have seen the things he's already done. Given what the
and I think
description I was just given.
with you looking guilty, I'll make a test for her again. She just slips out of the bed, grabs her jacket, and without fully dressing herself, just leaves your quarters.
Oh.
Len will just looks confused as she goes, and then you Oz, are you okay?
I have no idea. I think I'll be fine, but ooh, it was horrible.
You should. I. You saw something, right?
Yeah.
I did too.
What did you see?
I. I saw lights.
Yeah.
Lights that shifted and changed, and I. I don't know. I can't make sense of it.
Just felt
It.
like it.
It felt like the God Emperor.
Yeah. It felt like it was judging me harshly.
Oh.
Yeah, that sums it up.
Yeah, I think that's where we can close that scene. And move on to Jeanne
Po-
and Cats.
Oh, Ceiko killed Paul Blart?
Alright, so
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
Okay.
Seiko had a Rambo incident.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. So, Jean, you were
Just bolting upright in a cold sweat, eyes wide like a deer's.
and Katz is waking up screaming.
Well, I mean, if she's gonna scream, I think John's just gonna scream too. That just sets her off. Just hold Kitty scrim.
All right. I'm going to say you can establish the cuddle, but I'm going to need you to make an opposed strength test.
Oh no.
She's freaking out bad.
Alright. Would it perhaps be weapon skill to grapple her?
No, like you
Oh,
can like I said, you can establish the grapple for free. This
That-
is yeah, she thrusts you off and away. She's just crawling towards. She's still screaming herself hoarse, her eyes wide in her head. She's crawling towards like the nightstand where like her pistol is.
That's not particularly good.
the reality is there's just no fear in John's mind of Kitty. She's like, oh no, are we under attack or something? So, yeah, John's just gonna deep breath, stop screaming. Luis, what did you see?
Uh, could you make a uh, where your phrase, where you're saying that is nice and comforting? Could you try to make a charm roll to try to get through to her?
Sure,
You are
Chief.
currently looking at needing 7 degrees of success.
Oh boy. Well, that's at least possible.
Yeah.
I'm not wearing
Or
that.
actually, sorry, is it 7 or 6? I need to check her. Okay, yes, it's 6 to meet, 7 to beat.
Alright, and then I know I have a peer for Kitty, so. Wow. Terrible. I guess I'll go ahead and re-roll that.
Alright.
This fucking, I don't want to do all that math again. There. That's 8.
Okay. Yes. So you can get her to at least stop screaming and stop going for the gun for now. Turns to you, covered in sweat, hair wild, eyes almost bulging out of her skull.
I don't think John's looking much better.
Yeah. I saw him. Him on Terra. I saw him.
Yeah?
He said the only salvation is death.
Yeah, that tracks. Remember what I said earlier. time, this, this place, this timeline that's bleeding through. It's not unlike what I heard on the Eldar ship. It's not him, it's not our Emperor. Something's changed, something's different. This is one from a dark timeline talking to us. The fact that he's talking to anyone who isn't me is proof enough of that. Something's wrong.
Can you make... now I'll give you the choice of either charm or command.
Technically command is better, so I guess I'll roll that.
Yep. Every your roll will give Kitty a bonus on her willpower. So every DOS will be a +5. So
okay. Jesus, I'm just rolling in the 80s today.
yep. So she can make the willpower now with a +30. This time, if she fails, she will be, using fate.
Yeah. Okay. Atta girl.
Yeah. You seem to get through to her. And she takes a shuddering breath. Yeah. All right. All right. It wasn't him. Something. Some monster pretending to be something that should never be.
Yeah, something that should never be. That can't be allowed to be. Donald, slowly approach Kitty and try and just take her into arms.
This time she'll allow it.
We're gonna make this right.
Will cause
I'm gonna fix this.
emergency meeting.
I just need you to trust me. I will get us through this.
Of course I trust you, Jeanne. I just... It felt exactly like what I thought he would be like.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard the real one, and now I've heard this one, and they're not the same. This is like a chorus of voices. Right?
Like... Oh, it was one voice. One voice, but it... What? Wait.
Like it was young
She
and
is
old at the same
going
time?
to make another willpower test. Oh, actually, no. She's going to make an intelligence test.
I will assist her on this one, since I can see her thinking.
Would you also like to throw Lord Captain bullshit at her?
That's what I was doing. If I can also just help her normally, that'd be great.
Yes.
Alright, then 20.
She'll fate it.
Kitty, why are you a dumbass? And I know why, but... Atta girl.
It was like one person speaking with many voices. One will spread across many bodies, many minds. One singular purpose, just not all in one.
That is exactly what I was afraid of. But yeah, that makes sense.
Jean, about this time your datapad is going to start beeping.
Oh god, the rest of the crew. Shit.
Mm.
Um,
So, just for record keeping, please reduce your crew population by 1 and your crew morale by 1d10.
Oh.
Hooray!
Alright.
Is the
I
one from
know.
just suicides?
Alright.
Or just riding.
Okay. The pride is, as ever, indomitable.
Yeah.
You should take pride in that.
I do. I always take pride in my crews.
You know, Oz. Actually, this isn't a question for Oz. This is a question for Winter.
Yeah.
In the face of that dream, and in the face of one of the women who had, you know, previously been professing like just straight up love to him, running away scared of him. How tempted is Ozcar Ceiko to give oral to one of his firearms?
Phrase
Not
it like
really,
that.
no.
Roll a d4.
Okay,
I mean, he had the other one comforting him. It's
yeah.
It's a pacifier, I swear.
Alright,
yeah, that was whoa.
yeah, that was a rough time for him.
It's one
It
way to
was a
get
rough
an
time
iron
for him,
supplement.
but it's like that was a way to phrase it.
And be one way to get your iron supplement.
Well, I can say from own experience that gun oil doesn't taste really good.
It does not.
No. And it takes
It
forever to
smells.
get out of your mouth.
Yes, it
Here's the thing,
does.
it takes forever. Yeah. You can,
It
even with
smells
any
really good.
toothpaste.
Yeah, it smells really good, but you are going to be tasting that for a while.
Yeah.
If Jeanne
And
puts out a report,
mouthwash.
I'm sure. Fair enough.
Anyway, so yeah, Jean. Suppose around the time you've got Kitty calmed down, you're looking at your datapad, you'll get like a little ring on the doorbell of your private quarters.
Oh boy. Jeanne will throw on her night robe and trudge over there. Well, probably more like a jog, really.
Alright. Gaston, I believe you wanted to deliver your report personally.
Yes, as soon as doors open and stand in attention. Pardon, mon capitaine, for disturbing you.
No, it's quite alright. Bad dreams?
I cannot say if they were bad or not. They were strange.
Jeanne is just gonna wave you in.
Merci. Just it's
Pardon,
in
pardon the state of me. I just had one hell of a nightmare.
oh. So whatever this was is
It's not
ship-like.
just you, yes. It's My datapad is blowing up with notices from people who, much like you, I imagine, have had some sort of dream, though it appears to be different from person to person. What did you experience?
You stands and starts reciting it. As I fell asleep, I was dreaming, and then there was a light. It was very bright, very brilliant. It's almost to say beautiful. It was spreading around, and to say it was reaching the light everywhere, every corner, everything in my sight and dream. And that's it. Do not remember, sadly, anything else. But the fact that it was such a vivid and very light.
That tracks with what Kitty and I saw. Go to the
Well,
rest of the Vanguard
I've,
for me. See if you can corroborate what they saw.
Yes, though it seems that your light was a little bit worse than mine.
I have a
I've felt
stronger
of.
connection, I suppose.
We won't copy that. I shall go down and take notes on by your leave.
I'll give you a pat on the back. Go flop down on the couch. Start
Yep.
answering
Well,
these bajillion, like the whole conversation. You probably just heard John's datapad going ding, ding, ding,
One of them
ding.
being the message I just typed out.
And Jeanne is actually just gonna call Xiph.
If arrives a little bit later.
I meant on the phone.
Oh, okay. As if let me go back sitting in my chair over here then.
Back in the chair, boy.
Xiph will answer. I take that happened to everybody.
It seems so. Did you experience anything?
Both me and Kalchev. Kalchev did not take it well.
Is she okay?
I stopped her from exploding the room or flash freezing it, but she's a bit shook.
Oh, thank God.
The whole room is covered in frost. I gotta turn the heat up. But I remember every detail of my dream. What about you?
Just flashes of light, growing bright and fading, and screams.
I could hear Xiph scribbling some down. Well, that's one thing that connected light. Everything if I could divide, to put simply, my dream was about a light being attacked by darkness, a void. About to, when they combine together, it's not light, it's more cold. It's static and uncaring. But part of the light got away. It was still everything it wanted to be before. And it started running away till, I guess a comparison would be a maze of mirrors. Every time it turned and ran, it was at another dead end. surrounded by imperfect reflections of itself, probably lingering damages from that cold white thing it almost was.
Oh
Eventually
shit!
became a twisted mockery of itself, not radiant or beautiful. It was becoming like that cold white, but there's still something deep inside that can bring that beauty back to flare back up. It just needs something. And I have a journal written. I wrote down it
Bring
in
it to me
much more
now,
detail.
Xiph, quickly.
Xiph
I
will
need every detail.
hang up and like go to couch. Say, Kalchev, will you be all right, or do you wanna? Would you like to come with me? Just to stay with me.
I, I can manage now. If Jeanne needs you, go.
Is there anything that Xiph will before quickly puts on some clothes because he sleeps only in his panties or naked. Xiph will say, "Is there anything you remember? Because you were about to kind of fuck up the room with your powers."
It's.
So I could see your powers. It was cold. It was a cold white, or at least that's what it seemed like.
The
Listen,
God
Xiph will
Emperor was crying to us. Was trying to tell us something.
one comparison. There's a lot of ways to interpret this.
Oh, Xiph, I am an astropath. I am bound to the throne. I know. This is.
Fair.
The very throne itself is. What you
Kalchev, breathe.
what you
Drink
said
some water.
to Jeanne, that sounded exactly like an astropathic message. Just you don't have the power to to translate it.
John's probably gonna be fucking pissed at me. I'm going over. Alright, listen. Zev will kiss her. I love you. Alright? I'll be back
Love
in a
you
little bit.
too. Ah,
Zepha will fucking rush up. Probably bounces into things a few times before like kind of stumbling through as if dressed very casually. Stumbles into the seat, breathing hard, and gives it. Ziff will give the journal to John. It is written in very large blocky letters, and I quickly wrote a bunch of it. Wrote it in bigger font and in Gothic
right
to help.
then. In that case, I am going to send Savin the message I sent you.
Oh boy.
Alright?
Next with Ziv's high literacy and the fact I remember the dream perfectly, I think that would be it would be fairly close to. Ziff will also relate what he saw in Kalchev while she was doing her powers, like referring it to that cold white.
Right. When Jeanne finishes reading this, she's going to scratch her head. Shit, fuck, shit.
Now, Kalchev told me she thinks it was a message from the Emperor. As a Tau, I wouldn't have any idea knowing that, hence the comparisons there and stuff, but what do you make of it?
Xiph, I think it's time I told you what we're really doing out here. What I'm really doing out here.
Xiph is gonna lean back in his chair and rub his face. Okay.
But
We're doing this again.
I'd like Kalchev to be here. If she thinks it's like an astropathic message, maybe she can help me decode it. I can't afford to be wrong. I can't afford to misinterpret this, or we all
I'll
die.
go get her. I'll go get her. I don't wanna... I'm worried. So Xiph will leave again to not just grab Kalchev to guide her in here, but he's also gonna grab his pistol. Like, there's some weird shit happening. He doesn't know if someone's like gonna spawn from the walls. There's like fucking prey mimics everywhere now.
At this point, Jeanne is going to call Ozzy and
Hopefully
Molly
Zaus
already
and
know.
Pascal aren't breaking down.
Yeah, I think
Well,
Pascal and Van Zaus as well, and fucking Gaston, when he comes back with a report, can just fucking stay, I guess.
Gaston. You keep saying Gaston.
Gaston.
Constant Dubois.
Yeah, like yeah. You've seen
Like Beauty and the
what's
Beast.
called it?
I've
Yeah.
not seen Beauty and the Beast, is the thing.
Oh, okay.
He fell off a cliff.
Really?
I've
I,
seen
I,
it.
And-
I
and
don't
all-
I didn't
like
watch
Gaston.
any of the fucking
All
Disney
right.
princess movies
All-
except for
All right,
one
YouTube,
or
Twitch,
two.
we're
Guys-
sorry. We're cutting the stream short. We have to show Savin something.
Guys, stop. All right, this isn't new information. Savin hasn't really seen any Disney movies, and guess what? Neither have I.
Sinful.
I don't really like Disney's
I-
format, and I don't like their storytelling. I like
Well,
some
Lilo
of their
and Stitch, at
shows.
least.
No, I
I'll
did
be
not
honest,
like Lilo and Stitch.
I also haven't seen it, but I know to like the memes, like
Yeah, I know it through Zeitgeist.
yeah, no,
Nobody.
no
fucks
one
like
flexes like Gaston, no one eats eggs like Gaston, that sort of thing. But
The
yeah,
only
it's
reason-
a song.
I really like Atlantis and Emperor's New Groove. That's about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I think we're gonna rename Gaston to Gus for us Americans.
Oh, Gus, like the fat rat in what was it? Cinderella.
Ratatouille? Oh, yeah, Cinderella. You're right. You're right.
But Gus is short for Gustav.
Your dog.
It is.
No, Gus is short for Augusto. Caesar.
It's short for both.
Man,
Anyway,
imagine if Juno had called her husband Gus. It'd been terrible. You can't be a rogue trader named Gus.
Hey,
Mhm.
can I? Is it what Xiph brings Kalchev in and what was it? Can I use your bathroom real quick? I need to wash my face.
Yeah, sure. By this time, Jeanne's probably like done her hair up at least a little bit and put on some clothes. Just a quick ponytail.
Xiph, as you enter the bathroom, you will see the bath is full and there is a naked cat in it.
Hi, cats. Cat like goes to the sink to wash his face. You didn't take the dream well. This is so casual. He's acting so casual.
Well, he's the
Well, yeah.
doctor. Of course, he's seen her naked. It's not a big deal
Yeah.
to him.
You're acting
Hey.
casual. You're washing your face in the toilet. The sink is on the
Oh.
left.
This is the sink. I thought.
Yeah, there
This
there
is a
are multiple
toilet.
sinks.
Oh,
There
that's
are,
the
in
sink.
fact,
That looks like the hand dryer.
Yeah, that's the same.
uh,
There are two
there
toilets. John and Kitty can fucking take a whiz and still have a conversation, you see.
Battle shitting.
As if it's just washing his face. You didn't. You look a bit shell shocked. The dream was pretty bad for you.
Very.
Do you want me to give you anything? I have some of
Nein.
the some just to calm down, but if you insist. Oh,
I can manage.
unfortunately, but thankfully, I remembered every vivid detail of my dream. Managed to write it all down for John. Also,
Wait, someone
thankfully,
did.
and thankfully, I managed to stop Calchef from blowing up.
Good.
Sorry to bother you, but I needed to wash my face.
Yeah.
You're gonna stay in there for a bit, or you want me to grab you the towel?
I'll
Fine off.
stay a little longer.
However, if you need any pills or stuff, you can just ask.
I know. Right.
Try to feel
Jean.
better.
Who was the full list of people? Sorry.
All the player characters except Molly, fuck you Molly, and Van Zaus, and fucking all the named people. Get up here.
Why are you so mean to me?
Because you already know this. Although, actually, I guess we're going to discuss plans. So yeah, you can all the named people. Everyone get in here. I'm gonna powwow.
Everyone's just scream.
Okay.
You ping in and everyone's screaming and traumatized. You ping into Molly's thing and she has to turn down her music.
I know that
Group chat
like
blowing up right now.
this shouldn't affect us right now, but if Calcheb was about to like flash freeze or explode, how would Victor handle that if he failed?
Mm.
And there's no one there to talk him out of doing something retarded.
I mean, he's got his harem too.
What? And do we still have that second navigator with us too?
No, we didn't bring her with us, I don't think. But we do have a spare navigator and a cryopod just in case. You know, for the unfortunate possibility that Victor just explodes one day.
Or
Should we make
he
a roll for Victor anyway?
Eh?
No.
I think it would.
Just everyone has
There are
everyone
two
has
people
these.
that do still need to make rolls. It's Kreiser and
Snake.
Alan.
Everyone has these horrible nightmares, and then we all regroup, and everyone but Xiph or Jeanne hasn't seen what Molly looks like now.
Of course, fucking Alan passes.
He's fine.
He's seen some shit. He is the. You
I
should
mean-
change his image to the Vietnam meme.
He already is a Vietnam meme.
No, I mean like that picture with the guy doing the 1,000-yard stare, the stuff in the background. You should make that his token.
No, his token is perfect just
So
the way
this
it
is, I believe. Yeah. Did you want the twins as well?
You know what? Sure, fuck it.
Molly's
That's
just
what
gonna
I was just doing.
lazily be the last to arrive.
Olive probably brought the.
Yeah, this is
I
all
probably would have at
hands
least
on
brought
deck.
Len with me. But yeah,
All right. Damn. Even with this bigger room, there are just slightly too few chairs in the little circle.
It's fine. Molly's too big for chairs, anyways.
It's
You
not just Molly.
Just
who's
have
having
Pascal
to
sit
stand.
here, and then Kitty can sit on Jean's lap.
Cal could also sit.
Yeah.
Calchef could sit on Ziff's lap. Or
Nope.
yeah.
Yeah, the
So-
God Emperor gave Gaston two good working legs to stand with.
It's probably not normally this crowded, but John will have dragged in some chairs from other rooms. Just
Yeah.
create the grand powwow. Ozzy gets a twin on either side.
Well,
He
one twin is
doesn't
still.
actually.
Oh,
Yeah, one twin is still freaked out. Remember?
yeah, that's true.
Hopefully, we can smooth this over. But right now, she's fearful.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Jeanne will give her a head pat since she's sitting over here.
Well then, I understand that mania has overtaken the ship.
I'm not
yeah,
sure I would call it
nightmares for everyone.
mania, but we've collectively had a vision.
Merzendi, did any of my boys have a vision?
Did you even
Including
go
the
to sleep?
Skitarii.
Yes. But Skittles all, in fact, did.
Alright. Well, fortunately, they are under my command, so I can stop them from, like, killing themselves.
Yep.
What about the boys?
They are Skitari.
Alright.
I don't believe your boys have crossed for Crux Mechanicus either, so.
I'm just making sure. Because there have been times when mania has warp-inspired mania has taken over the ship, and and members of the Red Robes were unaffected.
Yeah.
So were they howling
It's-
about the Omnissiah?
Yeah.
That's actually a good question because that means that the thing can be interpreted in multiple ways. It may not be the Emperor.
Mm,
I
For all we know, it could
received.
be one of the infinite shards of Mali from the time traveling.
that would be quite funny. It's
I
just another
am
Molly.
inured to such things, given my form. However, those who have not crossed the Crux Mechanicum and beyond among my retinue also had horrid visions of the Omnissiah.
Not the Emperor.
No.
Same fucking difference.
And yes, I suppose. But not of the God Emperor on Mars that Pascal's kind directly reference.
Okay, aside from Xiph, did anyone remember anything more than just darkness swallowing light and screaming?
Pascal.
Uh,
Did our etheric sensors catch anything during that time?
Hold on, one
Was
question
there...
at a time. There's, Pascal, Kreuzer, and Lieutenant Colonel Allen will say, will speak up. But yes, they have, they remembered something.
Can you read over what the transcript of my dream to see if if it's similar or different in any way?
No, I want them to tell me before we share your more complete version, just to make sure that if there is anything, we don't contaminate anyone's ideas. So, Pascal, what did you see?
if we are to do that, should we not retire into your library and speak one-on-one?
Good idea.
I am going to start checking. I'm going to go and find a cogitator that's linked up to the ship. Where do you keep your captain's cogitator, Jean?
It's actually it's probably in our office here.
Okay. Jean, I require access to your cogitator. I trust you don't mind.
Go for it.
Somewhere in here, I guess.
And probably, the computer.
It's literally on the desk.
That looks like a fridge.
What?
Frigitator.
This?
No, the green thing on the desk. Right?
I am zoomed out way too far. I thought that was a mat.
Oh, that's
And
a,
there
that's
there is a
No.
mat there, but there's a laptop next to it with a purity
It looks
seal.
like it looks like
Yeah.
the Pip-Boy 2000.
Sorry, I was zoomed out at 25.
But yeah, hear what Pascal has to say.
Let's see. Just for
Yeah, we can.
sake of expedience, I will summarize. Yeah, Pascal, Kreuzer, and Alan all describe basically the same vision. It's basically the same as what Xiph had.
Perfect.
All right, I want to...
Alan is the only. Alan goes into the same amount of detail as Xiph. The other two are a little vaguer and more like hazy dream shit.
While
I have a
Jean's
question.
interviewing everybody, can we have Kalchev working on like Astropath translating Xiph's writings?
She can make an attempt, but since she didn't experience it herself, she will struggle enormously.
And then Heather, what's up?
Flame Speaker Pascal. Is he a psyker?
He is our
No.
ship's missionary.
Their priest.
Ministorum priest.
Okay, just checking. It was had any information.
The only psyker we have is our navigator and our astropath.
Navigators aren't psychers,
You-
but
you
the
know
only
what I mean.
people attuned to the warp. But yeah, we have one wizard and we have one mutant. That's about it.
Well, technically we
Speaking
have
of
like
your
11.
navigator,
But
he just seems confused and annoyed by what's happened.
that's just his
He's-
natural state of being.
Yeah. His staff started causing issues, and then he got this request to come here, and apparently everyone else is having issues, and it's just very annoying.
Oh,
How
he
many
just
of
didn't go
his-
to sleep. He just
how
didn't
many
go
of
to
his-
sleep.
How many of his staff did he shoot?
Not many. They're
Not many.
11.
no, that would be like that's still too high a number. It'd be like a D4 minus 1 for actual numbers.
How many did he fatally shoot? It'd be very funny given
Okay. He just kneecapped a couple of them.
he pulled out the black powder pistols and just started kneecapping people.
That's worse than using his L pistol.
Alright. Merzendi, I would like to tech use to see during I'm gonna try to cross-reference. I'm going to ask people when they went to sleep, and then try to cross-reference that, and then look up to see if the ship's etheric sensors picked up a pulse, or like passive scanners. I know it's a long shot, but it might have, if it was strong enough, it might have picked up something. That's how they know that, there's quote unquote, a warp breach or whatever when new ships jump into system.
I just give me a moment to think.
Okay. Because if you say they don't pick anything up, I have another idea. It's fine if no.
Actually, Molly, roll luck for me.
Boop, boop. I rolled it. It didn't do anything. All right, I'll roll it again. My fate is. Oh, hang on. I need to change my fate. It's 9. It's 9 times your fate, right?
Yes.
All right. Which is good. Oh,
Oh yeah, what would have happened with Molly's luck if she just had 0 fate points? Would she just always fail?
She would no longer make luck rolls.
See, I'm helping.
Oh, she
Wow,
took the luck
15
ball.
degrees of success.
15
Holy.
degrees of success. My God.
You roll an
Ah,
84.
What did I actually roll? What did I do?
You put in
you
27 times 9.
Oh no. Yeah, no.
yeah,
Hang on.
you already put in the multiplied number instead of the base number.
Yeah, I
Uh,
know. I rolled an 84 though.
yes, so that's quite a big failure, but not. Molly, yeah, the etheric sensors picked up a wobbly.
All right. So Merzendi, I have the third turn. Can I walk backwards in time and then go to the bridge and then attune the etheric sensors myself?
You can. That is, in fact, a thing you can do. Are you sure you want to?
Can't be
Uh,
worse than the telescope incident.
hmm. Actually,
So,
you know what? Rather
something
than
I will say for this game, I think something you should have all learned by now. It can always get worse.
I know, I'm going. That's why I'm going to
Yeah,
get a second
I'm
opinion.
saying that to Allah, not
You've
so
been
much to
telling
you.
me to think more positively, Mers, and to not be depressed all the time.
And I will rejoinder. Oh, so I couldn't tell where the pulse came from, right? Yeah, I just detected a pulse.
I Yeah, I think you could tell roughly where it came from the galactic's southwest.
Galactic Southwest, so towards Terra.
Yes, from the rough direction of the throne world.
Okay. Um. Wait. Does Jeanne doesn't always have her earpiece in, right? So,
She does now.
um,
You just seen it on. She's been fielding calls left and right.
so can I sub vocalize to Jeanne?
Yeah.
Because I don't actually need to. I also don't need to move my lips to speak. That's to be heard. That's more just for the comfort of other people. So I'm gonna sub
And the
vocalize.
comfort of yourself.
Yes, that's true. I'm going to sub vocalize and suggest that I could go back in time to see what it was.
Jeanne will just shake her head. She's got a pretty good idea.
If anything else, I do know where the pulse originated, and it wasn't from the shadow mass behind us.
No, it was Terra, wasn't it?
Correct.
Jeanne will nod. Right. Alright, I've heard everyone's report. Kalchev, any luck? She can have a +10 from Jeanne. Inspire.
Right. Some, but it's
Oh, there's also a +10
there
bonus
is
from the ship.
there is much I do not know. Much that I making suppositions here.
I'll take any clarity you can give me before I speak my piece.
The God Emperor was once whole, perfect, radiant, but a time of great strife, perhaps the great heresy. He was forced to split himself. His hopes, his dreams, all of the warm things about him he sent elsewhere, while in order to reach victory he became a hard, powerful force. And then that piece of hope, that was caught somewhere. Caught here. Trapped in the twisted, repeating time. And it's broken now in two. One small part, but still what it was meant to be, the hope for humanity. The other part, a mockery of that, a horrific evil, yet one that was still born of his golden light.
I see. So there are...
One became two and two became three. And only one is still the warm and loving thing it should have ever been. See Pascal bristle at that.
Can you tell me
Hey,
anything
Merrick.
more about this one remaining shard? It felt like it was fleeing.
I do not know. Just that it still exists, that's all we can take for certainty now.
Right. Jeanne will lean back in the sofa, steeple her fingers. So, I'm going to share something with all of you here, because, frankly, wherever we are, whatever's going on in this benighted system, is potentially the end of the road for all things. All of humanity's continued existence, right here, right now, is on the line. Several years ago, I received a vision from the Emperor. It directed me here. He showed me the stars and gave me one word: salvation. For a long time I thought that was a place or an object I was to hunt down. And I have come to believe out here that that is a person, an entity. No, gesture at Kalchev. This lost shard of the Emperor. Something critical for the survival of mankind. Knowing now what that is, that human warmth, restoring that to our Emperor would change things forever for the better. But more importantly, we must deny both these shards to our enemies. To the Necrons, the Tyranids, those forces who could manipulate it to smite down the Emperor. I believe that the mass shadow we have detected, Gaston narrowed down the largest ship size in the fleet coming towards us, its relative dimensions. They match vessels used by the Emperor himself at the higher end, or a Gloriana class at the lower. The ships used by the Primarchs. Regardless, it is massive. It is from the Dark Age of technology, and it contains upon it one, if not both, of those shards. Is Cruiser going to say anything?
He just, not, not with that many degrees of success. He just looks very concerned.
Fair enough. We have until this moment believed that this mass shadow was a Tyranid fleet, and that could still be the case. We do not know what has or could be in this system, with time broken as it is. We have seen Tyranids drawn here from other timelines already, other pasts and futures. What happened on the jungle moon. And regardless, if this is what I believe it is, we must go to this great ship and we must seize from it that shard, that piece of salvation, whether it is the good or the evil, or perhaps both. We cannot allow it to remain in the hands of the Tyranids, nor fall into the hands of this Cryptek and Totek. If he were to seize control of it, I believe Totek would have the power to strike down the Emperor. That is the purpose of the Soul Killer. Or, if not that, then permanently change him and all humanity. In either case, that would be the end of our race as we know it. So,
Lord Captain Lupus,
go.
you are correct, but this is an equivalent to a somnium. We do not have the ability to. We simply could not force our way on board. This vessel, even my own house's vessel, were it restored, would be taken apart by the guns. We would be slain before we could get anywhere near close enough.
What does it have?
Somnium was said to be able to fight an entire fleet alone.
Oh, it's a good thing then we may have 3 different fleets here that can be so very kind as to take fire.
That'd be
Small
highly
ship going.
inadvisable.
Just offering ideas.
Yes, using the Necrons to try and force our way aboard with their assistance was my first thought, but again, we cannot risk the shard falling into Totek's hands.
And
Choice in the
Totek
matter.
will not risk valuable soldiers like that. I don't think you understand. The Necrons are unbelievably powerful, but when they die, that is one of them that can never return. That is why they underwent the Great Sleep. They will not sacrifice themselves for something as paltry as a ship full of what they consider insects.
If it's so hard to get onto this ship anyway, then does that why should we be too worried that someone would take it if they can't even get close to it in the first place?
I do not think that Totek even has the ability to do so. I have stepped into the highest realms of knowledge of time, but even then, the mass shadow that produces, I doubt he could teleport himself aboard the vessel.
Exactly, so that ship is off limits to everybody. No one could get on.
His the advantage he has over me is that he is millions of years old and may have technology beyond my current ken.
He has the Soul Killer.
Hmm.
The ship is all well and good, but if every living thing aboard it is slain, its soul drawn away, leaving nothing but a husk behind, to be teleported off after it kills itself, there'll be
I
no one
would
to
also.
fire its guns or maintain its shields.
Merzendi, can I make a Forbidden Lord Xenos roll, please? I want to figure out if the Soul Killer can reap a collective soul like the Tyranids.
You can make the roll. Sure. It's going to be a minus
Xenos
30.
or
Yes.
Contend or in Heaven? Because if the Soul Killer was built back then that might be more accurate, but it's up to you. Which one?
Xenos. I think the more important thing is about the soul rather than the soul killer.
Alright. Wait, hang on. This is in test, so I am going to spend foresight, and I'm gonna be quiet for the next 10 minutes.
You can also have plus 10 from Jeanne cheerleading and plus 10 from the ship.
Right.
So a
Let's
minus.
have you make the test now.
Okay, yeah. But it was a minus 30, you said?
Yes.
Okay, that just translates to plus 0 then.
Cool. All right. Let me DM you and
Would more
everyone can.
degrees of success help?
Uh, Buying in wouldn't. You'd be needing to re-roll and
Mm.
get the very high degrees of success for
Alright, I'll
everyone.
sit at 3 then.
Right. So I will DM Stray. The rest of you can continue to talk amongst yourselves.
At this point, wouldn't it be good for them to fire the Soul Killer, and then we go in? Just have to be faster.
Assuming that we survive, yes, that was
Seems
my
like
thought.
It's the only. But that is, what if the guns are automated?
There must be some way for us to get aboard. If it is the Great Devourer, then we can paint ourselves a tasty morsel for it if we have to. Or there's another option. One that carries, I hope, less risk, but also, if we commit to it, we will lose our chance to ever see this salvation here and now, which is a thunder run straight to the sun, and pray to the Emperor that we are not torn apart by Necron guns on the way in, that they realize that the greater threat is outside, and once we are within, we deal with Soul Killer as we can, and then pray this whole system gets crunched by the ripped apart strands of time still barely holding it together, and this whole problem just goes away on its own.
Why would Totek allow that?
Of course he wouldn't allow it.
Stop it.
We'll have to force the issue. Fight our way in.
But how important is this shard?
I believe it's critical to his plans.
Yeah, and it's also critical to, as you said, the survival of your race. But is it more, if like looks at Pascal and everyone else and, okay, don't shoot me or look mean to me, but because practical here, would it be better if they absolutely cannot get it no matter what, worst case scenario for the race, would destroying the shard be an option?
If there was any way for us to get close enough to destroy it, we would be close enough to take it and rescue it.
What I'm saying is, what if we don't have a choice? Like, what if, like in 1,000 scenarios per day, say we get to it, right? But then Totek and a lot of his cronies are on us all at once, no way out of the situation.
We don't need a way out. We just need...
saying, worst case scenario, is it worth getting rid of it so they can't have it?
If the worst came to worst, if there was no hope that we could get it back afterwards, then yes, it would be better to destroy it, I think, but I do not believe that we will be able to effect such change upon it without me being able to save it. All I need to do is get my hands on it.
What makes you so sure? Liz will just quietly speak up.
Second her.
Because of who I am. What I am. I was born for this. The Emperor sent me here for this. There's no way, once we have it, even if setting all of this madness around us aside, if I had just gotten the shard, I couldn't just turn around and fly to Terra. I can't deliver it to the throne world. The only way this was ever going to matter was if I got it, and I absorbed it, through me to him, through the psychic connection that binds my soul to his. I am a born conduit. It is simply who and what I am.
According to Kalchev, just getting
Jeanne.
a glance of him were enough to burn out her eyes. What would taking just a fragment of him into you will do to you?
Does it matter?
It would annihilate her mind, body, and soul. She would be reduced to nothing. No, Jean.
No, like, and
You
to
are
be honest,
correct that it cannot be brought to Holy Terra. But you and I both know a far stronger conduit to the Fire Lord than you.
I was about to say, my character's deep in contemplation, not listening right now, but
If time and circumstances permit, yes. That would be ideal, of course. I don't want to die, Pascal. But if it's the difference between delivering the very concept of human warmth back to our Emperor on the throne, or it being used to annihilate or corrupt all humanity, that is a choice I will make without hesitation.
even if you give the fragment back to him, that may not heal him all the way. He's still,
I
yeah, and there's still what, all those voices also in his head, billions of other lights.
don't think this is going to be some sort of one-shot cure that will restore his flesh and let him stand up from the throne, but
But it,
he
sorry
sent
for the
me here
pessimism, it
for a
could.
reason.
And weren't you the one who told me the other day that, you know, certain things will show you whatever you want as a foothold to get into reality?
Jean Ahmad.
But are you so sure that it was from the Emperor?
I'm sure, Xiph. There's no way to describe what I feel, the connection between me and him, but it sings in my blood. I could tell the difference in his voice between the way he spoke to me before and now, this changed in this timeline we've entered, this dark world.
And I'd like to ask if this whole dream thing was a message from him. Why the hell did I also get it?
Because you are alive, Leaf. Xenon or not, weak or not, you have a soul.
And here
We
I
have seen proof of that already.
thought that the Emperor just started to like me for some reason.
What we all experienced was the equivalent of broadcasting on an open channel. This is no directed, coded astropathic message. This was an all hands on deck, an emergency beacon.
But if that analogy is true, then are we sure we're the only ones who got it?
Oh, we're not. The Necrons won't have gotten it. They can't. It's possible that anyone else in the sector did, though. But, again, we don't know if our timeline is completely isolated here. We could be totally cut off from the rest of the galaxy now. Or the Chaos Space Marine Stronghold could have gotten it direct to their sorcerers and they could be heading here now. There's no way to tell.
I will say that even if we get to this shard and you do it, we'll need your word beforehand that I'm not going to immediately get executed by whoever takes your place. There's still something I have to do.
If
Done with
Lord
this
Captain Lupus dies, then I will place you under the authority of House Kreuzer.
Thanks.
Under the
That
protection of House Kreuzer.
that's a big honor, sir. Thank you.
Well,
Xiph is kind of caught off guard.
Child, you've proven yourself competent. You helped save my life and mind.
Still a filthy Xeno, aren't I?
You're a Xena, but I'm certain you're quite well washed. Eh?
I do shower quite well. Water pressure is very nice here.
If anything happens to me, John will look at the rest of everyone here. Louise will take command of the ship and bring it back to the Gothic sector. I expect, if we have completed our mission, we will be welcomed back to the house with open arms. If not,
Your
then
parent
my hope would be that one of my sisters would take command.
also. Your parents would kill her.
No, they wouldn't.
What?
You know better. You know my mother better than that. If I die on the Emperor's mission, fulfilling his will, then that is my path. Mother would understand.
I know your mother and your father very well. They would kill her.
Is it her we're referring to right now?
Kitty. If she brings back the ship with no Jeanne on it.
Maybe probably record a post-mortem message in the event you die. At the end of it, give a, I love you. Maybe love you 3000, so they know it's serious. But gotta cover. If this is a Hail Mary suicide mission, we gotta cover all our bases if we succeed. Don't.
A fair point.
How much time do we have until we get there?
We are just a couple of hours from the planet of meetings.
And then we have a lot of things to do before that. Eulogies, post-mortem messages, loading stuff, getting a plan together, strike squads.
But first we must decide whether we go towards the shard and try and find a way aboard, or we rush to the sun. I wish to try and get the shard.
I have finished calculations. The Soul Killer is incapable of reaping Tyranids.
Incapable?
Unless we gathered every fleet here, then yes, you need to have at least 77% of the collective within its grasp before it would be able to destroy a collective soul like the Tyranids.
No dog
So
water.
that means there's no getting to it easily. At least the Soul Killer can't empty the ship.
If I would like to point out that we already had a reference to this assumption. The Soul Eater can't kill orcs. It killed a few of them, but orcs operate under the same kind of collective gestalt. Not the exact same, but the Soul Killer needs to. It hunts things that are individually ensouled, not part of a collective.
Which still includes you.
Correct. Although, I dare say, if I were to be soul killed, the mind would continue.
Let's hope we don't test that.
Then we have a few hours, those of you who have the minds to do it. Start thinking about ways for us to get on that ship. If we can't figure out something by the time it gets into the system, we'll have to just run for the sun and hope for the best.
Hmm.
If we were to get the
I
shard, would we even be able to carry it out? Would you try to send it the moment you touch it?
I don't know. I don't know that there's a
Part
way
of
to know. Gaston?
Molly's going to. Oh, go ahead.
let's see. I have a question for Miss Molly. You
I don't
say
believe we've met. Hello.
greetings. I got stunned over. I am the helmsman. Uh, you say that the thing, the soul killer, it needs a lot of the tyrannies to come so that it works, right?
Oh, Xiph, fucking like, oh god.
Like Molly cares, John.
I know.
Just someone on your crew.
Exactly. That's why Jean didn't say it out loud.
We're not
Yes, we would
asking her if we
need.
could bring all
w-
of them here.
We would need a majority of the invading hive fleets within its range.
And that's assuming the
Because
hive fleets in the galaxy are all of
as
it.
they say, they are a lot. There are very many, but of the same mind, so that they get together, they become big enough for a mind, so that it will work. Yeah. Wait.
No, I'm saying that they're all part of a collective soul, and that the soul killer will need at least 77% of the soul's mass to be able to completely destroy it.
Uh, okay. So okay. So it would need the mass to destroy it. Yeah. Wait.
Yes. Yeah, it turns out that
No,
our
sorry.
dear boy our dear boy Gaston spent some time in Bavaria.
Yeah, but
Urban.
no, yeah, I just have to. I'm used to German, but the thing, we, so, but what if you don't need to kill it? Would you need less?
I for what it depends on what you mean to kill it.
Well, you
To
said you need.
reap it, I need not I, but the soul killer would need at least most of its soul mass here to be devoured.
Yes, but what if you don't kill it? What if you uh, kick it in the balls?
Unfortunately, I believe that the soul killer is an all or nothing weapon. It's the same reason why the orcs continue to rampage across the sector unblemished by the soul killer's machinations.
Actually, is a good
And
idea. If we were capable of fine-tuning the soul killer, we could have it do specific. We could have it target specific things. Wouldn't have to wipe out
Perhaps.
them. We'd just be able to
yeah,
say target the most powerful Tyranids to cause a fucking brainwave to stun them all.
oh,
But
it.
that is theoretical. I do not have access to the soul killer, so I do not know.
Oh
It
yeah,
gets
but
access
like I
to the
said,
soul.
you only. But as you said, you need a 77% to kill it. But if could you kick it in the soul,
I
just kick it or punch it unconscious for like an hour, a minute,
Turn
5
into a
minutes?
flash.
I
Turn it
I
into a flashbang.
again, I will repeat myself. I do not have access to the Soul Killer, so I can't do anything. I am telling you that the Soul Killer cannot activate and wound it without there being much more of the soul mass here. So, as it stands, the Tyranids that are hunting us are inured from its reach. We could also guess this from the Tyranids sleeping aboard that destroyed vessel many months ago. If they had been here for so long, centuries or millennia, eventually some of them would have been reaped, but they were not. I'm afraid that the Soul Killer really will only affect Eldari, humans, and Tau. Unless I can get my hands on it particularly and maybe fine-tune it. That would be a
But we,
different story.
but as we're discussing, it's rather go for the shard or go for Soul Killer. Unless we split our
Yes.
forces, we can't do both.
Unfortunately, we're in a spaceship. We can't exactly split our forces.
Don't.
Yes. Now
Okay.
that that's out of the way,
Um,
Molly will sub-vocalize. I can step into the future now and see what attempting to board it will entail, but my assumption is complete destruction.
Jeanne will...
Is it you'll kill yourself?
This was sub-vocalized.
so just a Jean, yeah.
Yep.
Jeanne is going to, like, take out her data pad and type back to Molly. Can you also just see what the fuck we're looking at there? Question mark, question mark.
Let me read.
Honestly, just
Do, do,
knowing
do.
what exactly
I,
this shadow is more interesting immediately.
I will say yes, that's something you could absolutely do with,
Eternal Vista.
yeah.
Use your time powers, wizard.
Clickety clack.
How
Clickety clack.
power how
Clickety clack.
powerful is the time powers? Because what if theoretically we
Beep.
could go back like several decades?
I mean, Molly did
It's a
that.
I
magical
mean,
thing.
I
She saves coming. Don't you see?
Now I do believe
She put
Eternal Vista takes quite a while to cast.
yep, an hour in focused meditation.
Yeah,
I
so
was gonna say that.
Molly is now doing like the Doctor Strange from Infinity War thing.
Yep.
Swear to God, if you
So,
have her say one.
yeah. Uh, Molly will tell Jean to not open the door until Molly comes back out because uh, you don't want to be assailed by interdimensional energies, i.e., force people to make insanity rolls.
My office.
So Colonel Allen is gonna speak up. Sorry, that wasn't a right voice for him. Yes. Colonel Allen's gonna speak up. So it sounds like we shouldn't be trying to make a decision until Molly returns.
Yes. In fact, I don't want to make a decision until after we've met Totek. Seen what he has to say about all of this. I want you all to be thinking about ways we could potentially get onto a ship of that caliber. Especially one that might be infested with Tyranids.
There are a lot of ways, just we need more information before we can start making a plan.
Also,
But regardless, Lupus, what the hell has she become?
As far as I can tell, Molly has achieved the pinnacle of the Mechanicum's theology. She has become a pure machine shorn of all flesh, still with her soul and mind and memories, but a machine all the same.
That's a Necron if I've ever seen one.
Close. But a Necron doesn't have a soul. Molly absolutely still does.
That's the only difference. And how can you
Beyond-
be so sure?
Because I saw it. That the heart that we brought back from the Eldar ship, one of the uses for it was facilitating this. It let Molly's soul stay safe outside her while she finished her transformation, and then with his power I fed it back in, wove it into her new form. We
See.
believe that this will enable us to combat the Soul Killer, to meet it on something close to equal terms.
Kreis is gonna spend his one fate to reroll that.
That's a really low threshold to try to reroll. Oh my god!
But you did it anyway.
Yeah. It's one of these. It's a 1/4 chance, but we're near the end of the session probably. And this sounds important. I'll also have Kalachev make a roll.
Can't Kalachev just use what's it called, Senescence?
This isn't just about Sinesians, this is knowing shit.
I mean, Kalcha would have just seen your soul. That's how she sees, period.
Yeah. Let's see, do any of the other NPCs have Forbidden Law?
I mean, Victor does.
Sure, I can pop a Victor
Yeah,
on.
but knowing Snippy and knowing Victor, he'd be all on board with this.
Well,
Victor
Snippy,
can't
I don't know
bothered
about Victor necessarily.
to think like that.
I hear nothing but, I'm sure it'll be fine, Captain.
Yeah.
it's not like we're doing
Pascal
a warp
has... Pascal surprisingly has demonology, but not warp.
I mean, that does make sense. So he has to use that to exercise people, apparently.
Yeah,
As it's how, don't I know a lot about AI and junk?
You're back gonna grab another Rattler.
Well, she's
that's not relevant for this.
Yeah, she's not an AI.
Or
Kreuzer
Necrons?
will lean forward and very interested seeming and say, so, the heart, it's part of her then, is it?
Like, Merz, the heart isn't part of her, right? Like, it was
Correct.
outside. Okay.
It was supposed to be it was supposed to be a
Yeah.
phylactery of sorts.
It was supposed to be absorbed into her as part of it, but no, it just Jean's thing just led to it just dropping out, and now it's just a desk ornament.
So yeah, Jeanne
Until you
will
find something better to do with it.
shake her head. No, it was used as part of the transference, but it's empty now.
Then how is her soul attached?
It's like I said, when she was transforming herself, I wove it back in with divine power.
You asked the Emperor to help.
Of course.
Same Emperor that just flashbanged us all with the horrific nightmare.
Mm,
That's not how souls are supposed to work, Jeanne. They need something to latch onto.
seems to be
The
working.
human form. Reldari, their wraithbone, and their crystals, both organic in origin, you know. She's purely mechanical, then her soul will be fraying. May have attached it now, but... Throne, I can't imagine how much pain she must be in.
One of the first things Molly did say what she could, and her body was like, that I felt every atom come into being. It was so excruciating.
She
In
said
her
it,
crazy voice.
she said it hurt quite a lot at the time, but she seems to be free of it now.
She also seems more crazy than usual. You know, she casually rewound me in the hallway just to get me out of the way.
I told her to stop using that power willy-nilly.
Didn't even make any movements. It was like a flick of her wrist.
Yes, the chronometron is now part of her, that much I can tell you for sure.
That thing was
And
already an issue enough.
pardon.
Yes, Gaston?
Is that thing about the heart that was holding her soul?
Yes, a relic we recovered on the Eldar battleships we were just moored with.
Her most recent operation.
It's supposed to be. It is a very powerful relic to hold the soul, a soul, or
Yes.
Then it could hold the shard.
yeah.
Jeanne's eyebrows will lift. Maybe. Oh, that's brilliant, actually.
No sacrifice. We slam the shard into the box, and then we run like hell.
And the Eldar's technology is leagues ahead of most of ours. In some aspects better than Tau. And that doesn't
First,
even go into the talk about their psyker abilities.
firstly, we have no idea how to do that, and secondly, let us not be distracted from the matter at hand, which is our Explorator.
Right, yes. If you think your
Here's
soul
a th-
is fraying, perhaps we could implant the heart into her new chassis? Sort of suck it back in, I guess?
How long ago was
Less than a
the
day
transformation?
after we got back from the ship.
She did that right after. She was using her powers like crazy that entire mission. She couldn't have been in like I know she does fatigue and stress differently than us, but that was we cut it pretty close, especially at the end there.
She
I mean,
she took as much time as she needed to recover from the expedition, but
she
Using
did.
that
I know you probably forgot, but she did tell Jeanne that she had stretched hours into weeks.
but
that still goes to the thing that she's been abusing that thing like a lot.
yes.
Xiph doesn't know, but there could be like Xiph under the impression that something as strong as that could have like drastic consequences from overuse, and said thing is now like a core of her being, and she was already abusing it before.
Jeanne's right there with you. But
I'm afeard, Lupus, but this is something no one has done before. No one has done since the ancient Necrontyr did it.
quite right. And we
Or the
changed
Golden
the
Throne.
formula. My hope is that what we did created the Mechanicum's perfect being.
She already was against the Mechanicum, like, but way before all this. Like, she
Not,
kind of went rogue.
not as such, but
I'm fairly certain that the revelation that Molly knew what the machine god actually was pretty closely held secret.
yeah. I mean, Xiph could probably intuit that she's going down the heretic path, but
Especially because Xiph was
Yeah.
there when the change happened.
yeah,
Like, when the switch was flipped.
Jeanne will say.
Xiph's pretty good on picking up on stuff like that.
Regardless of her affinity for xenotech, she still believes in the machine. Otherwise, she'd not have done this.
She is a machine now. She believes it herself more than anything else.
True.
So, probably she even listens to you at all.
I'm surprised when anyone listens to me, but
The fuck, I
Because
listen
they
to you
know
all the
each other
time!
forever.
I know, and I never feel like I deserve it. But yes, it's
The
been
chronometron, she absorbed it, did she?
yes.
Is in the process of using it right now.
Oh dear. I I pray I am incorrect, but I do not foresee any outcome of this which does not lead her to complete, irrevocable insanity. If she is not already mad already.
Then what do you suggest we do?
Contingencies.
She needs. The heart needs to be a part of her, and it needs to have been a part of her. She's as strong as you've. If she's strong enough and she's willing to listen, then maybe she can reverse herself enough. Otherwise,
It's gonna take a while for her to finish her, like, future scrying. We have no idea how long it would take her to reverse that process, and we only have a few hours to make our decisions here.
I know, but we leave it too long, it will get too late. Then we'd need damnable Totec to do anything about it.
And I can go in there now and try and talk to her.
Based on the noises I'm hearing, that's probably not a good idea.
I've borne witness to Molly's tampering with time before. I can withstand it.
One thing, there is another option that is feasibly possible. If everything's too fucked, we could just try and leave this timeline. Go to a different one.
Yes.
We know it's possible based on our encounter with your very gene-stealing daughter.
We do know it's possible, but there's a significant downside to doing that.
I know.
Oh?
The rest of us don't.
I mean, our ship travels to a timeline where, say, like, everything's the same, but, I don't know, the Pride fucking exploded. So we're just taking their place.
Hmm.
If
Well,
she's
that might
cracked
be
out on the
possible.
chronometron, you could probably plug her into the ship and have her work with Victor and Dubois, and just slingshot us to a much better outcome. We're already doing pseudo time travel, just traveling from place to
I
place.
don't think that will work.
I like how you can't say Gaston, so you just say Dubois.
It,
The problem as I see it
You
is
know,
every timeline here is fucked. That's the point of this place. What we could do, what I think we have the power to do, is simply reset things to undo everything we've done. Start the time loop over again from scratch.
But somehow retain our memories so we don't make the same mistakes.
yes, that's.
Could that heart theoretically hold memories and not souls?
I don't know.
Not
Ramp, ramp.
one without the other, no. You'd.
I'll give
Forbidden or Xenos.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
fuck all.
yeah.
Could I give him my fate point?
No.
Unfortunately, it's not like 5th edition.
Yeah.
Gaston,
could
why don't
give,
you help me with the Xenos check? I'm quite a bit better.
Yeah.
Rub our brains.
Alright. With 3 degrees of success. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, you probably could do that. You'd include portions of yourself in the heart rather than your whole self.
And chuck that into a different timeline, and
Yep,
hope
then
it gets
bring
in our
that
hands.
through. One of you would have to brave the very currents of time and the space between realities. But if you could, then when the rest of you came together, the heart would restore your memories as they are now to when they were back into who you were back then.
That's our
Yes.
third Hail Mary plan.
So most likely, the day. This would be a little unfortunate for Kreuzer and Allen, but for the majority of you, it would be that day over Corellia where you took Xiph on board and you received the details from Mayoral. At least that's how it went in this timeline.
Fucking hell. All the work that Xiph has to do again to get the ship to like him.
Wait. Could we
Also, remember
instead...
the
Hold on.
chronometron is programmed now for us to remember everything that happened at the next reset.
Yeah, it's
The
already...
problem is that takes Molly's currently crazed mind back to the beginning of the reset, so it doesn't really help.
Yeah. Well, I mean...
Doesn't help with
Well,
that.
we just proved that she could put her memories in this body now into the heart and bring that to reset Molly.
So, wait, instead of trying to, like, reboot all our memories from back then, what if we just wanted to reboot them from when we got the heart? Like, we store like, say, a little shard of Jeanne in there, and just left it like a beacon for every other timeline in which we got to the heart, and as soon as we got it, Jeanne gets a memory boost.
Like a shard of light going through a mirror maze.
You could try. I will just say out of character, that is incredibly unlikely to work, but you could try.
A lot of these ideas are incredibly unlikely to work.
I
We're
mean,
grasping at straws. We're almost soft.
it,
We're almost soft locked here.
it seems to me that
No.
the most reasonable chance is just for Jean to go in and talk to Molly and be like, "Hey, Kreuzer says your soul probably is going to fray apart. Could you just like go back and put the heart inside yourself before you do all this shit? Just
It's not
integrate
gonna.
that just like you did the chronometron." Just,
Well, it's probably not gonna cure her megalomania.
probably not, but that's fine. Just keep her from soul fraying.
I have a question.
We?
You said that we have been doing the whole time travel, and
Oh yeah, he wasn't
Point
here
to
for
point.
this.
Yes, we're on our 77th loop of this madness, apparently.
Where did you ever get 77th from, Lupus?
I would
Toe
have
tap.
assumed it would be. I
Hmm.
would have assumed it would have been in the hundred
Molly,
thousands.
who learned it from Totec somehow.
then I have a question. If we can do the whole time travel with the power of Mali, why not? What is it? Distort the time of this ship, so that we just pop right next to or right side the big ship.
It's not a question
And
of
I just
getting
poke.
close, it's a question of getting aboard once we're there.
No, it is a question of getting close as well, isn't it?
Well,
It
I
could
mean,
just, as you
yes,
said, it could just fucking annihilate us.
I mean, yes, but even if we got close, we'd still have to find a way to get on. And
All right.
probably has too many shields for us to pull down.
I was waiting for this until you guys had done your thing, but before Molly started her meditation, she will have sent Jeanne a message saying that she could inflict harm on the collective soul of the Tyranids, but she would have to have her hands on the console of the Soul Killer to invert the flow.
Oh, cool.
So it is possible to use a Soul Killer to attack the Tyranids, but Molly needs to be there first.
Yeah.
Which is where my idea of splitting everyone and like splitting the crew,
We don't
like
have
drop.
multiple ships.
I know, like at that point we'd have to drop people off.
Yeah. Somehow we would have to, like, borrow a Necron ship, and I don't think they'd give one of those up.
Well, how far away is the Soul
Right,
Killer from the shard?
If people are talking about splitting up, then Liz, oh, actually no, Len will say we can split.
You mean the Stormbirds?
Mm-hmm. They
Oh,
have enough food, water, oxygen that they can last for a couple of weeks.
and it's fast and small, so we could probably avoid the guns if they get turned on. We do have two of the best pilots. Xiph looks at the two twins.
That would
What, you two?
leave whoever goes on that team incredibly vulnerable and facing down the whole of a hive fleet.
I'm not saying it's a good idea.
Does somebody have a glow stick? I need a fucking smoke. This is.
We can do it. And throwing it sounds like we're we're all talking about different ways to commit suicide for the cause.
You are not wrong.
And hear me, and here I'm gonna say it. It's all for the greater good of the crew, and it looks like the greater good of the Empire as well. Well, with how high concept things just got.
Greater good of humanity, not just the Imperium.
Greater good of the
I mean,
galaxy, if Totec
uh,
got a hold of this thing.
if Totec got a hold of it, that means, my people are also fucked. Not that they're already fucked before, thanks to certain fringe groups in John's family circle, but that's for a different day. A different day of possible survival.
Yeah. Xiph makes a good point. One that tempts me towards us daring the chronometron going back.
Do you think we could stop the plague?
Yeah, I
Shit,
think you could, Lupus.
we could, you're right. Fuck.
Made a lot of progress and stuff though, and if we're gonna be talking casually in this timeline, stopping everything that happened at the station, that whole thing, the Texans, the discovery of all the
Know
navigational
the
data.
Texan language. You know that data. You know who on the station is crooked. You're a Lupus. You're a Dandrick. You could make your name work for you. You could go back and do all this again better. Save so many lives.
Build an army.
We could have the Flame Falcons here in time to save Texas. We could stop
Not
the
just
plague.
Texas.
In Kane's will.
You could have the Falcons here to fight this.
As much as I would want that to save my mother, uncle, and all that, it would feel wrong.
It's not just your family, Xiph.
No.
It's millions of Tau.
And
Tens
10%
of
of the
thousands, hundreds of thousands of humans.
Statistically, more
More
humans
when
than
you
Tau
take
even.
more when you take into account.
Still, the problem with all this is that, sure, John could have the memories, but butterfly effect, all that stuff. One, adjustment here could fuck up something 10 steps forward.
So here's the thing. There is no forward from here. Every time we've gotten here, for what is to Totec, and perhaps to Molly now, hundreds if not thousands of years, time has been reset. Even a divine seer I consulted could not see past this moment. There is no butterfly effect past here. The future starts here.
The
There's
future
also-
starts when you end the loop.
Right,
But how you end the loop is up to you.
right. And thus far, neither Totec nor Molly have succeeded.
There's also the
Then let's
option
take the choice out of their hands.
There's also the option you won't like. But it would definitely break the loop. We go for the battle moon instead.
How would that help?
because we kick the can down the road and maybe not deal with Soul Killer until we get people here and save people from the orcs. I don't know. All I can say is that yes, stopping the Soul Killer is important and all that stuff, but if we keep just hitting dead ends, or if we keep making things worse steadily, at some point you have to fold.
Xip's plan, give up.
Listen, at this point we're going over every possible. We're talking about like fucking time travel,
I
like
mean, there is
sending memories into other realities.
certainly one way to end the loop for certain. That would be to kill Totek permanently and Molly. Remove the capacity for time magic entirely.
Good fucking luck. I am ever living.
Yeah, exactly. But the problem is, of course, the Soul Killer remains. And I don't believe we can deal with that without Molly.
Problem with just going back in time is that there's so many micro factors.
It's true, we could all die on
This-
the Infinite Justice next time.
It doesn't
Could-
matter. We have faith.
True.
If we die in glorious name of the Emperor, and mankind, and the Imperium, and House Lupus.
Xiph just
Every chance we can. If we have to do it
Probably
another
cost.
100,000 times, we shall do so, because it's our duty.
From what I have heard, if we die, we get reset again. We'll lose the memories we've saved. But that just means we'll build up to this point again. Huh?
The best way to handle
And-
this, like, it's looking like this is a lost loop. So what we would need to do is we just need to ensure that all of our memories can carry out if we have to loop again, if we're forced to do
Or-
that.
We make sure only Jeanne's memories carry forward. So that Molly doesn't go fucking insane as soon as we go back.
Unfortunately, it's inscribed on the chronometron.
Well, you could just
And I
send
ate
Jeanne back. You could just, Jeanne could be like, hey, Molly, could you send me back to, this date, please? Thanks, bye. There's no... I don't think there's anything that says you have to go along with me.
Andy. So Chrysler's gonna say. I do believe this may be our best bet. I hate to say giving up now, but we give up on this try. You convince Molly to send us all back. I will be selfish and ask. You try to get her to write me in with your circumstances
be-
align that I come back to. I'm not stuck in the sun of my own star
Well,
system.
If if time is infinite and all possibilities exist, what could very well happen is that could plop you into a loop where you waited before trying to go into the sun, and you got dragged along with our little misadventures. Decided to wait for backup, and that's the one that we could all get plopped into.
I don't know that it works like that. And
Yeah, we don't. The only
Grizz-
one who does
Human-
know how a
Yeah,
lot of this works is the crazy one.
the human soul does not, at least.
Helmut, if
Hello?
you got a letter from me, before you knew me, just Juno's child, writing you saying, don't go to this star system on this day, or don't use the chronometron here, would you listen, do you think?
Before I knew you, I'd have done it to spite you.
Well, shit, then maybe I can tempt you into going somewhere else instead. Put you
Isn't also
the right sun instead of the wrong one.
also our immunity to the Soul Killer was pure happenstance. Like if we delay even slightly, or Victor does the navigation slightly differently, then we may not get our immunity to Soul Killer.
True, but
We know how to acquire that.
That is, if we keep our memories.
Well, it is rather the important thing. We must.
I'll also lose all my stuff.
yes, we'll have to
Let's
get our
see.
stuff again, but that's low on the priority totem.
Lord Captain Chrysler. How much could be retained? Us, certainly.
But our XP.
Our knowledge, our strengths, that could be kept. Equipment, perhaps it would be difficult. Maybe with some significant effort, as much as the entire ship, as it is now, that could be written back from now into another timeline. All of us as we are, we could take the places of ourselves, just changing matters of time to make it work. It's possible, it would be difficult, and you'd need Molly to agree to it. But it
That,
could be
from
done.
what you're saying, it's from what you've been saying, it sounds like it's also dangerous because you will be the same one, correct?
What
You
do you
will
mean,
come
Lieutenant?
You travel to that time to replace somebody. We? And
Yes.
but the soul but the soul is the same one. We? That is a soul of lifetime.
Always the same, so.
So all of the things that soul will live is going to be put into you again.
Yes. All the
Still have
traumas.
memories of two lives. But
yes.
Perhaps.
From the sound of it, it sounds like there's not many. You cannot do that many attempts with it.
Perhaps it would be
if
best if just I went back.
No, Lucas, no. Not just you. You alone would. Your friends, at least.
No offense, John, but how do you think most of us would react if, you suddenly start acting very intelligent and have almost near prophetic knowledge of everything?
I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't be interacting with you very much to change the past. And I know almost for a fact that the one person who I need to make most of this happen is insane enough to believe me just because it's funny.
don't
That's
know
that's
how
a
different things could be, Lucas. It's,
character development.
you're going to need support. I do truly hope you will include me, but fine if not.
We need
I
everybody in
accept
this
that I've
room.
only known a little while, but Master Ceiko, Xeno, Xiph, Lord one of Telia's foes at least you will need to bring with you.
If we'll very, very solemnly and sadly look at Kalchev. Like,
Look,
will I be able to?
We fell in love once.
if I bring any of you back with me, I might as well bring back the whole crew.
Everybody in this room, including Lemonruff. He's integral.
No,
He is critical to my
no.
plans for galactic domination, yes. But
There is no need to bring me with you, Captain. I'm always faithful to the house, no matter what time it is.
And I don't need to
But
do a lot to get
also
him to
there
like
is
me.
no reason. But also there is no reason not to bring you back, Lieutenant Dubois.
he
I'm gonna need
might
to
be,
explain it all to you.
you might be one of the safer people to bring back. You haven't endured the mental trauma many of my friends here have. I don't envy the idea of trying to compound, say, what Ozzy's been through on previous Ozzy.
Hmm.
It's going to give him a chance to be better this time, though.
It's true, but
And that'll help.
But as I said, if there is too many to bring in, I should stay.
None of us know the limit of it. But I would dare say it will be greater than a dozen. Doubt we will be able to save both of our crews, Lupus, or even the majority of one.
This is all still contingent on Molly agreeing to willingly doing a reset when she has everything she probably wants right now.
yes. I think it would be relatively easy to
Yeah.
convince her just to send me back. She, in fact, offered at one point to send me back. Just so I could go to college again.
If she offered, then that's a negotiating point. Get as many of us sent back as you can, Lupus. We can do this again, we can do this better.
Maybe that's the trick all along, is that more people knew we could get our heads together far more easily. That's the thing that Molly wasn't doing, wasn't she? She wasn't doing this as a team effort. But if we all do it, as a team, as a crew, we'll be able to beat it.
Be
I don't-
command, bridge.
Oh, fucking of course, if like primes the
Go,
his
Bridge.
pulse pistol. Dog, it gets
Update from Edge of System scans. Visual distortion has been detected.
That's yeah. New things keep popping up.
Projections from rate of gravitational effects. We expect arrival soon as 3 hours, latest 24.
Running out of time.
Whew, that's cut 2 days off of our estimates. Are you sure?
Confirm, Command. They're speeding up.
We're out of time. We're gonna be
Understood.
out of time soon.
What's our ETA to the planet?
Approximate 3 hours, Mum. I'm not liking those, I'm not liking that coincidence.
Do we have any idea where that gravity well will emerge?
If, Mum, at outlying planet. Unless they close in more.
Roger that. Keep me updated. Regardless, I want to look at that thing out there, whatever it is. If we abandon this timeline, I at least want to see what this salvation might be. What to look for next time.
You need to know the end of time, so next chance you can avoid it.
Oh my god.
If that is what it comes to. Alright. Seems like we have 3 hours. Until then,
Alright, sure.
dismissed.
Limang Kapitan. I shall go to the Augury, ship Augury. Try to get more details.
You let me know the second that thing emerges.
Wait. Salutes.
Honestly, we've been talking for like an hour. Sean's just gonna get a slight knock on the door here.
Alright, I'll finally roll the chronometron.
Yep, I'm going to be right back before I give you the results, but do go ahead and roll the test.
Eternal Vista. I can choose to take additional negatives up to -60 to make the question more detailed and specific.
It's probably best you try and get as high as possible.
I think go at
I
least
have a
minus 30.
67. I have a 67% chance.
Oh, in that
If
case.
I do as accurate as possible.
Oh, if as accurate as possible, yeah, that's fine. You can spend a fate point to get a +10, and then you have a reroll in the tank.
Hang on. Here, Savin. I will show you what I am working with. Doot. Doot,
I've taken
doot.
I've taken XCOM shots less than 67%. Finally beat XCOM 2, by the way.
Nice.
So I can spend a fate point, which I haven't done this session, to make it a -50 for it to be a 76%. No, 77%.
I think those are good odds. I like that.
All right. Oh my god, I'm so good at being a time wizard.
You really are.
I don't know why you guys spent an hour doubting me. How good I'm just so good at this.
I never doubted you.
Because it's good storytelling.
All Jeanne's doubting is whether she can convince you to do time wizardry the way she wants you to. Not whether you can.
That's okay.
I spent
what level were you at?
Max.
Hellish. So I went
Oh
to
boy.
Hellish and I spent a fate point to give myself a +10, so it was a -50.
Alright. What was the question?
All right, that's what I wanted to talk to Savin about. So it's a question about the future. What question did Jeanne want answered?
All right.
Molly's going to fulfill that for her.
So, yeah, I guess in this case, since we have the most detail possible, it's like I want to see this fleet coming in and what happens if we approach it and try and dock with the lead ship, with the big boy.
Alright. I'm going to take a little bit to DM Stray
Okay.
the answers and
Okay.
well, so you other three, Oz, Gaston, Xiph, if you want to talk to each other about what you have learned about the possibility of time being rewound, go ahead.
I would like to point out before you try to do horrifying corruption and stuff, fear stuff to me, I am immune to fear, pinning, and psychic techniques. My mind is from
Yeah.
beyond.
Xiph will go to Oz and sit down next to him wherever he goes. Of course, making sure Kalchev's all right when they get back to the room. So Xiph sits down next to Oz. It's tempting, isn't it?
What's tempting?
If we do go back and retain our memories, the incident doesn't happen.
The incident doesn't happen, but the guilt stays with me.
It's the mo- Sometimes it's the most we can ask for.
Hmm,
I could stop my family from dying.
maybe. Yeah,
But it does feel wrong. I don't know why.
because these events happened already.
Not just that, would it still be my like going into the philosophy, would it still be my mother, my sister, my family? Would it be my Kalchev?
Hmm.
Is it better to just sleep with the bed we made, try to fight through it, or is the best thing to do is just acknowledge that, to know when to resign and try again?
Yeah, that's. Oh, it's heavy. It's also heavy.
No, I can't say something. This
Yeah.
when I came on this, my goal was to make friends and have a interesting adventure to write about. And I could tell you one thing for certain, this definitely classifies as a overwhelming success.
Yeah.
It's all just maybe you won't get picked by John the next time.
Hmm.
Unless you want that to happen still.
I mean, I think I'm here regardless, honestly.
All fucked. No
Yeah.
idea. Not even counting the personal like things that would affect this if only some of us go back. Literally getting the equipment I have now, extremely a lot of that is extreme luck. And while I will acknowledge I am fairly lucky, I am not confident that I could what's the word? What's the term? Roll snake eyes again. Got that rail rifle. Hell, and got the
Yeah.
suit. Like,
Yeah.
I managed to earn the trust of most of the crew. Be the doctor, friends with you,
Yeah.
Kalchev. There's so much to it. And if
You're a
only
good kid,
Jeanne
Xiph.
goes, and if just Jeanne goes, I don't know. He like looks around and makes sure like Jeanne's nowhere near. I kind of think it'd be a big betrayal, really.
Kinda, yeah.
'Cause not only is she not trusting us to do it with her, or not trusting in Molly's abilities to send us all, she'd be technically just actually abandoning us and leaving.
Yeah. You know my history with Jeanne. She's basically my little sister.
Yeah. Everything about this is just loads of unfortunate. And I don't have an answer for it. Like, at this point, I just hope that God, not even saying do the right thing makes sense. There's no right here.
No.
I just hope we're not left behind.
Yeah.
That's the most I can say. And that we're able to solve this problem a lot quicker, so I could be selfish and save my people back home. Save Kreuzer, save everyone. Save those kids from the unnecessary trauma. Save that one guy who thought he was a Earth college professor. Do it all again. God, I don't like thinking about this. Can't believe we fucked ourselves into this situation so bad. I don't even know if there's someone to blame for it all. If this is just how the dice rolled.
Yeah.
Like, that makes it feel like this is just downright inevitable. That this will just keep happening, even if we have all our memories.
Well, yes, Merzendi, but it's like in character.
I know, but it's fun to make a joke
Quite
about it.
quite literally, like the
Yeah.
last 90 minutes of the stuff like Alan and Crozier were saying is, I took it as, hi everybody, I'm the DM. I'm here to give you an out of this. Here, have a free redo.
I think.
Didn't
Well, I guessed we were cruising for a redo ever since it got brought up. And then everything kept going wrong over and over. By the way, Merzendia sent me your thing.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering why the hell we even tried to time travel again. Didn't the last time you like the Dark Heresy campaign or whatever, you guys did a time travel thing so fucked up that it completely had to rework the
That
whole
wasn't
campaign?
that wasn't a DM fiat. That was just part of how the rolls went.
Yeah, that
Because
time travel
Warhammer.
is literally a thing
that-
that can just happen.
Yeah. That was them just inadvertently skipping forward 5 years. So I had
That
to work
screwed
out.
everything up for like another year.
Yeah, I had to work out, like, okay, what were all of my plot threads doing for the past 5 years? And yeah,
That
it
wasn't
was messy.
Merzendi's fault. That was
They were
40K.
about to culminate, and then everything went to shit.
This is literally just like we were doing a warp jump. We saw a horrible, dangerous warp storm, and like we have a really shitty navigator and a really shitty ship that we just borrowed, and it was also haunted by a demon prince. I was like, okay, let's just hit the emergency brakes and dodge the warp storm. And we rolled, and the navigator was shitty, and the ship was shitty, and so we pulled out the brakes, but when we came out of the warp, it was 5 years in the future. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah, that's just something that happens 40K.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that shit happens.
Right now, we're about to pull the same thing because
No.
if that's the
No,
case, no.
you're about to do something much more interesting.
Oh man.
Anyway.
Merzendi, what is Aramite?
Auramite is the golden super psionic
Oh.
material the God Emperor invented. It's what
Oh.
his custodies are clad in.
Oh, for God's
Okay.
sake.
On
I
their
just
bodies,
wanted-
it completely shields them against psychic stuff, and on him, it amplifies his power.
Got it.
Why would the Sisters of Silence then use it? Because aren't they already immune to
They
psychic
don't.
shit?
They use Vrantine, which is a different material.
Mm.
It's all gold.
No,
Yeah.
it's... Well,
It's-
sometimes.
In its natural form, Varantine is black, but it takes paint. Auramite also takes paint, so there are some black painted
It just-
custodians.
That just gives me
In
the
any
image of
case,
Sisters of Silence in bikinis painting their own armor like how people would paint minis.
that's a very good image. Hold on to it. So, Jean, you are going to go into your little library office space.
Once Molly, tells me it's okay. Because it has been like an hour of talking out there, and she said it'd be about an hour, so
Yeah.
go in. What's the word, Molly?
Doom and death, you cannot win.
Okay.
Upon that vessel, a version of the one who claims to be the Omnissiah sits aboard the vessel. False Omnissiah. Greatest man who ever lived. Upon his flagship, wrought of Noctilith and Aramite, his golden knights and slaves wander. They are not Tyranids, but they are. They're like, if I were to throw the ghosts of Tyranids in time, he has them enslaved by his will. When we dock, he does not fire, because that's what he wants. For me, I will be enchained, and I will give him the souls as a soul killer. For you, you will also be chained to his bed. He will end humanity. He will end all life. Eldar, Tau, Slout, Orc, Kroot. He will end all sentient life in the galaxy and give salvation to everything. Once everything is dead, he will rebuild.
Did you say I was chained to his bed?
You will be the incarnate in the sun husband.
So, like, sex slave to the Emperor?
Mother,
You-
wife. For
Yes.
Jean's perspective.
Still get Big E's very strong
Big
solar
D, oh
flares.
boy.
Big E's Big D
You
solar
know, on
flares
second
all
thought,
up in
this,
ya.
this timeline ain't so bad.
That's what I'm worried about now. I'm like,
No.
that has some positives to it.
To
Okay.
approach his failure.
20 new suns.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. So... the lads and I were talking outside while you were in here, and we've got a plan, sort of, kind of, I want to run by you. Remember when you
Oh,
suggested sending me back on the City of Equals to go to college again?
You should have taken it. I'm pretty sure you would have liked it.
Yeah. What if, instead of that, though, you sent us back a little further than that? Or maybe a little less far. To before we came to the sector.
Mm, that would... What do you intend on doing?
So, what if we do all of this again, but we stack the deck in our favor? This time, rather than coming into the whole thing ignorant, we can plan ahead and prepare. We can have Space Marines with us to fight the orcs. We can stop the plague back home. We can come here with full knowledge of Totek's plans and how to distract his fleet so we can get to the sun.
Why would you stop the plague?
Because it's killing so many people.
I
Also,
know what uh, Mother Eloa intended. Do you not think that the Tau inevitably in their arrogance will seek to dominate human life?
I think they're certainly going to do it now.
Do you think that undoing the plague would e- uh, lead to weal or woe for their ambitions?
I think it would lead to weal for the Imperium and humanity. Certainly the Gothic sector, at least.
Hmm.
I don't know if I ever mentioned this, but right now there's a whole Death Watch army thing coming, at least we think, to beat up the Gothic sector.
yeah, no, there's a lot of Tau going
And
You're not
to
there's
involved in this conversation.
and there's a whole
just
Tau
reminding the
fleet that's
player.
coming, and frankly, if they find out we've been plaguing them, they'll have no reason not to just take that whole invasion fleet and get some nice revenge while they can.
I don't necessarily care too much about the Tau or their ambitions, for in any timeline I will exist. I simply wanted to know your reasoning. That's fine. Continue.
But yes, if we all go back, or at least our command crew, we can stop ourselves from making any mistakes. We can save lives. We can stack the deck in our favor. We've never done this before in any of the time loops. And this loop we're in seems kind of doomed to failure.
We are being pursued by Shard, that version of the God Emperor. However boisterous that claim may be. No, I agree.
And there's one more thing.
Yes.
And I know you're probably not going to like this, but it's my fault and I need to own up to it. When I touched your soul during your transcendence, and I called upon the Emperor's power, I think there are two problems with what I did. Two things preventing you from attaining the purity of what you wanted. The first being that your soul isn't tethered properly. I don't think you needed the heart inside you for that to work out. Right now, I think it might be fraying a little bit. It's sort of put you on a timer. And secondly, the power I used, I fear it might have been not from the Emperor we knew, but it might have been drawn, at least in part, from this one. It put its hooks in you to be exploited later. if we go back, we can try this again, but with our Emperor surely answering the prayer rather than risking that this one will have found some way to corrupt it against my best wishes.
In the throes of my agony, I admit that there was nothing more I wanted than to kill you. But this blessed existence, I am unsure if you are correct. Merzendi, I'd like to roll scrutiny. Is she lying to me?
Yeah, Molly roll scrutiny, Jean roll deceive.
You're
But
going to. You're,
I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, but you still need to roll. Deceive is just the like.
Augur.
Can
oh
you hold
my god.
together skill? So like.
Okay, hold on. Let me get all my bonuses together then. Let's see.
I'll be honest, I just expected to fail.
Rolled a 10.
Yeah, I didn't. Listen, I never roll good on scrutiny in this game.
John also
Alright,
rolled a 10.
Jean, you beat Molly by 7 degrees. What does Molly get from losing by 7 degrees?
Hopefully a sense that Jeanne is telling the unvarnished truth
No,
as... Oh.
no. Hopefully, you won. You get to
Alright.
just see.
Yes, Jeanne is telling the unvarnished truth as she sees it. She is deeply worried that she has accidentally put this evil, like, Death Emperor's grips into Molly, and is going to further say that, like, I mean, there's no downside to you, like, undoing it here. You could just do it again the next time around. I think you could do it
How
earlier.
did you channel the false emperor then?
I didn't know I didn't mean to. I didn't know that Emperor would answer my prayers. I didn't know it was the Emperor. This whole time I thought salvation, what was coming here, was a child of the Emperor or uh, some blood descendant of it. I didn't think it was him.
Very well. What do you mean, fraying of my soul? The artifact that I had attuned to was quite inanimate. What is the difference between that and my living metal?
Because it's organic. A soul needs to tether itself to something organic, even if it's just one part. I think that's why up until now all tech priests have failed to achieve that perfect divine form you seek. Because when they fully replace themselves, their soul slips away. I think the heart's the key to you getting what you want. You put it inside yourself, make it a part of you like the chronometron, and you can attain what you want. We skipped a step, we missed that.
That was the original plan, though.
Well, yeah, I didn't know that the soul would leave there entirely, like just make an empty vessel. But if you put it inside you, you make it part of yourself. What you gave me was a separate thing. You wouldn't have had your soul in your body. It still would have been untethered. From you, at least, just tethered to this, like it's sitting on the sidelines. What you are now, you have your soul woven into yourself. It's just not gonna stay there. It's like my cloak dragging on the floor. Eventually, just gets pulled and pulled and pulled until the hems fray.
Hmm. This is incredibly dissatisfying, but I see your logic.
Believe me, it is for me too. I'm so sorry, Molly. I thought I was doing the right thing.
Mm. not you could do could be done without the I will not say false god, but it seems your good intentions were hijacked by
That thing
another
out there.
being. What an unfortunate place we found ourselves in.
Yeah.
Very well. Let's win the next round, shall we? How many do you want to take?
What do you think the effects on those we take will be?
Merzendi, I have lived with two minds at the same time, and I slid underneath that. Can I calculate the probability of people taking insanity from having two minds slam into each other?
In this case, for any named character, it will, you know, it will be a willpower test. For 1/1d10 insanity. 1 on a success, d10 on a failure. It's something people can just live through.
Yeah, except how much fucking insanity does all of our characters have except me?
I
And
They
spent
can live through that.
I
Like
spent 900 XP getting mine down, so
also, Merzendi, how will this affect me? Should I leave myself here?
uh
give John a
yeah,
USB drive.
yeah.
Just give me your memory
For
drive. It was right
you,
before your fucking thing.
this would completely annihilate an organic molly.
Hmm.
So I will say OOC, this is your choice now. You can eh, if you do the time travel, you can either have like a quite mad but functional organic molly, or we can say organic molly got completely driven insane on that time loop, and you can play an awoo. I
There.
thought this stuff would take more than one session after you got your new art, but you know, we
There's always
Look, you just
repurposing
keep
also.
pouring fucking gas on the acceleration fire here.
Unfortunately, I do not believe I can join you on this.
What?
The knowledge that I have now would drive your me completely insane.
Mm,
I can send myself back, but the knowledge I have, well,
well,
she'd be relegated to an asylum.
wait a minute. Why not just not send you back, but send the rest of us, like you at all? That way we get that timeline's version of Molly without having experienced what you have, and I can guide her along to get, where she needs to go.
Merzendi, I'm gonna have to undo so much stuff.
you yeah you will get like
I don't have the old character sheet
if
back.
You still have the
no
Halloween character sheet.
no
That's
shut. If that's the path you take, you will get an awoo with like 25,000 experience points, and you will also just get a molly with like 7,000 experience points, and you will get to do both of them as you wish.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, that works for me.
I'm afraid that I'm going to have to remain in this timeline. I think I will join Totek. See how things shake out. But as for me as I am, I'm afraid that this is yet another failure. We're now on 78.
Well, seems to be the best path forward for us, unfortunately.
How much knowledge can I send back, Merzendi, to not drive other Molly insane? If it's 0, that's okay.
Could we just take
Um,
Molly's, like, the digital memory backup she had and somehow shove it back with us?
Yeah, you did make that.
Yeah, but that was also before the person I am now.
Yeah, I mean, that's
That's
fine. It's only, like, literally one session behind on XP.
yeah, but that's like 60 insanity.
Did we just
That
fucking get Molly
That's a
to
lot
have
of
her
insanity.
proper biotransference this time? She'd even know how to
I'm
do
sorry,
it.
that would just break the Molly if you just shove all that in at
Alright.
once.
Uh,
She is, yeah.
could Molly create, like, just a pure skill package for herself? Like, no memories, but just, like, all of her
give her,
training and technical data?
give her Windows 12.
Oh, that's a possibility.
That could serve as proof for, hey, listen, I'm not crazy. I did come from the future. Please trust me.
Yeah, that
Ah,
too.
Yeah,
It'd be hilarious if you also infuse us with nanites.
yeah. Stray. I guess that will be an option for you. You will be you can be a very, very mentally damaged Molly with her current XP. You can be a completely naive, does not know what the fuck is going on Molly with all her XP, or you can be in a Woo Siri.
I guess we'll decide over the next week, but I'm gonna have to get a new character sheet.
Yeah,
But
No.
do you
yeah.
want to roleplay
I
Molly sending them back?
are you doing that now?
Listen, Molly has been convinced that the thread of prophecy has been severed, and that they need to restore a save game to restore the Weave of Fate. She's in a doomed timeline.
God safe's coming out.
All right. Uh,
We'll
so
I
rebrand.
kind of would like to meet Totek, but on the other hand, like, what the
See you later, fucker. We
Oh,
win next
well,
time.
I mean, you will, because when Molly does this, Totek shows up
Oh, okay.
whenever she accesses the time stream. So, Molly will tell you to gather as many people as you think you need. She will suggest gathering as many friends. She can send as many of you back as possible.
Alright, well, fucking everybody here, I guess.
What about
God.
any like crew members, like specific crews? Like definitely the
So,
twins count
here's
in
the
if there's
thing
no limit.
about... Here's the thing about NPC insanity, right? Merz says this will cause 1d10 insanity. Now, NPCs die if they
if
hit
you
10
fail the willpower,
if you fail the willpower. So, right now we have a crew rating of like 50. So let's say half of them pass the test, half of them fail. Then of that half, 10% will just die.
Wait, are you saying are you saying you'd send the whole fucking crew back,
I
all
mean,
of
if
them, not
Molly
just
says
us?
she can, she can. It's just a question of do we?
you
Because that would let us
figure right.
preserve our crew rating,
So,
but also, oh god.
As I understood,
so
I'm sending back. I can send back as many like these guys, right?
it's so these guys here, you can or other party members can be sent back automatically. These guys here, you'll need to succeed on the test. Like,
Also,
get all of the named NPCs. The more degrees of success, the more you're able to send back. So, like, items, equipment.
Ooh.
also, Savin, behold my thievery.
No,
I
my
stole your
NPCs.
demon.
So what you're saying is I could keep my storm shield.
Yeah. But it'll be
just have us.
Gradiate. Well, it's going to be a gradiated thing for what she does. There is no risk in her attempting to send absolutely everything about the ship back, and then, she fugs up something.
I trust Molly to do this successfully. And just period, full stop.
The one thing she cannot send back is your profit factor.
No! Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Listen.
take that.
Listen, if I still have all my best quality things in my mech suit, I'm fine.
Yes. If she succeeds well enough, you will keep all of your equipment and all of your crew training and so on. But you will inevitably be reset to your starting profit factor.
Man. Well, I mean, on the other hand, if we do all the same things again plus some other stuff, we'll have had a hard bargain from the get-go, so actually when we get back here, we'll have higher profit factor.
Yeah, and you can also do the things better. Like, you don't need to spend ages working out the Texan language. You can just go to Texas and say, hi,
Howdy
yowdy,
doody.
y'all.
Also, the Canid language. Also, because Hedra took the woof woof, the class I was gonna play with the woof woof, then I'm probably just gonna play Molly again.
Yeah.
All right.
Because she was,
So,
I built her to be a Void Master, but like, listen, don't get me wrong, I like that there's a Void Master. I just didn't think that this would happen this session. So
Wait.
just
I didn't think this would all happen this session either.
Me neither.
just to give the analogy, so essentially what's happening is that we're getting like one of the bad endings that we possibly can, but we're still doing New Game Plus.
Yes.
yeah, the only one that won't remember any of this is Molly, for once, because Molly's staying.
Yeah, but you're
This
sending
is
back your skill ship database.
To start her romance with Totek.
Yep,
oh
she's.
fuck. Well, I'll see if you think of that.
I mean, I can send.
Molly is a very smart bean. The fuck her Skittle army, are they getting sent back with like their fucking immortality?
Oh Jesus.
Oh yeah, Molly will absolutely do that because, listen, this is a failed timeline. It's gonna collapse. This is they're one of her magnum opuses. She's probably
Well, the thing, she could keep them with her, because at this point, she could send herself back separately to everyone else. She could come and live with Totek and bring her boys.
Oh, that's true.
See,
Listen,
Totek.
But hold
This
on,
is
then
what you
she would
do
have
for
to live with
femboys.
the fuck up Jeanne made. They were like the Dark Emperor will come and steal her soul, maybe.
No,
Nope, you're gone.
no.
Oh, you mean so Molly just keeps living in this timeline and goes and shags Totek?
That's
Yeah.
that's what I've been saying. Molly's not leaving.
Go into the new timeline as she is earlier. Just like how Totek goes into a new timeline with the same consciousness and just rewinds a bit.
So we
Oh,
have 2 Mollies.
Yeah, there
I
could just be 2 Mollies in the timeline.
Yeah, so that brings
I
back what I'm saying. Like Jeanne was trying to convince Molly, like this form is flawed and going to like self-destruct or get hijacked by evil NP.
Oh yes, yes. That's a whole different thing.
well, and if I can do that, in that case, yeah. Molly is going to ensure that other Molly succeeds this time. And no one's allowed in the fucking chamber when she undergoes biotransference.
This seems like a
So there
terrible
will
idea.
there
Yes, it's
will
a
be
terrible idea, but we're gonna do it anyways.
Ogie.
there will be naive Molly and soul decaying Molly. All right.
Well, because I don't think Kotek is gonna stay in the doomed existence anyway, so she's just gonna follow him
No,
around.
yeah. All right. As soon as you start rewinding stuff, he's gonna hop in. Like as you said
Yep.
To Jean.
Yeah,
When
I'm
you
waiting for
travel
the
a time stream,
yeah, I'm waiting for that
you're
conversation.
yes. I just want to establish the full set of your goals.
Yeah, I'll have a conversation with Todek as this Molly, and then we'll begin next session, I guess, as other token Molly, and I'm gonna have to take a bunch of abilities off. You're gonna have I'm just not gonna use this sheet.
Yeah. Well. Part of that will still happen this session. Or at least a teaser.
Okay.
All right.
So
I guess
Hey,
we're not.
before we
You go.
start, Jean's gonna like ask Molly. So when you send us back, you're sending us back to basically the same start point. So things that have happened before the point you sent us back to will still all be the same, right? Like there's not going to be a
Sure.
chance that I don't know, Mayro's super evil and my mom's dead.
Isn't he already super evil?
No, he's fine.
Or am I thinking of the other one?
Merzendi, there's always been slight variations every time we reset, right?
Every timeline is different.
I cannot guarantee that.
Can you
There have been timelines where uh, you've already been married to a failed aspirant of the Flame Falcons. There have been timelines where you and I were lovers. Everything is different every time.
can you at least
Sometimes in minor ways, sometimes in extreme ones.
but since this time you're in control rather than Totek who doesn't give a shit, can you try and pilot us towards like the closest differential?
Merzendi, is that possible?
You can
Can
try to make it reasonably close. There will still be differences. That's just an inevitability.
I can
Indeed.
I can blow on the coin, but the thing is, the coin will fall either way.
Well, sometimes we just have to
I
hope the
am
coin lands on its edge.
I am sorry. That's not how the timeline works.
Well,
What
I
if
have faith.
This is just Molly and John.
Mm.
Sorry, I'm pretty sure that's what you meant, right, Savin?
Yeah, no, this is definitely just John and Molly talking things out before we like everyone's probably gathering up, getting ready for this, but I don't know, Molly
I
probably like
assume that means Katz is getting dressed at this point. Is going to be like, and she's
Yeah.
like, all right, so what are we doing? Time travel. Like, wait, what?
I will
Yeah,
do what I
she
can.
she will
Let's
have been
do the
dressed by now.
time warp again.
Is there
If
any way we can get some sort of fail safe in case things go badly for us? What
mm,
happened with the Gothic War? I can only imagine 1 out of 1,000 timelines worked out that well.
I cannot tell you. There are so many different timelines. The only guarantee I can give you, Sean, is you will never see this me again. And I, who I am, will, according to you, fray and perhaps go insane. But I will follow, and I will lead breadcrumbs for the other me. Maybe we can do it
Wait,
better next time.
are you sure about that? That you would be dooming yourself to experiencing soul decay and potentially being vulnerable to this Dark Emperor.
Hmm,
Would it not?
it is fine. Totek will kill me before then.
Will he?
Yes, it does not fit within his plans.
Hmm.
Either way, once I have uh, everything perfectly aligned, I plan on walking into an event horizon.
If you're sure.
We failed this time, but next time we are more armed than we ever will. Take care of me, Sean.
I know it doesn't seem like it now, but I always try to.
Oh, and don't do that again. That fucking hurt.
I won't. I will try to be a better friend to you this time.
Alright, one more go round.
Let's do the time warp again.
Are you all ready?
Hey, Molly.
Hmm.
I know you didn't like me, but I liked you. I did view you as a friend. I know you don't care, but I still thought you should know.
I liked you more than I have liked any other random person on the street.
I expected that to be the most I could ask for.
It's more than she likes most of the crew.
Be seeing you then, right?
Another version of me. The weave of fate has been corrupted. This is a doomed timeline.
You'll live till the next, I think.
Hmm.
You'll become something more than you arguably should be. I do. I hope I'll be there to see how you and the next you interact.
Are you ready?
Yep, I think I have everything. Do
As
you
I'll ever
still
be.
want?
Just stands up, stands at attention, and gives Molly a salute.
Molly will nod and then wave her arm.
All right. Uh,
Bomb.
in this case, just a totally unmodified Great Chronomancer roll, please.
Plus 10 from John, or no?
Totally unmodified.
Hot diggity damn!
So,
Would spending a fate point for an extra toss help?
no.
Oh.
That would be funny.
No.
Insult to injury.
9
Get
was
us.
the, highest thing. Fucking 10? 11? I mean, I guess you could, but at that point, it's just like,
It's just styling?
Flexing.
yeah.
We accidentally get an extra storm shield or something. Like, oh, I'll bet
So-
If we
more
get 11, we get to bring our profit factor back, right?
No.
Oh. I cry.
Don't worry, we can sell the
Um,
Necron rifle I have.
Unfortunately, that is the one thing that just. Oh.
Unfortunately, Jeanne is
So,
just never as paranoid as Juno and doesn't keep all of her wealth and jewels and coins.
All in her mattress.
mm. So, the command staff, the senior staff, the general crew as a whole, the ship itself, everything aboard it, all of that is making it in to Timeline 78. But, but it's not just a simple one and done, is it? You are command staff. All of you, as your consciousness starts slipping, and you fade out, you see a realm of lights. Just green stars against a black background. And you yourselves exist just as lights. But even as lights, you can hear, and you can speak, and you will hear. What? 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 This is irregular. This is you. Why?
Do I recognize the voice?
Totec.
The thread of prophecy was severed. I activated the next cycle.
It was endangered, but she still lived. We still had the opportunity.
Not that time. I walked forward and foresaw doom.
Only if she made a mistake. You were there. You could have prevented.
No, not this time, and not with what I am. I am a flawed version of what I could be. I must exist in another, and then I must be destroyed.
Nonsense. Nonsense. You. Confirm floor.
Attunement of a soul to an entirely synthetic form creates a flawed being, the soul frays, and it falls apart. For future reference for embodying the souls of the Necron, a biological component is needed. The Eldari,
Nonsense. Nonsense. What is source of this information?
I mean, Jeanne, you're here. We're all standing in the timeline.
Hold on, I have a response to this. Let me just put it in VCT for you.
Meh.
There you go. Jean will throw
That's
her
Lisbeth
hands
right
up.
now.
Every bit of information we could scrape together pointed that to be the case. She'll look at Kreuzer like, it was fucking your idea.
The
Proof. Proof will be
the
realized.
little speck of light that is Kreuzer's psyche and soul just bobs up and down and as if it was nodding.
Proof will be realized. I go to this timeline. Eventually the soul will fray. Eventually I will become useless. I will help the me that is in this reality. And when or if I no longer have my faculties, I will count on you destroying me or having at least the least bit of dignity to throw myself into an event horizon.
Absurdity. Absurdity absolute. No demonstrable record.
Record because it hasn't been
Corollary.
done.
No demonstrable record has existed of a soul without organic, but you cannot
You
cannot
Necrons
simply
don't
assume the
know what
worst
soul...
because of one man's theorizing.
You Necrons don't know the first thing about souls anymore. Leave that to us.
I know a great deal about souls.
Well, this is still something new, so why not?
I intend upon winning. And whatever timeline I am in, there will always be me. I am a failed version, and so I will win the next time. I do not fear the
You
abyss.
assume you are failed. You could be successful. You could be the greatest success. You must persist so we can be certain. This theory of fraying, it must be examined.
Yes, which is why I am not destroying myself. I have, by my will, reset the timeline, and I, I and you will study the fraying of the soul, while I, who was the former, will re-undergo biotransference. However, with the black heart, without interference from the being on Terra.
Verification of superior method. Acceptable.
We will just, whichever one is inferior, we will not even need to ask. If I am inferior uh, to this timeline's version, I will destroy myself. If this timeline's version is inferior, she will destroy herself.
Acceptable. Suboptimal, but acceptable.
Now come, we have much work to do, and all of time to do it in. Goodbye, Jeanne.
Indeed.
Little Jean mode will just rub up against Molly. Goodbye, Molly. I'll miss you.
Molly will walk off into the dark.
So, all motes of yourselves will lie on. Unacceptable alternative. Experiment would be nullified. Molly's experiment would be nullified. Adjusting. Within parameters. This will be different than your remembrance. Mortals.
How different?
Within parameters.
Necron, that probably means a lot. For us, at least.
Remember, the closer we are, the more valid Molly's experiment gets.
Could warn us in
Affirming.
advance.
As I said, within parameters. Your awakening will be a similar relative point. Prepare.
I just realized, did we warn the rest of the crew about this?
No.
Oh, fuck. Oh, this is gonna be awkward.
Yeah, again, Molly only warned the people that were worth talking to.
So. This is going to open up on. There will be a lot of test versus insanity, but the way this is going to open up will be first of you awakening to the new reality. Jeanne,
Yes.
you're sat at a coffee table. There's a whole spread. Neither of you have been doing much other than just sipping the coffee. I don't like particularly sending one of them with you, John. But the Tau are demanding, and for this last expedition, they require an observer.
Who is this speaking?
Stein Reeve.
Oh, good.
Me?
Yeah, talking about you.
I was not an observer.
That was your job.
That I fucking failed.
Yes. I think if you asked the Tau about your status, most of them would probably say yeah, he went off the reservation. Hardcore.
Thankfully, I've been able to. Your mother and I have been able to negotiate with them, and rather than an ethereal or one of their watercast type that will actually cause disruption amongst your crew, they have agreed to a promising fire warrior. One of the first that has been treated as passing their trial by fire through virtual combat rather than field battles.
Good. A virtual soldier. Well, at least he probably won't do too much harm if he goes rogue.
Uh, well, I'll say that. comparisons are against field experienced troops from a war. It's beaten almost every metric. Only our mutual friend, the commander, has scored higher.
Out of character. Oh no! In character. Well, that's something, but still, a virtual battlefield can never truly compare to the real one.
Bullshitting, you know Xiph will be fine.
Also true, but
I'm not complaining, mind
What
you.
what can any of us do? The orcs have been beaten down. The arch-enemy has not showed its face since the appearance of Maledictum. It's just pirate raids for the past 10 years.
True enough. Like I said, I'm not complaining. I'll take him. I'm sure if he's as
Good. You
promising
don't
as
have a
they
choice.
well,
Sorry about that, but it is how it is.
it's alright, Uncle Stein. I don't mind, really. I'm sure they'll find some way to be useful. Jeanne will sip her tea as if to say, surely, right?
If the God Emperor smiles on you, they'll decide to prove himself useful by diving in the way of the first bolt around from some. There will inevitably be Chaos Space Marines on the other side.
There's always Chaos Marines. What do you know of what we might face out there anyway? Mom's been vague, if she even knows. For a sector named after us, they don't really tell us all that much.
It was Mayror's idea. Something about the name of the hero of the last war will encourage everyone to be involved in it. Now I can't particularly fault him. It worked, but that was until the incidents.
Yes.
I think he has a specific briefing he wants to give you regarding that, but as for what's on the other side, well, what survivors there are from deeper expeditions, or Captain Kreuzer particularly, they suggest evidence of Necrons. Now, the main adversary you will face, but also orcs. Some sign of other locally specific xeno races. And surprisingly, pirates utilizing Tau technology.
Okay, that's new.
Really? How in the world could that be the case?
Throne only knows. They're radar-sized vessels with built-in rail cannons.
I see. Are they human pirates, do you know? Or
I do not, unfortunately. None of them have been taken intact, and neither have they left any survivors after boarding.
unfortunate. Well, a trend has to stop somewhere.
Indeed. Now, one other thing. This is less about what's on the other side and more about the importance of your mission. Oh. There have been signs on some of the outlying colonies, and there have been dreams coming from certain astropaths. Visions, foretellings. The elder, Ashatra, she supports these. This sector is about to come under attack within the next year or so, if
The Gothic
not even
sector?
sooner. Yes, the Gothic sector.
Tell me it's not Tyranids.
I'd prefer not to lie to your face.
Shit. I knew they'd be coming here
Yes.
eventually.
We don't know how far out they are, but within the next year or two. Oh, that means your expedition is going to have very little military support.
That's
You
fine.
might be able to gather some, but what you can get before you leave is probably about all you can expect.
Flame Falcons.
And as well, that means within 6 months, a year. Most of the planets within the inner sector are already at a limit on population. It would seriously affect them to take on any refugees.
So the refugees need new planets to settle in the Dandrigan sector.
Yes.
And couldn't you just convert them all into Militarum conscripts?
There aren't enough las guns, and there isn't enough time to make it worthwhile.
I suppose
besides-
fighting the Tyranids, failed attacks just reinforce the enemy. Fair enough.
Indeed. And besides, your mother has this idea that the culture of various planets is worth preserving in itself. So a certain number of people from planets in danger need to be brought back, so when their planets are recovered, they can rebuild them as they were.
A good thought. I like it. But that means we'll be scrambling for somewhere to put them.
Yes. There will be a lot of them. The soul killer incidents won't. It'll take a while to reduce them too much. But, do try to. Succeed at a decent pace, will you?
I can try, but the warp often has its own plans for travel. The pride's fast, but sometimes time gets away from you.
Very true. Very true. When you get through, look for Arch-Magos Kilm. He is a local expert on what we believe to be the main threat on the other side. The Necron.
Wasn't one of Eloa's daughters assigned to his command?
Yes. Mol 3. You used to know each other, I believe. She was,
Yes. Good friends. If she's the one over there, then I'm excited to get back in touch.
Mayro's probably got her all ribboned up waiting for you.
Hopefully she still has her clothes on.
Are you seeing anyone yet?
Jeanne will blush a little and sip her tea. I've had my eye on someone, but waiting for the right time to make the first move.
Then knowing Mayro, she probably doesn't.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Merz, read DMs real quick if you could.
Oh, yeah.
While you're thinking, is this a conversation or equivalent there that Molly or that Jeanne remembers having with Stein?
No.
Okay, excellent. Also, what planet are we on?
You are in orbit above Corellia.
Excellent.
You are waiting for the shuttle to bring up this Xeno he was talking about. Who you, with your future memories, know is Xiph.
Of course. So we're on the Pride, presumably?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Jeanne will sip her tea again, look out the window over the planet below. So what do you make of the Tau lately? What they've been up to? With school and anti-piracy, I haven't really been keeping up with the news. Yeah, this guy, Xiph. It's this guy.
Oh no! Oh, Merz, you
No.
sick fuck! I'm gonna need
There's
this.
Xeno. These ones have proven themselves that perhaps we can trust them a little more than we can throw them. But it's genetic in them. They're perfidious.
Isn't that just a
They
synonym for
will.
Xeno?
Very true. They will turn against us sooner or later. There are some of my acolytes have been catching intercepts. There's agitation for them to move now. It's the threat that provoked the treaty has seemingly passed, and our fleet is still. The large part of it is still gone. With Lord Spire.
Has anyone leaked about the upcoming Tyranid problem to them? It seems like a pretty terrible time to spark off some sort of brush war off in the west if we're about to get gobbled up from... What do you think, they're coming from Lucius?
Perhaps it's coming out past the Lycidias and through Gethsemane. Multiple directions we're expecting them.
I'm surprised they aren't just heading straight for Leth, honestly.
Most likely they are, but
They want to build up
that's
biomass
where they're
first.
coming from.
Someone ought
Dumb
to...
animals that they are, they... Soon as there's food en route, they'll jump on it. Now, regardless, your question, there have been feelers leaked, but the unfortunate thing is that some of the Tau leadership, especially the ones agitating for war, they believe if they were in supreme command, they would do better fighting the Tyranids.
Whether that's true or not, surely they don't think they can conquer the whole Gothic sector in time. They had 5 years and they barely managed half.
They need to conquer the whole thing, though. Shock and awe take some critical locations, make themselves the senior partners. Then the Tyranids show up and we have no choice but for our own survival.
So they think they can grab us by the balls while we're down.
That's why we haven't announced it officially. It's been diplomatic leaks in various places. Theories. They're also theorizing about half the planets in this sector awakening with Necrons. Thankfully, we know that one is just our misinformation.
Oh, good. I remember Kreuzer mentioned finding Necrons in the Graildark, but that was just one planet.
Where there's one, there's more, but they are out beyond our limits.
Still, if we make the oncoming threat seem bad enough, maybe that shit, Mers, what was the redhead's name? Ruin?
On reacts.
Reacts. Yes. Surely Reacts will listen to reason. The last thing anyone wants to do before a Tyranid invasion is be dick-punching each other.
Uh, she is not the ultimate authority of our species, is she?
Not
Now
for
we're
the
going
whole
to
species.
jump away from these two to down on the down in the hangar bay. A shuttle is coming in. It's supposed to bring in the Tau dignitary that will be joining your crew, and well, Commander Ceiko, Lieutenant Dubois, you are the leaders of the welcoming committee.
Yep.
Well, why do you sound so down?
I don't know.
You have all your memories. You know what's going on. You're meeting
Yeah.
Xiph for the quote-unquote first time.
Ah. The
Putting him in it.
the
Oh, there we go.
oh,
I was trying to. Is Seiko the same rank as me or higher?
Higher. He's the third officer, second officer on the ship.
yeah. So he's like a naval commander.
Yeah. Commander
Fair enough.
Ceiko.
Very well. Commander,
Yes.
your posture is slightly hunching.
Slightly what?
Your posture is slightly hunched over. Are you feeling well?
A little exhausted.
In the classic French
Oh.
way, hands him a flask of brandy.
It's a miniature wine bottle with a little bottle.
Hmm.
So, well, just do your best, sir.
I'll try.
Och, how's the puss? Commandant.
The troop bay of a shuttle lower down. And, oh. Emerging first is a grey-clad administratum adept with paperwork for the shuttle. Behind them is. Well, seems the shuttle wasn't just bringing one dignitary, it's bringing a few. Xiph, Molly, and the esteemed Lord Captain Helmut Kreuzer will disembark.
Right. For
Painful
this
here.
sidebar, so I am there, Merzendi.
Yes, you're here now.
Am I? So am I in my old form too?
Yep.
And am I with the person we were talking about?
Uh, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's not the Commandantus, the commanders, he delegates it to his lesser, which is, everyone, attention.
The
Molly's not going to
adept
reply.
will approach you with the data pads.
Yeah, I'll start going through them while the commandant is taking care of the dignitaries.
Ozzy,
They
where's
have the
John?
seals of the Inquisition.
Hi, Ozzy. Where's John?
Where is Jeanne?
Yes. Do you want me to
Yeah,
replace your ears?
No. I was asking. I don't actually know out of character.
Come on, Spire.
Okay, there we go.
Right. See you later. Going to have the boys and my wife unload everything.
Mm-hmm.
She's in the command spire.
Oh, I also grabbed your rifle on the way. It's not better than
Okay.
yours, but it was the one that you asked from your homeworld.
Yes. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Mm-hmm.
Molly just walk on by everyone.
Said she's in the command center. I'm in the command spire.
Yeah.
Also, out of character, remember, this is Molly that doesn't know any of you guys.
I know.
Yeah.
Well,
I
she'd
know, I
know.
know.
Well, no.
Ozzy.
She knows. No. She knows you guys, but she doesn't know anything for the past
Yeah.
3 years.
Yeah, I got that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Xiph, am I in my full gear? The stealth suit and everything?
No, it's
Okay.
No.
you are in like your everyday walking around gear, so like
My Tau armor.
yeah. Your battle suit is to be unloaded from the shuttle later.
Do you mind pointing me in the direction I'd like to? If like pause for a second till it said, I would like to officially meet the captain before we begin. There's a few things I'd like to talk to her about.
Yeah. Of course.
You know, time is kind of weird and all that.
Yeah.
The
So if kind of
administratum adept will say, please, my lord. This document does require the Lord Captain's signature. Shall we accompany themselves?
I'm going to ask, I shall lead you to Lord Captain then for her signature then. Follow. It's just,
So-
seems we're all heading the same way.
so
Yep.
we're all
Yeah.
going up the command
Yeah.
spire.
Does anyone alert Jeanne that the shuttle's here?
I mean, Molly will have sent
Yeah, that
a
will
bunch of
be
Yeah.
like
emojis.
yeah.
You will get notified of its arrival and the occupants.
Excellent. And then, yeah, Xiph, have you ever seen a picture of Reeve?
No, but I have an idea of how he's gonna find out real quick.
Okay, well, I mean,
Ziff's innocence is gonna cost something.
anyway, once Jeanne hears the alert that these people are coming up, she's gonna glance at Reeve. Uncle Stein, do you trust me?
Absolutely.
If I said I had a bad feeling and you should... I feel like something bad's going to happen if you meet this Xeno. Would you excuse yourself?
I would rather not. There are certain parts of the briefing that I should be here for.
Does he know you're here?
No, I don't believe so.
And then maybe, I don't know, introduce yourself as Inquisitor Cryptman or something. Someone who isn't you.
So I don't have Reeves' stats in here, but I will just roll a d100 for his scrutiny.
Sure.
You should probably roll your deceive.
Alright. Let's see.
Oh Jesus!
Well, does
That's a good screw.
nobility, military, academics, ecclesiarchy workers apply to Reeve? Any of those?
Any that apply on you, any that apply from you to him will apply from him to you.
I mean, sure, but like peer isn't doesn't apply to scrutiny tests. That's perception. This is fellowship.
No, true. Militarum will apply.
All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4,
Right, I will be back in one moment.
5, 6. Dab, 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 dab.
I'm not gonna shoot him. Why are you worried about that?
Cause Jean's worried you're gonna fucking shoot him.
Ziff won't shoot him.
How
Ziff
does
is not
Jean know that?
stupid.
You haven't like voxed me and said, "Hey, I'm not gonna shoot Inquisitor Reeve if I show up." Because you've been talking
Well-
nonstop about how much you want to shoot Inquisitor Reeve.
That was literally before. It was there had to,
Jean has no way to know you're not gonna do that.
I mean, she got you there, dude.
you don't trust Ziff.
I trust Xiph to do what he said he's gonna do, which is shoot Inquisitor Reeve.
Ziff said he thought about it, but he said
Xiph
that
definitely
if you-
swore like a blood oath to murder this man.
Listen, I totally have not been.
Savin's
like,
right here.
Also, Merzendi, could you check DMs?
I'm kind of fucking busy.
Right. Okay. That's fine. I know we're entering a new timeline. I just want to switch a couple things up.
Molly has a giant penis now. All right.
Yeah. Oh my god, my token changed.
Yeah, it's back to old you.
Yay!
Yes, please continue talking amongst yourselves in vague forms. I want to get everyone correct before I bring you onto the map.
Yeah, Molly already ran ahead because, like, as soon as she got within New Sphere range, she had already sent Jean like a bunch of emojis and a couple of shorts she had been watching.
Jean's immediately internally like, "Oh, I missed this, Molly," and just replies back with a bunch of little faces and hearts.
Oh man, I got a bunch of implants after we started the campaign too. It's gonna be really hard to figure out which ones I still have. Oh,
For sake of convenience, you'll have all of them.
You got
Right.
almost all of them when we still had profit factor bad.
Remember, the timeline has slightly changed.
yeah, that's what I was talking to Merzendi about
You're right. I
for
have
my
3
part of the
huskies
timeline.
now. But yeah, it's a 11 DOS on a deceive.
I think 11 will still beat him, but
It's a close thing. He is an Inquisitor after all.
it will beat him by a decent amount. Being throwing around 140s. All right. If you think it'll help somehow. Sounds like you'll think of it. You think I'm some boogeyman to them.
I mean, aren't you? You are the Stein Reeve.
It was war.
I know, but still, you never know if someone lost their family to the war, or has some bizarre blood oath to kill an Inquisitor they think's wronged them. I have this feeling about this one. Some
No,
virtual commando.
If you think that's the feeling, then let them have it out. I have my conversion field. I am still fully capable.
Oh, I'm not worried about him killing you. I'm worried about you killing him. Do you know how much paperwork that's going to be?
Yes, more for me than you.
It's still a lot for me. And then I have my carpets.
Let us see. I won't say anything.
Alright. At least let's get the lay of the land before we... Well, we'll see. Also, hi, Molly.
Molly just skitters in.
Oh, I've missed you. Come here. They just, are so eager to get into a hug, they just, walk past each other and turn around.
To be fair, she's
Squish.
got like a 48 feet. She's got a 48 movement speed.
Squish.
Follow.
Hey. Oh, God. Oh, I've missed you.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Hi, Uncle Reeve. Wave.
Mars. It has
Thanks.
been forever.
Thanks for approving the marriage certificate. I know you were grumpy about it.
Ah, yes.
Jeanne glances back and forth. The what?
This is one of the things that, when everyone arrive, who we're going to talk about. So
You're supposed to be in charge of the ceremony. I sent you a whole thing about it.
You're not poaching one of my sisters out from under me, are you?
Well, just pulls out a data pad and just shows. While Reeve is talking, so Reeve can go ahead and talk while she's.
So you may know Molly's position is that she is the first of the people to return from deep expedition of the Dantrakan. Now, she isn't the only, and one of those is someone Molly has brought back.
Of course.
We've been together for 10
They're,
years.
they are a Alp-human. I believe they were first discovered in a cryopod, was it not?
Correct. Have you been drinking, Jeanne?
Look, just because there's some talk about marriage certificates doesn't mean it's, gonna be that one. Besides, I can have a joke if I want. I don't even want to steal one of my sisters. Unless...
No. Also, you know how your mom is about us mechie guys.
Well, yeah, but... love goes where it goes.
I don't want to get smoted.
She'd never smite you too hard.
Anyways, yes. We were hoping to get the ceremony going within. It'll take about a month to go through the Merzendi. What are they called? The gates.
Nuptials?
No, the gate.
Oh,
I completely forgot what the
cyclone-
gate was
the
called.
cyclone gate.
Cain's Eye. Oh yes, the Cyclone Gate through to Cain's Eye.
It'll take about a month to do the whole thing. Perfect amount of time for a marriage ceremony for in the vein of Leth.
Oh boy. Well, the Pride is pretty speedy. I wouldn't count on getting that whole month, but we'll see.
Ada's a little bit behind me, but she'll be here momentarily. Again, thanks, Uncle Reeve. I know you're grumpy about it.
It's fine. It's fine.
You're like 99.9% human standard. It's fine.
So's a grain of rice, but still, I'm happy for you.
About now there'll be a knock on the door.
Come in.
Oz bringing Xiph and Kreuzer once catching up with Molly.
Yep.
Ozzy, Uncle Kreuzer.
John, it's good to see you.
Lupus, I hear you're braving the gates.
We plan to, yes. We go where the Imperium calls. What are you doing here?
The last thing to die is she'll be almost a year in dry dock for repairs. So I am here to give you what advice I can, and then I'll be staying on Kane's wheel, most like, until my vessel is restored.
Of course.
At least that's the plan. I can be convinced otherwise.
Well, you are one of the experts out there. We'll see if the pride's big enough for 2 captains. Give him a wink. And you must be our new recruit?
Take his helmet off, magnetic touch to the hip says, "Yep, my name's Xiph, Fire Warrior, best of class." Also, notice he's speaking fluent Gothic,
Yeah. So Jeanne
no accent at all.
takes that in stride. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure we've got all the time in the world to get to know each other.
Yep, I'm sure we'll have lots of time to spare. Like he's like doing a thing with his head to like see if, it's John.
Yeah. Since John's facing
Re-
away from Xiph, he'll get a wink.
Regis squints.
He visibly lets out a breath like, okay, nervous done. You're the creepy but cool looking spider woman that was with us. Oh, and who are you? And you are leaning over.
Who's he leaning over towards? Oh. I am an Inquisitor. Mr. Kryptos.
And I'm Xiph. Good. Nice to meet you.
Oh, and I am both. I hear you are. I hear you have been authorized use of a battle suit.
I was very good. And I was trained by both Tau Fire Warriors and a bunch of Imperial Guardsmen.
I'm not sure that
Ace
the
both?
average guardsman would know the back end of a battlesuit from the front, but
I'm more so meant as a soldier in general.
of course.
Battlesuit thing is only recently. I haven't used it that much. But as for everything else, well, I've been training with both my own people and humans since I was able to hold a rifle for the first time.
Huh?
Made a lot of friends.
I'm sure you'll have plenty of chance to get used to that battlesuit out there. This
Yeah.
sector's crawling with dangers, I hear.
Yeah. Home is a nice place. Hope nothing bad happens to it.
Oh no, Merzendi, I don't have Missing yet. I didn't steal him from Victor yet.
It's not just, Tau out there, but it's, there's good humans there.
Good to hear. Well, I'm sure you'll fit right in then.
Oh,
And Maldon
Do love
doing
cats.
more.
So, right now there's another knock on door.
Come in.
A storm leading in a white-robed adept.
Lieutenant, good to see you again.
Holding a stack of papers.
Adept? Do I owe the pleasure?
The adept look.
So I'm just gonna
Wrong
clear.
scrutiny.
Alright. Jean, sees him carrying a big pile of papers and go clear off some space on her desk. Wow, I succeeded. Shooketh.
Yeah. He's here to bring you paperwork. A whole miserable amount of paperwork.
Where?
signatures for you, Lord Captain. Documents you need to sign for bringing aboard your new attaches.
Does he not come pre-sanctioned?
Oh, Jeanne, I'm an attaché as well.
Jeanne will look at Molly, look at the adept. What, do I have to sign adoption papers for her too?
I didn't know
Yes,
this was an
Lord
adoption.
Captain. You have to take responsibility for your new children.
I'll have you know that I am a proud member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and this vessel should feel not only enlightened but overjoyed that one with my skill set joined voluntarily.
Fairly young.
We are
Prodigy.
overjoyed
What was that?
to have so many new members of the family. However, you're going to stretch the college fund rather thin.
Sure, we'll make time for it.
Jokes aside, I'll have you know that many vessels would be overwhelmed and overjoyed to have an Explorator on their ship for free.
Molly, I'm overjoyed to have you personally here with us. Having an Explorator is just a bonus.
I'm also excited
Molly
to
is
hear.
Molly is very visibly holding back laughter.
I heard nothing but good
Yeah.
things about Explorators.
The adept raises his paperwork. Magos Mall 3. This is not for free.
Adept, I understand that such things are beyond your ken, but that was referred to as a joke.
So is most of his paperwork.
I like this one. Can
I
we keep
get it.
him?
I'm afraid not.
John cranes head up towards ceiling.
Yeah, as you look back down, while still clad in adept robes, it's not the nice little bald, servile adept.
Oh fuck, it's the creepy one again.
Did you
Xiph.
invite
It's
all of
Barley
Mayor.
our?
Butters.
Did you invite all of our uncles here? What's going on?
Stein and I need to give you a proper briefing.
Fine.
Hi, Uncle Ian.
Him.
Clambers over desk, hug.
Oh, right. I was gonna fiddle. I'll be right back. I did bring something. I knew Stein was gonna be here. Eloa had something for him. Be right back.
Fine. Xiph,
Xiph, I say, Jean, what are you saying anything to Mayoral as you hug him?
She was about to say, like, Ixnay on the Einstay, but then Molly also just blurted out and then left, so, rip.
I mean, this
She had
is
no
not.
idea.
Molly doesn't know.
Yeah, Xiph, I think you can make like a +10 intelligence test.
I would argue more because Xiph
Highly
has already been told that an Inquisitor named Stein Reeve, very close to John, were in this office where they are
You're-
sitting quite comfortably.
Yeah, you can have a +13. No, a +20.
I need you to
+25 intelligence test.
I need you to fail. This will be very funny. Oh, man, I wish I had, Blather trained. Well,
Well, yeah, it's like
If I didn't have that 25, I would have beat it. I would have met it.
You would have met it, yeah.
which would have
That would have
been
been enough.
adequate.
Xiph,
Yeah,
it's
if
heard.
Jeanne had blather trained, then there might be someone who knows to roll against you. Yeah. So what happens, Xiph?
Xiph, like, visibly stiffens. Finger cracks. Stein Reeve, right? Just staring at Reeve. Merce's computer crashed.
Hello?
Hello.
Welcome
Hello?
back.
Yeah, hello. I completely lagged out, so I didn't
Okay.
hear any of what Xiph did.
At-
Xiph just, like, visibly stiffens, like, cracks a finger, and slowly looks at Reeve and says, Stein Reeve, right?
Oh, no. Stein Kryptos. Stein Reeve is my more accomplished cousin.
That is such a bullshit lie.
Yeah.
That is nonsense. That is as an inquisitor, that should have been better.
He hasn't been given any reason for this, nor has he been given any time to prep a cover story, and he's also just been called out first by, his actual name, in a way he can't really deny, and then you've covered him with like, yeah, this is who you are, right? This
Yep.
is the like, yeah, he will still. He will still make a deceive attempt.
You can take a +20 from John in the ship.
I was not. Oh, I did some research on Captain John and a bunch of her close relatives. I was not aware of a cousin to Stein Reeve.
Go ahead and make a scrutiny. Any level of success will beat him.
Do I have a modifier?
No,
I don't need one, I don't think.
it's just,
Nope.
just be any level of success will beat him. Say yeah.
I did a fair
This
amount
someone
of
who
research.
was not expecting to need to lie. Being told to lie off the cuff.
Yeah, where's Silvery Barbs when we need it?
Anyway, Xiph, continue.
I hear you don't quite like my people.
I apologize, Nis. You didn't give me any chance to make an actual cover story, and then all of you are running around with my actual name. Yes, I am Stein Reeve, the Inquisitor. The one who was in charge of the fight against your people.
If his fingers are twitching, it's like, but he suddenly slacks and lets out a deep breath. Takes a deep breath, lets it out, Well, that was a while ago, and I am thankful that you and your generosity and your loyalty to Saint Juno, we were able to come to a peace treaty, and we are now starting to work together. Xiph will give a Imperium-style bow of of respect. Like, I thank you for your willingness to work with us and allowing me to come here. I hope to serve John and our mutual interests. I hope that you'll at least give me some wiggle room to help. Maybe a chance for at least a little respect.
He is going to scrutinize you.
Xiph is being half genuine here.
Yeah,
Xiph will
half
get a.
genuine is,
Yeah, I don't get to roll charm just because I'm being technically truthful.
So do I have to roll charm against his scrutiny or deceive?
I think deceive.
Well, you can take plus 20 from John on the ship. Womp.
If I
No.
buy in, well,
Right, you'd
I'll
have
use
to
my
reroll.
using my last fate point.
Alright.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
I get the sense you know my name from the war, child.
I do, and as much as we were adversaries, I still respect the efficiency and the drive you had. In order to better acclimate myself in Imperium customs and to just be a better fire warrior in general, I did have access to various Imperial records, and I did research on the people we fought against, and you were one of the leading names. So I do know a fair bit, and while I think some of the methods you would take were a bit distasteful, you were still a tactical genius, and you did what was right by your people. But with the treaty, technically, me and my family back on the colony were now your people as well, and I hope we can have the chance to prove that to you, to serve the
I
Emperor
was
and the greater good.
no type of genius. I simply executed the dictates of the Tactica as best as I understood them.
And you did it well.
Me, along with 100 others.
All their names were blacked out, so
Yes, I suppose in the things you were being given, the exploits of Lord Commander Felix Lupus wouldn't be included, would they?
my sister probably has access to those.
Your sister is. Your
Yeah,
sister is a very troubling being.
yeah. How many Inquisitors is she on now? Last time I checked, she has seduced 3.
None actual inquisitors.
She lying to me again?
No, she's just misinformed, my dear.
Is that Bayror saying that?
Yes.
Oh man, I guess I gave my sister too much credit. She still goes through you guys. She still goes through a lot of guardsmen like rabbits.
Eh,
I'm immensely glad we cannot. What's the word?
interbred.
Yes, that. Yeah, I also apologize on my sister's behalf. I don't know what's with her.
Oh, Stein, do you want to tell him the news? Or should I? It's not news. Meroy, it's just a theoretical. Oh, it's totally news for him. He's so excited. No, there's no chance.
What?
It's a less than 1% for very specific people.
No, we can't make
Oh,
blueberry people now, can we?
If it's my sister, she'll
there
find a way.
are there are signs, but certain genetic markers among humanity line up with certain genetic markers among the Tau. If someone with the right thing from both, yes, interbreeding would be possible. It is lesser than a 1% chance anyone with either would actually be born.
Oh my god, I did it as a joke.
Your sister's pregnant!
I did that as a joke. Fuck.
Now, the
Oh
fact
no.
that his sister does actually have all of the markers required does not mean that there will be interbreeding. There would have to be a human with those genetic markers. And to my knowledge, and my knowledge is very good knowledge,
Reeve is a match.
better than Reeves' knowledge,
Gentlemen.
there isn't one.
She'll find one. She always does. Maybe that's why she's going through all of them. She's
Have you been
trying
looking
to
at
get
blanks?
pregnant.
When can
Xiph
I
is
come
like,
back, Merzendi?
Xip's sister is capable of getting knocked up by humans.
Yay.
I rolled that
What did you
D100
say,
as a joke.
Stray?
Molly ran off to get, and this is something I remember from the beginning of the campaign, but none of these people were here. But because it's a different timeline, now Molly has it for everyone. So how long would it take for her to go down to where her stuff is being delivered and pick up a crate?
She can come back now. They've been shit posting.
Clicker clacker, clicker clacker, thump. So for the next voyage, I had purchased a number of items, including enough best quality fire extinguishers for everyone because no one likes being on fire. But on a whim, I tried for this, and Molly will. I would say take out a crowbar, but this is now old Molly, so she's just going to use mechadendrite to rip off the lid. This is best quality Lethean wine.
Oh, now that's going to be a boost for the spirits. Get it?
And let's see, how far away? It's
Little finger guns, Mayor. He laughs at her shitty jokes.
pick out a couple of bottles and set them carefully on the thing, and then move the box over here. Come back.
Alright, let me come here.
Uh,
Time to get
where-
fucked up.
Where do you keep your glasses? I haven't been on the ship in 10 years. I don't know where everything got moved.
Oh, it's in there.
Went
It's
the
like
wrong
that, but
direction.
the other way.
There was no pointing on my screen.
I pointed at the
It's
big
the
cabinet.
big cabinet in to the bottom of the
Did you use a pointer
room.
or?
Yes.
Yes, there was both
Oh.
a pointer and a
I think I am
pointy
distinct.
thing.
I'm gonna have to re. Oh, oh, oh.
You would re.
I mean, I did that last Sunday. And there you
Hey,
go.
No one fucked your grandma. Leave me alone.
Huh? No, that wasn't even about that. In fact, I would have thought that was very funny.
Um, Xiph
anyway,
is, Xiph is
yeah.
actually gonna probably do something. He's gonna quickly walk up to Reeve, like very carefully, slowly, and stick out his hand. I look forward to the cooperation between our races. I know we have a few outliers and stuff, and some of us aren't happy, but I hope we could all work through that.
Molly is going to idly scan his hand once he does that. This is old Molly. She doesn't trust or like him.
Yeah, I mean,
Does he
not
have any
just going to be her.
It's
Does
a
he have any
hand.
poison darts?
Poison darts are primitive.
Right, yeah. Is there any fuckery going on with the hand
Xiph,
at all?
Xiph just wants to shake his hand, or is offering a handshake as a gesture of goodwill and, you know, planting a seed of, hey, maybe I shouldn't kill all these Tau.
Oh no, I wasn't sure about acquiescing even to Firecast, but you know, if all your people were like your uh, Xiph, I don't think we'd have anywhere near as many problems as we do now.
I was born on the colony. You should just wait like another 20 or so years. I'm sure there'll be a lot more like me soon. Gotta just give these type of things time.
Ah, you say that, child. He'll he'll lean over and just he isn't going to take your hand. He's going to give you a like a grandfatherly just clap on the wrist.
This is not what school
I
taught me about handshakes. I didn't know it was supposed to be like that.
it can go a few ways, my boy. Ah, I've heard plenty from the Eastern Fringe over the past 300 years. Uh,
You don't look a day over 70.
a throne preserve us, we haven't heard anything for the past 30. What with the cicatrix, but I'm sure you'll believe that as soon as we just talk to each other and work together and fight together, everything will be good.
Oh, I'm not that stupid. I know there's still issues. I know we're still technically pointing guns at each other. We're just waiting to see who blinks first. I just want to get through that. I don't think
Yeah.
fighting is a good use of our resources, especially when there's a lot more dangerous things out there. If we want to kill each other, maybe we should wait until we're the last two standing.
Mm. Smart when you look, then.
I'm told that quite often, actually. I think it's because I think half human, half Tau. I was raised by both.
Jeanne, if you're
Uh,
inviting it to my wedding, then it's going to be followed around by beeps.
Just
I'm
ask,
sure you
give
won't mind.
me and the treaty the chance. Alright? I'm sure you'll have a. I mean, think about the benefits to having our weapons helping you, kill the Chaos people and, Tyranids. Not
I
to,
guess
not,
abomin
not, not, not
abomin
to
weapons.
not to push, not to be a little boastful, but our guns are pretty good.
And abominations.
They are remarkable for Xeno sorcery.
Those are the Eldar that do that.
A rather well-educated Xeno you have now, Jeanne.
Top of my class in every regard. I even know my way around some tech.
I
Better a
have the best
doctor,
Xeno in
though.
town. Ask anybody.
I am proud to be adopted by House Lupus.
Don't tell it to keep its hands off my stuff.
But Xiph will just accept a strange type of handshake Reeve does, and we'll put his helmet back on and go to leave. I'm gonna go make sure that my stuff doesn't get lost, and maybe explore the ship a little bit.
I will insist you stay, please.
Okay, yeah, Xiph will put his helmet on though, and he will lean against the wall here, sort of bracing himself, trying to. You probably don't. John and the others probably could realize because they know Xiph from slight body language because he only ever wears the fucking armor. He is holding back considerably. The whole thing he did was a rather bold stunt on his part, but he really did want to shoot him, but he's like, one, he didn't do it yet, technically. We reset, and maybe I could change things. That's part of the reason why we went back in time to begin with.
Yeah, Jean's
I have
suitably
to.
impressed by his restraint.
Molly just looks down at the glasses.
Mm.
Must I waste my wine on it?
If
I'm
you don't want me to drink the wine, I won't have any. Besides, I've found out that I am actually quite the lightweight.
I would
Me
prefer
too,
to give
buddy.
it to the dog.
Me too.
What? Since when?
Oh. Molly, I'm almost 30. My party days are a little bit behind me.
Molly squints underneath her helmet.
I do hear.
Oh, not
Chrysler
underneath her helmet. She's not wearing the helmet. I'm just squints.
will speak up. I do hear there was an incident with Master Ceiko here, wasn't there? Oh, almost. Well,
Yes.
Bumped uglies, I believe, is a term for it. If I think it is what you're insinuating, sir.
Do you need me to summon a Biologus?
No, I just am limiting my alcohol consumption.
Yeah. Me too.
Both of you are acting incredibly strange.
Don't
Must
worry
have
about
been
it.
must have been a hell of a night.
It is a part. I can assure you, being strange is a part of the times right now.
Fine, fine. At least Uncle Maywer will drink with me.
yes. We who have automatic livers and have next to no influence from alcohol can drink all of the properly aged wine that would get everyone drunk. It
Do you
really
want?
seems like a waste.
I didn't
Yep.
say I
You,
wouldn't have any.
Do you,
Lieutenant, you'll come here, you'll take a seat, and you will join us in drinking.
do you want a
Yes, sir.
copy of my EXE? I thought I gave you one already. Wait, no, I got it from you.
Please don't get Uncle Ian drunk. At least not until after
Having
the briefing.
EXE means what we actually drink is basically irrelevant. Could just drink water and decide, yep, acting drunk now.
Yes, but also Uncle Stein said that that is incredibly rude. It's part of the. I'm receiving so many mixed messages. You drink in company to enjoy the fruits of the poison.
Yes. I. The part you're missing was what I said that partly to just to try to guilt Jeanne and Oz to, you know, not be completely abstinent sluts.
I didn't say I wouldn't drink anything, just a little sippy.
Um,
Let me
uh,
have my lame sippy in peace.
um,
What
Mistress
kind of
Mistress
hangover?
Mayror, what do you need me to stay here for?
Briefing.
Okay.
I was promised cool briefing. Let me be briefed while I have my
Yes,
sippy.
yes. Why don't, well, you all take seats in these lovely, comfortable armchairs. I will continue to lean against the desk because
It looks cool.
that's a boy who knows what's going on.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
I will assume you
When did
didn't
I
mean.
turn into a ma'am?
I thought you were like some women could be flat. I'm sorry, did I misgender you?
Yes.
I just like
Oh,
bouncing
what
it.
an adorable little Xena. You are.
I deeply apologize. I mean, sir.
What a strange alien you have brought aboard.
Just don't start calling him mommy or something.
Ugh.
Right. Regardless, you'll go ahead to take seats. Let's get this over and done with. And then Stein and I can go and we can stop making this so extra uncomfortable for everything.
No, I love having you guys around.
Well, one of us is maybe triggering your new friend. We
Roycer's doing
talk
fine.
things out. We're fine. Yes, fine, fine. His fingers aren't twitching towards his pulse pistol at any point.
Anywho's it briefing. Ozzy, get in this chair.
Oh yeah, sorry. There we go.
So, the Dandrican sector. For those of you that don't know, the Cyclone Gate at the Lords of Cyclothrath, as part of their amnesty deal, aided us in attempting to open. It was intended to reach all the way to Beta Garmin. We decided it was not supposed to go directly to Terra because, good God, the Adeptus Custodes, Battlefleet Solar, the Lord Commander himself, they would all absolutely freak out and just blow us to pieces. Beta Garmin, it's an adjoining system. It connects to the Terran gates. But it's far enough away that, something bearing the inquisitorial sigils could actually get there and communicate without just being annihilated. Now, that didn't work, did it? What we're stuck with is the gate to what has now been christened the Dandrakon sector. Our belief is that the Dandrakon sector is close to the galactic core, just on this side of the Great Rift, and in territory generally unexplored. The core gravitational effects of it, they are troublesome. They have made warp jumps close to that very difficult. And the Apuan inhabitants there, the Votani, or the kin as they prefer, tend to object when imperial colonization is attempted. That's the boring part. The fun part, and I say this is the fun part, but it's really the awful fucking part.
Almost everyone that goes there disappears.
Yeah.
The soul killer.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
you were already briefed then. Yes, it was 10 years ago when I came back with Ada.
Anyone who goes beyond the staging point there, system known as Cain's Will, they are subject to this soul killer effect.
And it goes in order. The last to be affected are members of the Adeptus Mechanicum and the Navigator.
Kreuzer will speak up here. It's a little more complicated than that.
I watched it happen.
So have I.
I've seen recordings.
Squint. How was the Xeno allowed these?
His people have a
That's
presence out
how.
there, don't they?
Yes. There is a current Tau embassy on the local space station.
Hmm.
And they have launched their own expeditions out.
How
I've
are the
heard good
Tau
things
faring
about
with the soul killer? They don't have much in the way of a soul.
At Rude, we have souls. They're just very small.
Yeah. Little
It's
finger food.
uncertain. Most reports from the Tau have been that their expeditions have been defeated by the local indigenes. They haven't lasted long enough to be soul killed.
Has everyone in this room seen the data I brought back?
That I haven't seen.
Molly will spool it up, and it's from the first session of this campaign. Like, the family slitting, all slitting each other's throats. Or slitting
Yeah.
their throats, and, like, the dad slitting the throat of the kid that couldn't.
Yeah.
I cannot... Neither I or Ada have any real knowledge of this. People simply started disappearing. I am not certain what it is, but if I were to guess, it is beyond my ken and is a warp phenomenon.
This is something I can speak of, Fraser will say. It is no warp phenomenon. We would be blessed if it was. For then, wards upon the vessel, keeping Gellerfields activated, that would protect us. No. This is the work of a mad Xeno god. One of the Catan. One
Well,
of the
now
things
Merzendi, I
the
don't even know what
Necrons
that is
here
anymore.
follow.
Catan like your sword, Uncle Ian.
Can I make a minus 40 Adeptus Mechanicus roll? Because I won't have had Xenos at this point, or Catan in the War in Heaven.
You will have Forbidden War Xenos. As I said, for the sake of convenience, you have all like
It's a new game plus.
yeah. Uh, you have all of the stuff you had before.
Or
Like you can choose if you wish to get a rebate on all of your chronomancy stuff and go back into just pure mechanicum. But like any of the pure mechanicum stuff you have, and that
Like,
should, I believe, include Forbidden War Xeno.
While Dawn made it so you would get your like dog girl waifu, of course they're also gonna make it where
oh no,
they
that
worked a little extra harder.
no that wasn't part of it. This is just a new timeline.
Yeah, but they steered the course of like
Nope,
which
that wasn't.
specific.
Nope, that wasn't part of it.
I thought that's what Totek was saying, but okay.
uh the fact that Molly has like different lovers and stuff like that. No. We're in the different timeline where Molly found that floating Xeno, and instead she was in an escape pod and she managed to rescue her before running back to Kane's Will.
Yeah, and instead of them having like died, it's Molly found them.
Okay.
But anyway,
Hmm. I've only read of these in the deepest archives. The unliving ones, gods, yes? The abominable
yes.
intelligence. I suppose that explains how they were able to slip past the Gellerfield, but then why were my kind and the navigator the last to be called?
Strong
Surely feels
souls,
like...
strong belief.
Probably something inherent.
No wonder you
Perhaps you
picked the
just
pride to go out there.
have higher immunity, or maybe it goes for certain species or types
I
sooner.
jumped aboard the opportunity to join the Pride not simply out of my love for you, but uh, my belief that the hexagrammatic wards upon your ship would be of aid. That's why my armor has them. This is most unsettling.
We have tried just extragrammatics before. They eventually fail. Everything eventually fails.
Do we have
Hopefully,
any idea?
Strength of will, strength of belief, that seems to stave it off, but
Do we have any idea how to ward ourselves against its influence once we're there, then? It seems a doomed crusade if we go without an Aegis.
Well, some humans are clearly existing out there, or someone able to use raiders and technology. They must have a way. We find them, we find the way.
Hmm.
Both the Emperor and the Greater will make sure we see it done. He wouldn't abandon the daughter of a saint, one so loyal to us, to both causes.
Does the ship still have cryogenic pods?
Jeanne opens her mouth, closes it, thinks. I don't think we've ever been given any.
Oh, am
Oh,
I
yes,
mistaken?
yeah, you should have some being transported aboard right now. Yeah.
Oh, that's convenient. Molly,
Well,
we do
the
have cryopods.
decent astropathic choir. Some you will have to give over to Kane's will.
I suggest that crew members that aren't that bridge crew members that aren't absolute necessity during warp travel to be placed in those.
Xiph's like helmeted gaze, which like very subtly turns and looks at John. I'm sure we'll remember to use them.
I'll make them available.
You know what
Yeah,
incident I'm
Jeanne
referring
knows.
to.
Jeanne
Yeah.
knows. Like, whoops. Hey, we don't need to bring those assholes with us at all this time, so, I mean...
Yeah, let's avoid going to the fucking telescope
Maybe
to
just
reduce
don't
Molly's
need to.
chance of. Yeah, we already know.
Oh,
We could focus on other things.
oh, this is all well and good. I am glad you are making plans, my dear. But there are things to be aware. I've said this to Jean, but the rest of you deserve to know as well. Part of the impetus behind this expedition is that there are signs on the outer systems of this sector. Visions as well. We are soon to be assailed, and having a place to withdraw those that cannot fight to. That will be a necessity if those peoples are to live. There are as well doomsday cults. They have grown exponentially across the past year.
Gene stealer cults, perhaps?
That was the first thought, but no. We have caught enough, examined their leadership enough. They are a pure human, pure Tau as well. No indication of tyrannic infestation.
Militant Nox influence?
Perhaps. But it's unlikely. One of their surviving leaders has offered to reach out to us. They seem to be troubled by the same thing.
Huh. Do we know what
Gate.
these cults believe? What their theology is?
Yes. But the God Emperor, his second coming is upon us. He will return from his holy sacrifice. He will demand the same sacrifice of all of us. And as he died to save us, we must all die to save him. And then when both are saved, all shall be great and good and glorious.
Religious mania.
What are the odds this is linked to Soul Killer?
Unknown. It could be something completely different. The entire galaxy has been split apart due to the 13th Black Crusade.
I would blame it more readily on the maledictum than a phenomenon constrained to one sector.
Indeed. There's been no measured sign of Soul Killer on our side of the gate. That these cults. They're on Kane's will and they're on our side both.
They have risen before and they will rise again. It only makes sense.
I only
What is-
bring them up because they've worsened substantially over the past few years.
Have any sprouted on Forge Worlds?
Yes, unfortunately.
Deeply unfortunate. Supply
They
lanes
have.
might be altered.
They have not lingered long enough to cause that impact yet. The Magi have been able to keep their houses clean, but darkness is growing in all of our planets.
As for non-Forge Worlds, are the Adeptus Arbites holding?
Holding enough.
For what little it may, for what little it uh, may accomplish, I will ask my mother to ensure that the Arbites' requests from Forge World Mazoa are met to full.
Oh, we lost someone?
Yep.
Pets just bounced.
Yeah, winter went to bed.
Oh, shit.
It is midnight.
Stay
Oh,
on
fuck
there.
it is.
What? It's only like 10 to 9 in the morning over here.
It's
What
only
are you
3
complaining
a.m.
about?
We've had most of this conversation already. We can just cut it off soon. Also, I would like to see John's reaction to Xip's immense self-control. And for all intents and purposes, his act, which is half genuine.
Let's finish our briefing at least. Go from there. Cults or not, they're not on the Pride, so we're safe from that for now. but I'll make sure our docks are secure on Kane's will. I assume we have docks prepared for us, yes?
Yes, yes, there is a full estate prepared for you and docking facilities.
Oh, goody. I guess, actually, with
The
Kreuzer back here now, are we going to be the only rogue traders out there?
calls back. Assuming he's still alive, which is seeming increasingly unlikely. And yes, you will. Until Kreuzer's ship is repaired, you will be the only ones out.
Right. Huh. No pressure, right?
A fair bit of pressure. If you can't make decent progress, if you can't stop the Soul Killer within a year, then you need to come back. We need to abandon that sector. We need to put everything we have here in Gothic against the Tyranid.
I would like to point out that a year deadline is extremely unfeasible for a ship that could get lost in the warp.
We'll manage.
Very well.
I'm not going
We'll
to
get it done.
abandon the sector that bears my family's name, even though
We'll
I
get it
do
done
think
in
it would
high-
be smarter to do so preemptively, but the refugee crisis is what it is, I suppose.
Very well. I am going to go and oversee the onboarding of my troops. Oh, and Ada should be coming aboard in a few hours. I know it's only been over communique, but I'd love for you to meet her, Jeanne.
I look forward to it.
By your leave.
Of course. Assuming the uncles are done with us.
It was more of a courtesy. I am a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Bye-bye.
There she goes.
Yeah, I do love it. I do love it when the mechanic is flexes its muscles, acting like the Treaty of Mars is still actually in force.
Gives you warm fuzzies,
Not
doesn't
the,
it?
not like it's been a whole fucking mess of diplomatic yes and no's and yes and no's over the past 10,000 years.
But my treaty.
It's longer than I've been alive. Or my race, I should say, has been alive.
Hey.
It's been longer than any of us have been alive. The day you meet someone more than 10,000 years older, bye you piss yourself.
Bjorn the Fell-Handed just cuts him in half.
I'm sure that that'll probably happen regardless on this trip. At some point. I have no shame in admitting that. And what can I say? It's not like my first combat account, my actual combat encounter is gonna be like, I don't know, something like Eldar ghosts or anything.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Wow.
shit cut out again.
Xiph made a joke of, oh, I'm honest with that. I'm young, first combat experience, like first real combat, but you know, it's not like I'm gonna be fighting any Eldar ghosts as my first combat encounter. That wouldn't happen.
Oh, luckily, if this is Necron territory, I doubt we'll meet many Eldar. They, don't get along, from what I'm told.
Do we know that there are Necrons out there, or do they know? I should say.
Yes, they've talked about it multiple times now. That does remind me. Apparently, Shadra, she wants to meet you at the gate.
Nice.
There's something she wouldn't trust either of us to relay.
It must be spooky indeed, then.
Just do remember, any foretelling that is not through the grace of God Emperor and his tarot must be met with caution at the very least.
Yes, I'm not much for soothsaying, to be honest.
It's always good to still be on guard. You gotta always be prepared.
If we're not going to be racist about it for once in 10,000 years, I do think the Eldari have more hits than they have misses.
They have been around longer than anything I know. Or read about, I should say.
Well, the Shader batted a pretty good average for Mom back during the war, so... I don't like soothsaying, period, but... the
Is there
Shader's
anything
done right
else?
by us. I certainly want to hear her out, at least.
Is there anything else to discuss?
Nothing important, I don't think. I'd love to catch up with Jeanne and spend a while, but
Excellent, great. I have oodles to talk about. Been so busy with stuff.
Who leaves first? Do I leave first?
I am
You-
frankly amazed that Al is still awake.
This is my office. All the rest of you leave.
I locked the fuck in when Reeve was here.
You must all, however, pay the hug tax.
I am curious if John gives Xiph a pat on the head for the mature choice he decided to do.
Yes.
But that would have to be in private. Can't show that we're too familiar yet.
Also,
Whereas
yes.
I can't pet Missing. It's so annoying. Why won't you let me do this?
I'm just gonna
now you have control over Merzen. You should have done before. I don't know why you lost it.
You...
can you pull me to the bathroom first, at least?
Angrily jerk off.
That would be the one directly out here.
Okay, Thank you. If there's anything else, it was good meeting you,
Yes.
sir. Also, sir, I look forward to working with you, Miss Lupus, Ceiko, Dubois, Kreuzer. I hope that our cooperation leads to both great things for the greater good and the God Emperor. Now, if you'll excuse me, it was a long ride. And Xiph is going to go to the bathroom. Not to do that, but he needs to regain his composure.
Time to scream in the bathroom.
Mm.
It's okay.
Yep, his
Jeanne
helmet
knows all
off.
about that.
He fucking just sits down, like just slides down, rubbing his face, like.
All right. I think with most of the dignitaries leaving, and you now having the timeline reset, I think that's where we're gonna end this session.
No, my talk with
24
Mayor.
more.
Oh.
Oh, fine, you can have your talk with Mayor.
We're so worried I was gonna shoot Reeve.
Do
No,
you
no
blame
fate.
me?
Listen, Xiph is smart and mature, mostly mature. Like, he
Eh.
hasn't done it yet. And they were at war with all the other things he did. And as I said, like, maybe he could change things.
Sleepy Hedra.
Yeah, that's Hedra having literally fallen asleep.
Watch you guys push to
Ah,
talk, though.
dear.
Alright. So, once everyone's out of the room, Jeanne is going to do the little surreptitious look this way and that, and then take her best quality privacy field out and turn that sucker on.
Hedra?
Yo? Yes?
Hello, welcome back.
You had just started snoring, so we'd thought you had.
No, I just have it back.
Uh-huh.
I didn't even know you could do that with a voice box.
Oh,
Yes, it comes because it's just a signal then.
mhm.
And then it goes through the throat hole.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm going to turn the privacy field on. So, Uncle Ian, let's talk some hypotheticals about what's coming up.
I have a feeling these aren't hypotheticals. You are, you're looking rather stressed, my dear.
It's been a long day.
All right. Let's.
Alright. Look,
Where would you like to start?
well, it all started a year ago when you gave me this briefing. See, hypothetically speaking, if the timeline got fucked and everybody died, and I came back to fix it, how mad would you be? I mean, time travel's not like that serious of an issue, right?
It's a fairly serious issue. You would need to talk about how you did it.
Hypothetically, we stole a Necron chronometron and used it to punt ourselves back in time.
Ourselves?
Okay.
Question mark.
That makes sense. That is hilariously heretical, but that's never stopped me, has it? So,
Yeah, that's why I'm talking to you and not Uncle Stein, who would shoot me in the head.
no, he wouldn't shoot you in the head. He'd have you stripped, tried publicly, and anointed to a penitent engine.
That's probably worse.
Enormously. Right. So anyway, yeah, the galaxy burned and everyone died. So I figured I'd try to hit the redo button on that one.
Huh. Good you saw about that. Eh.
So I'll just nod. So, couple things I need your help with before we leave here, because otherwise, shit gets bad in a hurry.
Was it the all-consuming darkness?
Yeah, I mean that was certainly that was the last straw before we pulled the plug on that one.
We again.
Yes, I am familiar with the all-consuming darkness.
Have you?
Assuming it's the same all-consuming darkness, it may be a different all-consuming darkness. Our galaxy is quite fucked when it comes to all-consuming darknesses.
Yeah, there's a few, but this one did match up with the cult descriptions.
Oh, the cult description. Oh, that's very concerning. That's not
Oh, is there
that's not
different
the
all-consuming
all-consuming
darkness?
darkness. Yes, the all-consuming. If we talked about it earlier, the all-consuming darkness that your mother helped me escape that was living inside of my arm.
Oh, that one. Yeah, no, that's there too. That thing was a baby Ingir or Satan? Gatan, whatever.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's a full-grown one in the Dandrican sector. That's the Soul Killer.
A whole one or a shard?
A very big shard.
Okay. Okay. Then we are still. This is still a conversation worth having, rather than us just drinking more because everything's fucked regardless.
Yes. Problem is it's growing in power, because for 10,000 plus years, the Necron cryptech in charge of it's been feeding every soul that goes out there and dies into a reservoir that this thing's filling up for him, so he can re-soul the entire species. Oh, and then also use it to kill God. Our God, God Emperor.
So that's the fullness of the soul killer, is it?
Yeah, just about.
A a fragment of an elder god that is consuming our race and wishes and is intended to absorb our god.
Yep.
Well,
And then hijack the entire human race to become the new Necrons. Thumbs up.
that's the least concerning part, I have to be honest.
Yeah. And then there was the Tyranids eating Terra, or something along those lines. Or possibly the Emperor eating the Tyranid. It was... the darkness thing was bad.
Hmm. I feel that that is perhaps a more important part than the soul killer.
Possibly. But it also might be responsible. It's hard to say. Regardless, the cryptech with the chronomancers, like, this whole thing is his fault at the root of it.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello. Yeah, shit cut out for me again.
Rip.
Sounds like your computer is about to rebel.
No, I think it's just like the internet now. The rest of the family is waking up, starting to use it.
Why can't your family work on American time?
Yeah, very rude of them. What was the last thing you heard?
um. Um. Could you just say the whole last set of stuff again?
Sure. Let's see. So, I think the two problems are all connected. The chronomancer who's in charge of the soul killer, he's responsible for timelines falling in on each other, bleeding together, and horrible things happening from one to the other. It's very apocalyptic over there. And yeah, we have about a year before it all comes crumbling down. Assuming it's just our presence doesn't trigger it.
Hmm. Delightful. Good luck.
Thanks. But yeah, about the couple favors I was hoping I could call in from you.
You can certainly try. There was one I was going to give you, but the girl involved just killed herself, so.
Was her name Meg?
Yes.
God damn it. I like Meg.
I don't even know how she did it. She wasn't supposed to be able to. She. Uh, somehow. So.
Maybe it's for the best. Meg had a piece of the Catan inside of her Akasha. She knew everything from every previous timeline.
I see.
Maybe that's why she killed herself.
Yeah, I killed...
Matches up with some of the claims of her handlers before they killed themselves.
I killed her at the end of our last run because apparently whatever knowledge she had would be transferred to the Void Dragon and from it to the Cryptech used against us. We are hoping to start fresh. I suspect she killed herself to keep that fresh perspective.
What an interesting theory.
John shrugs. Anywho's it, on to the helpful stuff. John just pretends to scratch that off of a little list in front of her. So, at least in our timeline, Reeve and Eloa are planning a giant plague that kills a bunch of, like, half the Tau and 10% of all humanity in the sector.
Oh, you know about that.
Of course, he's still
Oh,
fucking
it's
planning it.
oh, it's him. Oh, of course.
Well, at least in our timeline it was.
That's why Xiph looks a bit twitchy.
Unless it's you this time.
Makes it no.
You have to
I
tell me if it is.
have
It's the law.
certain countermeasures being researched in case Tau do turn on us, but Eloa is working on something preemptively with backing from someone that's making it hard to stop. Could be your mother, could be the Lady Sector, or could be Reeve. Being him makes most sense.
Yes. But again, that was just in our timeline. Who knows in this one, but that's where I'd start. Either way,
Yes.
it turns
So
out...
they actually unleashed it, did they?
Yes, and it turns out really unfortunate in terms of time. Right about now, the Tau have finished figuring out how to send ships with crews through the gate from their home sector to here. And they take it personally. Like, more ships than Battlefleet Gothic still has, kind of personal.
I see.
Also, my doctor and the second or first best shot of the crew swore a blood oath.
Yeah, also it killed
Yeah.
Xip's family, but, you know.
And he came back the same, and his mind, all those memories.
Maybe.
I see. This is an unfortunate number of people I'm going to have to kill. There is a non-zero chance it's going to include Eloa. You realize this.
I mean, I would prefer it not, but also, again, 10% of the entire sector, and then also the war kicks off again, probably.
Yes.
At the very least, I think... Merz, did we ever get, like, the... any information on the antidote? I don't think
It
we
was
did.
being developed,
Yeah.
but that was it.
Wouldn't there have been some data
You
on the
you did not
antidote?
linger long enough in Doomed timeline for
Yeah.
that.
Well, there is a antidote you were working on. I don't know how far it progressed, but if you can at least just get a sample of the plague preemptively and start working on that, perhaps you can inoculate people. You have 9 months or so-ish.
Huh. So just kill a lot of doctors, steal from their labs, not make it look like me, and also not make it look like Tau. Oh, oh, you've given me a fun challenge, Jeanne.
Happy to be of service. Oh, the other problem, speaking of challenges. Right after we get to the sector, there's going to be a giant waw declared by all the orcs over there, and they have an attack moon, which is a moon that attacks. It's a giant battle station. It's pretty cool.
I'm familiar with the concept.
I saw one.
You know, that hasn't existed for 9,000 years?
Oh, hold on. Do I still have, like, my data pads and stuff?
Yes.
Alright. Jeanne's just gonna pull out her data pad and see if she can get the video of the, like, literal ocean of orcs all going ooh, ooh, ooh on the surface of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Check this out.
That's probably more orcs than have been in any place for 9,000 years. I suppose the Armageddon Wars are debatable to that. But they weren't all on just one big rock.
And now Xip's little comment about maybe we should focus on everyone else before trying to kill each other. Sounds a bit like that probably should practice that theory.
Yeah, so...
So I'm going to leak that to the Tau.
Excellent. So the good news is that when we left off at the end of a year from now, the attack moon was completely busy fighting the native humans of the Dandrigan sector. The bad news is that the humans lived on a gigantic artificial construct ring that the orcs were trying to turn into an attack planet.
How delightful.
So, yeah, if you can figure out something to stop that, I'll take a Space Marine strike team with a planet cracker nuke or something. Giant fungicide bomb.
I can try, but if you want to start his, you are better off. I know the pride is damn fast enough. You are better off making the trip back to Leather yourself.
Fair enough, if you don't think I'll get in trouble with anybody for doing so.
No, this is just preparation for the expedition. It will be fine. Once you set off, there might be some questions if you come back, but honestly, with all you've said, if people start raising those questions, those people will die.
Jean just sort of nods head.
Now, I do needs must ask, you know, now that Xiph knows,
The cute cowboy.
how many other people know?
Yes.
Look, you have to pinky promise if I tell you who else knows, you're not gonna go kill them later.
Unless it is a necessity for the salvation of time itself.
Okay, the
Everyone on the
whole
pride.
pride came back. We even have all our new equipment still on here. Would you like a Volkite pistol, Mayror?
You fucking bet I would like a Volkite pistol.
Jean takes out a Volkite pistol and hands it to him.
I
We found a
I heard
space station from the
Saber's
Great
pistol.
Crusade with a whole division's worth of equipment on it.
Do you mind if I shoot one of your statues?
Only a little bit. We do have
The
a
whole
shooting
pride's gonna
range,
come
like,
back, you
right
liar.
outside.
Yeah, but then I have to go walk her.
She's he's comfortable on that desk right now.
Just gonna call Lemon Ruff over and put him under the desk.
aims volkite pistol, shoots one of the statues, holds the beam on it until it just completely deflagrates and shrapnel flies everywhere, only stopped by both of your force fields.
Down payment on the job. Do you want two?
So, you found volkite.
We have the STC for them.
I'm sorry, what the fuck do you have?
The STC for a Volkite charger. :D.
Well then,
You know that also tells Mayor that our crew is very effective at getting shit done. If even though things were still fucked, we still managed to find that and a bunch of other things. You know, also stopping a pedophile ring on Cade's will. And an insurrection on Cade's will.
So yeah,
good fucking work.
thanks.
Now, then I assume that whole thing earlier, that was just a performance for sake of me and Dreve.
I don't know, Xiph was legitimately scared of Mayor.
Yeah, I thought
You're
Xiph was going to shoot Reeve, honestly. Because of the plague.
I would not have been surprised. Now you said it. I'm glad he didn't. I would have chopped his head off. That would have made everything very awkward.
Xiph has come such a long way. He's so mature now.
Yeah, he is really handy to have around, actually.
And what cries Molly?
Not Molly. So I sort of hit the raise dead button on our Molly, but
was in the
Corrupted
process
Evil
of-
Death God Emperor was the one who answered the prayer, so we had to ditch her.
Sorry. Corrupted evil death god him.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, that cult you're talking about,
the
by the way,
cult
is real.
thing you're talking
Alan,
about.
you're not in this conversation. Shush.
Yeah. There is an actual thing behind those cults, then.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's at least potentially quite real.
Oh.
Yeah, the last thing we saw was the Imperium Somnius, whatever the fuck it's called, coming out of a mass shadow surrounded by Tyranid ships, or ships. Hard to explain. And point being, shit sucks. Avoid at all cost.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure that was from a different timeline. Probably one that was a lot shittier than even this one, but like, clearly the influence of all these timelines is starting to spread to other ones.
I see.
So, as far as I know, good Emperor's still around in this timeline. Certainly, at least for now. Just,
Well, evidently, you're still here.
yes. Has not chained me to a bed and made me his sex slave yet. So that's good for me. Don't ask.
Really difficult not to when you go into that much detail, but I shall endeavour. Regardless, Jean, could you make a a charm roll.
Sure thing, Chief. Charm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. D.
Excellent.
Right. So, with everything, I can't just come join you myself. But there are certain things I can sign off on to as a Lord Inquisitor that you can then pick up, but may be useful to you. You have Stygia's macro cannons, yes?
Yes, Styges and Melta Cannon.
So, yes, Stygia's, that's 9.7 meter shield. So 9.7 meter cyclonics.
Oh, goody!
2 volleys.
Excited Jeanne noises. That'll certainly help with the attack moon problem. Nothing else.
Hmm. Yes. The rest, well, you'll need to go pick that up from Mizoa. I don't actually run around with all of the various types of cyclonic weapons with me, despite the rumors.
Hold on. Just gonna... Okay.
Mm.
I'm shocked, but fair enough, I suppose. Don't fancy the idea of running around with them either. Oh! That reminds me, speaking of horrible doomsday things. Jeanne sort of gesticulates for a moment. Gerskald! Is he still on Kingswell?
Yes, he is my representative, huh?
Oh no.
Right. In our timeline, he joins forces with a cabal of evil, wealthy pedophiles and starts a war on Kingswell, and sacrifices a bunch of souls to some sort of demon in the Corpse Grinder Guild.
So, everything up until sacrificing souls to a demon, that just sounds like his job.
What? Don't
I,
worry, Epstein is friendly.
Yeah, no,
I,
he...
empowering morally weak people so that it creates a crisis point and therefore the strong can arise and take their rightful places. That's just his job. Now, what are you talking about with sacrificing souls to the Corpse Grinder Guild?
Right. So, in the Corpse Grinder Guild, there's a giant tear in reality, and it turns out that he was creating all this chaos not to empower anybody in particular, but to create a mass casualty event to trap a bunch of souls in there until it reaches critical mass and we get a warp incursion. Unfortunately for him in our timeline, somebody accidentally shot him at a rally in the middle of it, and he had to sit out the main event. But he fessed up to everything in his hospital bed. Here you go. Jeanne will just play his confession.
Hmm.
Yeah, that sucked.
So while you go off, gather assistance from the Flame Falcon, pick up these super weapons, well, I suppose I'll be having him killed, shan't I?
That would
Who was
help.
that like that apprentice guy who helped us do the investigation that replaced him temporarily?
Gabriel C. Note.
Put him in charge.
Yeah, just put Gabe in charge. He's a good guy.
Ah, I am gladdened that so much of that family has proven itself redeemable.
Me too. Redeemable for what?
Oh, you don't know? It Schindelgeist incident.
Oh yeah, but that wasn't their fault, was it?
The C Notes were the leading family of it. Well, it was Governor C Note who was seduced and had everything directed by the Dark Marshal.
Oh, no, I didn't know he was directly touched by the Dark Marshal. I'd always thought he was just a dupe.
No. The Dark Marshal twisted most of them into his patsies. Speaking of, I know Jeanne. Sorry, I know Juno has trouble with that. How have you all managed? Has it been annoying you?
Only starting in like 6 months when we go to the big evil space station full of solar auxilia stuff. Then he gets BTFO'd by Tyranids when they show up. It's like, have you ever seen someone like on the very edge of a nuclear bomb going off? That was like Frank when that happened. Just, what?
I see.
Wait, if Frank was aware of the time lapse, is he aware that we went back?
Fuck knows, probably.
So, So when etheric influence grew stronger, when the veil grew thinner, he interfered, and then as soon as shit happened, he got chased off.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Juno is going to fucking giggle about that.
I know,
I
right?
I assume I'm allowed to tell her.
Oh yeah, sure.
Good.
You can tell her any of this stuff that you think is appropriate. Because I need her to help keep shit together over here.
Probably all of it.
Thumbs up.
Yes, yeah. This is one of those things where if I tried to act on it by myself, it wouldn't go half as far as it needs to. But to be honest with most of this, I don't know how the fuck we're going to make any help for you.
Me neither. I'm just grasping at straws here. We came back, but we didn't exactly have a plan on how to fix it other than to undo all the shitty things that happened.
We're kind of on a time limit.
Yeah, we're on a time limit and we have to kill an evil Necron god somehow.
Yes. So,
Oh, except we can't actually kill it because it's a fundamental force of electromagnetism in the universe. And we can't let that get fucked up. We have to, like, bogart its prison and run away with it.
Man, if only there was a plan to have done that.
If only! If
Yeah.
only.
well, Good luck. I'll try to send a message, but I do think you do need make best speed back to Lev. Speak to Jacques Renault if he is well. He should be. Recent fighting has died down. They should be drawing back their strength together.
Yep.
Actually, Jacques especially. You're talking about a dark, no good, evil anti-emperor. Jacques will definitely have advice.
Hopefully. I'm just sad I don't have that, 20 suits of Terminator armor to give him this time.
Yeah, that would really fucking please them, wouldn't it?
I got so many virtual headpads. Anyhow, yeah, I'll go there and see what I can do. Hopefully a manifest of what's on that space station will at least entice them into coming. Oh, speaking of files, here, Jeanne will just flash copy her, primary datapad over to Mayror. That's most of everything that's relevant that we brought back. There's a really cool museum tour there we took on a Necron planet with a bunch of Tau who'd been there for 3,000 years. Highly recommend.
I actually was gonna bet you that if if those Tau were coming from the battle fleet during the plague, wouldn't they have already been synthesizing sort of a cure, or at least researching it, and then probably finish it off during those 3,000 years?
Possibly. That's actually definitely something to look into. Oh yeah, they did have a cure, didn't they?
Huh? I just said that wasn't one of the things you discovered.
Then we should probably look into that at some point, since we do have all of the Ethereal's notes. But yeah, Eric can just have all of this stuff from the various things Jeanne's picked up along the way.
You're sure you just want to give him everything?
Look, how insane can Mayror get? Now,
Casually
it's
saying
probably
he's
just
gonna
going to
have
be
to
the
kill,
relevant things to the problems we face. He doesn't really need to have the infinite justices, the speeches of the Emperor compiled.
All right.
I believe he pretty casually said he's just gonna go probably kill Stein.
Not Stein, just all the people working for him.
Give him a stern lecture saying, no, we cannot
Yeah.
listen to the boy. Let them cook. Give them some time.
Not until after the crisis is over. How many times do I have to teach this lesson, old man?
Let them help us with the orcs, and then we can talk about contingencies.
All right.
So yeah, I think that's...
Is that the end of the conversation?
Yeah, I think so. Jeanne will make sure to get Hug, but pretty satisfied with how that went.
Get Hug. And you picked the right person to just dump scary deep knowledge on.
See, I knew as long as we made it back to this timeline and we could find Mayor and he didn't hate us, everything would be fine. Just
Did say that they probably believe us even if we didn't have evidence.
Yeah.
Just because it would be funny.
Alright, so 1,000 experience for everyone.
Woo!
Ooblay.
I think that pushes us potentially over into the next tier.
24,450 to
25,450.
25,450.
And yes, it does. Nice.
Yeah, so long as you actually spend it.
Yes.
Spend it.
Bitch.
I'm glad to start this new adventure with you guys.
I do have to ask, how much are we going to be replaying the entire fucking campaign up to that point?
Well, we just started this
That's up to
campaign.
you guys.
Like,
I-
I'll be honest. When we did this, I half expected you to like say like, okay, we're gonna do a bunch of rolls. This is stuff that you succeeded in doing, and now we're back to the Soul Killer arc. I mean, like going into the thing. But did we succeed in gathering all this, like the shitty Mass Effect 3 war assets thing? Just roll dice to see if we get those.
Yeah, we're not rolling dice to do that.
No, we are doing
Mers,
Dead
let me
Rising
just smash
style.
the charm button at everything. Give me my I
Right.
win button. Meh.
Doing the Dead Rising New
You
Game
can
Plus.
smash the charm button at a decent amount, but like you do actually have to do the travel and and at least initiate the conversations.
Yes.
Things are a lot easier for you this time around. Like you don't have to spend ages like
Searching for stuff. We already
yeah
know where everything
you
is.
yeah you don't have to spend ages trying to figure out the map. You don't have to spend ages trying to translate the text and language. You already know it. You don't have to spend ages like going back to Kane's will and like
Go
working
shopping
out
for
this whole
equipment.
conspiracy shit. You can preempt it
We
as you
probably got like 3 to 6 months of like extra time technically.
Oh
Like,
yeah, like
yeah.
just going to Carnisia that one time was like 2 months. I don't have to fucking go there again.
and we already stopped the conspiracy in Pedo Ring because Barrow's having that shit dealt with very quickly.
Well, shockingly, that
had
was only like 2 weeks worth of sidetrack.
But
I
still,
had
2 more weeks we have
so
more.
I had so much good things. Me.
So, time now is going to the date now
Oh yeah.
is going to be the 1st of March 029.
That's meaningless to me. I'm gonna go make food. Night night.
Bye bye.
March the
Good
1st, you said?
night. Yes.
March
One more thing I
29.
want to bring up
Alright.
is the logistical nightmare of. So yeah, we knew the rewind was gonna happen, right? And so we were able to like trick, like pretend stuff. We did not tell the normies of the crew or the skinks.
Luckily, they don't have to interact with fucking anybody. At least not
Okay, so they're
today.
already on the ship. They're already on the ship.
Oh yeah. Take another D10 morale damage. No population damage, just morale.
Okay.
Also,
Well, luckily,
we
I can take my once per session attempt to fix. Oh, Jesus.
I'm also gonna do this because you forgot. Okay, and 10.
How do
I have not forgotten. I just was not doing like the was not doing that yet.
Yeah, we'll
'Cause
do
I
that next
was more
session.
yeah. You've rolled. You're
No, it didn't.
taking it, unfortunately. Uh, yeah, you did. The recording's still going.
Fuck. Damn you, YouTube. Well,
Yeah, you did. This is
it
all your
was
fault.
it
That's
was
what you get for
fun.
shitpost rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, my shitpost rolls did so much damage. Xip's sister is a genetic
Pregnant.
match.
Where the fuck is the morale fixing rule?
Is that thing? No. Shit.
is disinformation
I-
and main power? Yes.
That puts-
I know what you're looking for. It's like
Okay, it's minus 10
it's
interaction
the
test.
yeah.
Alright.
That puts me at 40.
Charm.
Oh
That's why I'm like, fuck.
God, you've tried so hard to avoid it.
I literally spent goes to
Oh,
journal.
wait, no, this should be command.
That's- I've spent 1500 XP reducing my insanity. Just to stay in the 30s.
Did you still have a fate point, or had you already used? You'd already used it, hadn't you?
I think I had a temp fate point, but I don't know if I used that.
Back to full.
Yeah, I think you'd already used all your fate.
I would have had 3 if, I didn't, if God didn't have to save me. But, yep. What's the thing?
Yeah.
What do I have to roll to see what fucking OCD autism thing I get?
There's no roll about it. Passing that threshold just means you are permanently traumatized.
Same, bro.
What does trauma do for me?
Well,
Beep
now
boop.
hello.
Oh,
Hi.
Hey, the session's almost over, or
yeah, session's over.
Yes.
okay, so and the fate points refreshes at the start of next, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Can I lend somebody fate points?
Just give me one,
No.
please. No, let me just get me to 39 and I'll literally spend the rest of my points
I mean,
just to get back down.
you can always burn a fate point to get a fate point, but you shouldn't do that, but you can.
I also could crawl under Merz's desk and try and,
That
use
is
my body. use
probably
my
the
fate
superior
body.
choice.
I got a weakness, Seducer.
I'm not going to be seduced.
Boo.
How about this, Merz? But our Buddy in the Big predictions. Whoever gets more points.
No.
Fuck.
I'm
So,
sorry. Like you.
so sad now.
Yeah.
Me
Yeah.
and my
Unfortunately, you've rolled the 10. It's just.
No, I didn't. I rolled a 5. I swear.
Look, Al, don't worry about it. I spent the whole campaign at like 60 insanity. It's fine.
Yes, but you like playing crazy women.
Yes, however, it's still manageable.
Look, it's a minor disorder. It's just a little thing.
What is the disorder? How do I roll that?
We
Autism.
have to.
He already has
we,
that.
we have to work out what an appropriate thing would be for Xiph.
Give you a plus.
Anyway,
We'll
so
figure
then
it out. We have
you
a week.
closed the recording and stuff?
I have not. I'm
Yeah,
fixing
how
my
much
character sheet.
XP?
But if you're watching on stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We will see you on Sunday for Scoundy. Until then, adios and do take care.